the mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste, can't be with me if you not at my pace. You not at my level, you not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset.
It's almost time to turn the page into 2023, but before we do so, it's time for one final 6-hour blast at the Temple of Speed for the 2022-2023 24-Hour Series Esports Championship. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpot TV as we head into the second half of the season and into the final 3 rounds of the championship. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth by the one and only David Haynes and Annie McEwen, and don't forget you can follow along with live timing and scoring by heading to racespot.wtf/endurance to follow along with our partners at Timing 71. David, it's been an electric start to this season, of course. 4 classes of competition, it's always a good time in this championship, but now a high-speed thrill to kick off the second half of the campaign.
I know it feels like we've just started, but here we are looking down the barrel of 6 hours of Monza, then it's not too far away to the final 2 rounds of the championship and that 12 hours of Barcelona. Double length, double points, so it will be all to play for at the end. But there have been some really awesome tracks and some really quick ones as well, and Monza, it's a temple of speed for a reason.
It is one of the more, I think, interesting tracks when it comes to multi-class traffic and the way that you will navigate your way through that. Don't forget, a busy weekend in the world of 24-hour series with the 12 Hours of Kuwait coming to a close just about 24 hours ago. But Andy, 4 classes of competition always is an interesting complexion, especially when we get 3 classes when we'll inevitably end up talking about balance of performance.
Oh yes, drivers and commentators alike love to talk about BOP, don't they? And I'm sure that will be relevant here at Monza. With those long straights, top speed is vital to generating good lap times. And one of my favourite things about endurance racing is multi-class racing. And as you try and work your way through the traffic, that can have a real effect on the outcome of the race. So that's going to be fascinating to watch. And of course, we're moving into the second half of the season now, as you both were saying. And so we're getting to that point in the season that I really love, where the points start to matter and those teams that are in contention are more desperate than ever to bank some good points and have a good race.
So let's talk about some points. Of course, touring cars, slightly different from what it was like last year. It was the single-make Audi RS3 that ran the championship in a slightly smaller field. David, it's great to have a full complement of these TCR machines back, powered by Honda Civic Type Rs and Hyundai Velosters. It's not a surprise to see Pure Sims and SimRC at the front. SimRC, though, are starting to come back into their groove.
Yep, 25 points for a win. So absolutely all to play for still, with a lot of racing in this championship. They can sometimes be the sort of punching bag of our 4 classes of racing here, so a clean finish is more challenging amongst these TCRs than almost anyone else. And when they get it, SimRC are super quick, very tactical, great on the strategy. Pure Sims, though, also really good operators in this style of racing and endurance racing, because the endurance racing of these machines is very different to their sprint racing. Both of them very enjoyable, though.
Our own Sommel Aurora dubbed it totally chaotic racing when it comes to these TCR machines, and maybe it's therefore not a surprise to see, with qualifying underway, that the draft games are going to dominate this portion of the qualifying session. It's an open qualifying session, so all the drivers head out onto track at the very same time. They have to return to pit lane manually, though, Andy, so you can't make a mistake and get away with it. There's no free fast repairs in this part of the session.
Yeah, and of course it's a very long lap here at Monza, especially in a TCR car, so if you do make a mistake, if something goes wrong, and you can't head straight back to the pit lane, you've got to do that in lap, perhaps at low speed with some damage. That will really eat into your qualifying time, so it's vital, especially on cold tyres, that you don't make any mistakes, you stay in that slipstream train, and that's exactly what we're seeing the drivers do. And you can see that the Honda Civic in particular, really twitchy on cold tyres, so the first couple of laps are going to be vital here, not to make mistakes and to give yourself the best shot of qualifying well.
We'll try and avoid BOP for a handful of moments, but to at least touch on it, the Honda Civic's got about 10 kilos of extra weight. The Veloster's got about a percent of its power cut, as well as a percent of fuel taken away from the 100-litre capacity that the car usually would carry. So it is known for being a little bit better on the fuel. Of course, one of 2 Hyundais that we have in our field here today. David, of course, 4 classes, 4 races, and 4 starts as well, because here in the 24-hour series with split class starts, the TCR machines, they start the last, but they're also, by virtue of starting so far back from your GT3 field, will be lapped quite early. And so track position, we don't always think is important in an endurance race, but it's important to make sure that when the traffic funnels through and the pack tends to break up, you're in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, if this was only a TCR endurance race, qualifying wouldn't matter so much. You'd stick with the pack, you'd save your fuel, you'd try to keep your tyres in good place and, you know, charge in the last 2 of 6 hours or something. But you're exactly right. Where the qualifying becomes so important for this class is it's almost inevitable when the GT3 cars chop up this delicious block of cheese into some smaller bite-sized pieces, that your top 2 or 3 cars are going to get away from everyone else and be so difficult to catch over the remaining 5 hours, 40 minutes or so. And that's where qualifying in the front 2 rows of this field does become important, because your Tour de France peloton will get diced up quickly.
I'm trying to figure out what type of cheese we would be having here at Monza. Now, you'll note on the left side, there are only 3 lap times that have been scored, and that's because track limits, especially here out of the Lesmos, is always going to be a contentious topic. The good thing is that these drivers get enough laps here in the session to be able to put down a banker lap time in qualifying. However, track limits are definitely something they still have to worry about in the session itself, Annie. That's one of the unique things about this championship is the off-track system, and the number of times that you run yourself off the track is separated from the penalty system that we have. And so you've got to make sure that you're careful over what is a long 6-hour race.
Yeah, and I think that's a good way of doing it, really, but it's so easy to go over track limits at a lot of circuits, particularly, as you said, here at Monza. It's not just on the exit of corners. We can see there in the distance, exiting the Ascari chicane. It's tempting, isn't it, to run all four wheels out wide over that white line, but through all three of the chicanes, actually, especially in a TCR car, it's very easy to take a bit too much of that inside curb. You can really hammer the curbs in these front-wheel drive touring cars, and if you do that too much, then you will for sure be exceeding track limits. But there is a lot of lap time to be found from just finding the sweet spot with the curb hopping, so very easy to do. And again, they don't have many goes at this in what is a fairly short qualifying session.
Poor Team Huysingveld have been the one having to punch the hole in the air. They are 1.2 seconds off the pace. If you needed an illustration, David, of just how important draft here is at Monza.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got all 10 cars all in one pack here, and Huysingveld have decided, I'm going to drop to the rear of this. The good thing for this category, though, for these fields and for these teams, is that the tyres keep giving in a qualifying sense. Once we get towards the GT3 cars, they are a little one and done in terms of the peak performance of the tyres. You'll see them needing to pit, change tyres, have another run, have another attack at it in their session. Here, everyone's still out there, still pushing around, and knowing that the tyres will continue to come to them. The peak of the performance is very wide for these tyres.
Touring car fuel stints, by the way, around 90 odd minutes, a bit longer than what we'll see from the likes of the GT3 machines. Also going to see about 90-minute stints from your GT4s as Full Send Racing and Pure Sims try and duck out of line, but it's not too dissimilar to what it feels like when Formula One comes here for qualifying. There are games being played with the draft, and it's getting messy on the run down into Ascari. It's Aspar in their Honda Civic Type R flashing the lights, and they'll all just about get it sorted out through Ascari, Andy.
Yeah, that's one of the really tricky parts of qualifying around here, isn't it? When you're trying to find that gap in the pack to drop into. And there's a real argument, I think, especially in an endurance race format such as this one, where perhaps qualifying on the front row isn't the be-all and end-all. You can still win this race from a little bit further down the field. Just go out there on your own and get a banker lap in, because you can spend so long in these qualifying sessions messing around, trying to get the slipstream, trying to find the right people to work with, that you get to the end of the session and you haven't actually set a representative lap at all. So I think perhaps going out there at the front of the queue, at least in the first few minutes of the session, is not necessarily the worst idea.
SimRC punched their way up into third, and the Bumblebee 176, 2/10 off the pace. It's still Full Send that have the benchmark with a 2-minute 6:02, so about 6/10 away from dipping down below the 2-minute barrier. Again, a little bit of gamesmanship going on. And David, to your point on the tires, we haven't seen any of these guys come in and put a fresh boot of tires onto their cars.
No, they might even go the whole session here, and you think about Monza compared to a lot of other circuits, it is relatively kind on the tyres. You've got long straights where they're not working so much. Oh, they're going to be a little cooked for Aspar after that. They're the one leaving smoke signals there. But then, anytime you do have a complicated section of corners, they are relatively lower speed, like the chicanes.
See if we can pick up what happened to the Aspar guys here in qualifying, as they get the most out of their tires. Maybe glad they don't have to pay the bill as well, but just right sides on the grass. And I tell you what, that's a good old drift to get that one through the corner, Andy.
Yeah, decent car control there. I tell you, I've made that mistake myself so many times. It's very easy to do. It's quite a narrow circuit in places, Monza, and certainly a very narrow line that you have to be running on. And you can see into Ascari, another one of the Velostas there doing exactly the same thing, because you want to widen that entry line as much as possible so that you can really arc into the corner, carry that mid-corner momentum. Again, particularly in a TCR car, and I think that accident still hasn't quite finished, Arjuna.
Yeah, that's Damien Owen Harris. That's gone around a couple more times than anticipated. This is very much the parking lot that you expect at Monza, and I think these may be the start of the final qualifying runs. It's Karan Tenguna, second in the championship, though that seems to be at the front of the field, not where he would have wanted to be, but as ever with these cars, David, half a second rather, splits the top 7 cars, and you'd expect that margin to hold to the race as well.
Penultimate sector, a bunch of teams drop in 5, 6, 7 seconds as they try to position themselves for this final attack, and that is just pure gamesmanship, strategy, trying to goad someone else into going before you. Impulse Racing, still the only car with no time. You bring that up, Arjuna, on the graphics, and that makes this sort of do or die for them.
Chris Shorter, the South African, behind the wheel for them. Now, every other of the touring cars has set a lap time at this point. Getting in a banker lap is important, as that SimRC that's going to file into line into the second of the chicanes. Decided they've had enough of punching the hole in the air, and we're going to see this repeat with the GT4s. Maybe not so much with the 992s, with the way that the draft works with them, but of course once we finish up qualifying with your GT3 machines, we'll head back to the same qualifying games without a shadow of a doubt. And qualifying like this, Andy, is very different to qualifying by yourself, which is what so many iRacers and sim racers will be familiar with.
It certainly is. I'll tell you what, it's a lot easier to qualify on your own because you just have to focus on one thing, and that's hitting all of your marks and putting in a good lap time. But this, I prefer this open qualifying session, to be honest, because it's a lot more lifelike. It's exactly what real-world racing drivers have to deal with, and there's a real art to doing it. We've spent most of this session talking about the draft and working with other people, and that's really difficult to do. So if you can come out on top in a qualifying session like this, then I think it really means a little bit more. It doesn't just mean that you can drive a good lap, but it means that you can play the traffic, play that slipstream game better than anyone else.
Not seeing too many improvements as we wind out of the corner formerly known as the Parabolica. Did see in the YouTube chat, by the way, David Haynes, Gorgonzola is a local type of cheese, so as MSI hits the front by 0.07 of a second, break out the Gorgonzola in celebration, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. They've timed it to perfection. They had a great toe everywhere, and everyone acting like that's the end.
Oh, well, with contact like that for Zenith and, was that SimRC? That might be qualifying done and dusted. So
I don't think checkered flag is out for them yet.
It is not.
There's still a minute and a half, so this would be the final lap for everyone. And you can get penalised for impeding in qualifying. And so right now, if you think you've given everything and you've ducked out of this run, make sure you're well and truly out of the way. There's only 10 cars. It should be easy to avoid the other 9, but, well.
I mean, you say that, but again, Q3, Formula 1, 10 cars, it sounds familiar. A 10th splits the top 3 right now. MSI has managed to find speed in their Hyundai along with Fulsen, but then it's Honda, 3rd through 5th, not too dissimilar from what we saw in the MC Esports Michelin Global Championship with Honda and Hyundai battling out, albeit in that case it was the Elantra rather than the Veloster. So I think we have seen a bit of a split up here, but closing stages of qualifying. Andy, this is where the best find their mark. It's why we call so many drivers kings of qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. The tyres will be a little bit past their best, but as we've mentioned, I think tyre wear isn't that high around Monza, so you should still be able to put a decent lap in. But look how busy it's getting on the run towards that final corner, as some drivers try to stay out of the way and some push on, including the Pure Sims Esports Honda Civic. This is the car, remember, that leads the championship in the TCR class. They're 3rd at the moment. It's Ross McFarlane at the wheel for this qualifying session. Can he find a 1/10 of a second and jump to pole position?
Well, he will find a 1/10 of a second, and by 300ths jumps to the top. But with qualifying done for Ross McFarlane in the Pure Sims 116, and a handful of cars still diving down to pit lane, there is still time for these drivers to finish up in qualifying. David, there is a 4 or 5 car train that powers around Monza.
Yeah, checkered flag dropped 20 seconds ago, so these cars definitely still behaving like they made it to the line in time. They very well might have. So Pure Sims, with some great cumulative sectors there, go to the top. Is there anyone who can improve here? We have Zenith, we have Full Send, we've got Carbon, we've got
Impulse, who did manage to get a lap time in, albeit down in 9th position, with the 10 car split by about a second as they run right now.
Triple Toe's working well here. Impulse have gone purple in the first sector here, through Curva Grande, through the first chicane, and they've matched their personal best through the second of 5 sectors that I can see. So if the cars in front still play along, then this could be a good one for Impulse. Currently 9th, but the margins are so fine when everyone's in a pack like they have been.
So into Ascari for the final time in qualifying, really dancing on the limit there for Chris Shorter as he worked through the braking zone. But if anything, he is far enough behind right now that he's not too close, if it makes sense, Andy. This is exactly what he have wanted to see.
Yeah, I was just thinking that when we jumped on board with him. That's the perfect distance behind these two cars, especially if they start running side by side through the final corner, which they're going to do. That will delay them even further. Such a long lap, of course, and you get that slipstream around the entirety of it. That's not ideal. Somehow finds a gap between the two Velocitas that were getting very, very close to each other, and he will have a clean run to the line. But yeah, you've got to time that, judge that distance right, and that was, in the end, I think, an improvement there into the top 5, despite all hell breaking loose around him.
Yeah, I don't think that's how he intended for the qualifying session to come to a close, but Chris Shorter does find some improvement in the closing stages. Quick look at the replay here, and well, I guess it doesn't really matter what happened here, David. I don't think either car was likely to improve after battling side by side through the final quarter.
Yeah, once you got to tap the brakes there, your lap is gone. So that is just one of 4 qualifyings we're going to see like that, and they could all play out like that. I don't imagine GT4 or 992 playing out much differently.
Yeah, here's a look at the results out of that qualifying session. Fastest lap by 2:05 by Ross McFarlane, the championship leaders, back on top. Gabby Montoro for MSI in the 1:14 second, with Full Sends Michael Polashek in 3rd, Aspar, Impulse, SimRC, the rest of the top 6. Exciting qualifying session, yes, in the books, but like David mentioned, we have 3 more of them to come, and David will go next over to the GT4s, where for Mercedes-AMG Team Urano, they have been perfect to start the first half of the season off.
Yeah, bordering on unstoppable so far. Very, very handy championship lead. They've been quick, they've been good with their fuel, they've been good with their tyres. There have been a couple circuits where it's a toss-up in this category. Is it a 4-stop or a 5-stop race kind of thing? And they've played it perfectly through all of that uncertainty as well. And again, one of the sort of slower categories that can be a little bit of a punching bag, that can do everything right but still get, collected by faster cars, and they have just been immaculate.
So that's a look at the championship standings. Already a full race victory that splits SRC Movano from Mercedes-AMG Team Urano. But of course with double points, like David mentioned earlier in the show at the championship finale, Andy, by no means can they rest on their laurels right now. They've got to continue rolling with the momentum.
Yeah, 21 points sounds like a really handy margin, but I mean, there are 20 points available just for a regular race win, let alone any double points. So a mistake for the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano esports squad and a good result for SRC Movano could easily see this switch around. And look how close they are from second place on back. So all of those teams just waiting for our dominant squad so far this season to make a mistake, then it's game on.
So that's a look at the standings. Let's talk about BOP when it comes to the Aston Martin Vantage and the Mercedes-AMG GT4. Not much to talk about here, David. It's a 0.5% power cut from the Mercedes and a % fuel reduction as well. Relatively equal, you'd have to say, across the two of our cars.
Just like the road cars that they're each based off of, they've got the same damn engine up front. It's a 4-litre turbocharged Mercedes-Benz V8, so that certainly helps. The Mercedes has definitely been the most popular and preferred car, so if you want to cheer for an underdog, there are 2 Aston Martins out there, Juncos and SimRC.
So SimRC in second of the categories is already a car decides, you know what, we don't need to take Loreto Filio, as that's SRC Movano that quite well and quite tight, in a quite tight complex of cones as well, is able to work their way through. Juncos, by the way, I just want to point out for them, well, just had their trip down to Argentina where they brought an IndyCar and Agustin Canapino out. Fans of RaceSpot TV will know all about Agustin Canapino, and they had some incredible turnouts for some runs out in Argentina, and hopefully it's the start of some racing down there as well. As
Stop saying Argentina, it's still a sore point for me.
I'm sorry. I mean, we'll talk about the World Cup at some point, I'm sure. Whether it's football or cricket, though, I don't think we really want to be talking about it, do we, David?
I'm pretty happy with cricket at the moment, I think.
I think Andy's probably the happiest of us all.
Is it fair to say that motorsport is the second world game?
Well, Andy, we were chatting yesterday about this, and you and I were kind of saying, you know, I was saying we're going to banter about cricket. You were saying if it doesn't have wheels, if it's not got a motor in it, I'm not sure I could talk about it.
You're right in saying that I'm the happiest of all three of us, because I don't care. I honestly don't care. There's a World Cup going on. I've heard people talking about it. I honestly have no idea how it's going. Or, that's not quite true. There is no way of escaping the fact that our team are doing all right, I think, because it's all anyone talks about. But
yes.
Certainly not at the top of my things to watch this next few weeks, that's for sure.
It feels weird, though, especially for you, Andy, you know, coming from the real world. It's good to have you in the sim world, don't get me wrong, but it must feel a little bit weird for you. Quiet winters is usually what you're used to, but now you're able to keep busy here in the sim.
Absolutely, and that's the great thing about sim racing, and it's something that not only commentators and people that work in real-world motorsport media have found, but drivers as well. You know, sim racing, especially through the iRacing platform, which has just exploded in popularity over the last few years, it's a great place to go and hone your craft, get some practice in, perhaps impress some teams out there that do have real-world links, and it's a great way of having fun and getting your motorsport fix over the winter. I started my sim racing journey less than 2 years ago, and I'm already completely won over by it. I think it's a fantastic thing, and it's something that more and more people within real-world motorsport are properly starting to embrace, and that's kind of demonstrated, isn't it, by series like this one, the 24H series, which has been running a real-world championship or real-world series for a number of years now, really doubling down on sim racing, and that's a great thing to see.
Yeah, this, you know, of course, the extension of a championship that had run for so many years. We're going on, I think, the 4th iteration of this 24-hour series esports, and it's not just this private championship, but the official Creventic Endurance Series, which allows anyone on iRacing to take part in endurance races under the Creventic banner. It's a fun time to be part of iRacing, that's for sure. Mostly Mercedes, as David mentioned, in this GT4 class. But GT4, very similar to GT3, of course, David. But when it came to cost of GT3, GT4 was devised as a way to try and make it a little bit cheaper. By no means is this a cheap car to go racing in, though.
Well, it's better than GT3. It's a lot closer to the production cars, it must be said, in terms of the layout, in terms of the power, in terms of the body panels and the aerodynamics even.
David's gone a bit silent, by the way, because there was a huge crash in qualifying, and I was frantically trying to go and get a replay up for him. It involved Torque Freak Racing. We talked about track limits. It's not really the limits that caused the issue here, David, but this is pandemonium.
Yeah, that's 3 cars, that's 4 cars, that's 5 cars, and it's at least ruined the laps of everyone else behind, and it's that track limits there between the Lesmos, the gravel, oh my goodness. Yep, that was a pretty hefty crash.
That was one of those camera shots as well, where it's just like, you could add the music over it, you throw it on Twitch, or Twitter rather, and you've got a real tweet that's going to take some traction. So Impulse now dropped to the back with, I guess, no surprise to see the championship leaders back on top by about 0.3 of a second. But in this class, Andy, it's a little bit more split out as we wait for more cars and more representative lap times to come on in.
Yeah, for sure. Although, again, we are seeing them all trying to work that slipstream still, aren't we? Even in a GT4 car, there's a lot of time to be gained in doing that. So, at the head of the queue at the moment, actually, is the Team Urano Esports Mercedes AMG. That's now pulling out of line and trying to find another gap in the traffic. And you can see, again, nearly that ended in tears as one of the Aston Martins tried to do the same thing. But, yeah, interesting that even within the GT4 element of qualifying, they really feel that it is worth trying to get in that slipstream train. Of course, there are slightly fewer cars out on circuit now than there were at the start of the session due to that sizable shunt that we saw in the early stages, and so that means there's a bit more clear track, and perhaps you have to be a bit more selective about who it is you work with.
I think a handful of these teams, by the way, have drivers competing from the Sim Racing Expo, which comes to a close today as it returns to the community, this time from Nurburgring, as Konstantin Scharf brings the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports car down to pit lane for a fresh set of tyres potentially, and to roll back out for this qualifying session. But for the teams that are racing from Sim Racing Expo, David, it's going to be a slightly unnerving race, I get the sense, because there are a lot of things that are suddenly out of their control.
You get so used to how everything is for your own rig. It's all of the little muscle memory and comfort and preference, and as much time as you might spend elsewhere in a different rig, you know, it's always a slightly different feeling. Something will catch you slightly off guard, potentially. Yeah, Impulse Racing feeling like they couldn't improve, stuck behind the Fordzilla car just there. So they pull out, and it's exactly the same style of qualifying as TCR, but just busier.
Yeah, this is the second most populous of the classes. Not a surprise, of course, they have GT3 as the most populated, but GT4 is much like with TCR, as with a handful of new additions to the class, has very much become a lot more popular. And speaking of new additions, we are 2 days away from a brand new iRacing build, and there's a lot of excitement about this one, Andy. Not just the arrival of the BMW M Hybrid V8 and the GTP Evolution, but of course Magni Core joining the service as well. VIR getting a complete overhaul, which I know David Haynes is excited about, even though it means that unfortunately we lose the Oak Tree.
Yeah, lots of exciting stuff coming up, isn't there? And yeah, that new LMDH car, I can't wait to have a go on that. But also nice to see more free content coming as well. I think that's something that, you know, the one criticism that you get of iRacing is that you end up spending a few pennies on buying content. And
just a bit.
It's worth every penny, in my opinion, because it is the best out there. But yeah, it can get a bit pricey. So nice to see some more free content to try and entice some people into the iRacing world. Because believe me, once you do become a part of it, you get hooked instantly, and I can attest to that. So yeah, every season now, it seems that iRacing almost feel the need to outdo themselves, don't they? And we get a bigger and better update with more new cars, more new tracks. The one question is, when are we going to get rain in iRacing? That's the one thing everyone's wishing for, apart from myself. I hate driving in the rain personally, but that's really kind of the one thing we're still missing, isn't it?
I think everyone's looking forward to it until they are in front of someone in the braking zone who is uncomfortably close to them. Yeah, rain will be the big game changer at the end of the day. I think that's the good thing about sim racing, is we're in a place where everyone is pushing each other to just be the best that they can, and it shows in what we have now, David. I mean, the collaboration between BMW, Dallara, and iRacing is continuing to be one that produces great content for us as racing enthusiasts, but I think as commentators we're even more excited about what it means for when we land up at Daytona in January next year and we roll out with more than 16,000 people once again for the iRacing Daytona 24.
Yeah, that is going to be very awesome, and don't rule out, you know, not just the new content, but the stuff that's being reworked, being revised. The GT3 cars are all getting apparently a very, very thorough going over, which is going to be interesting for this championship. Our leading GT3 teams could get shook up a little bit by that, as they have to, you know, re-evaluate how they go about building their setups, where the strengths and weaknesses of the different cars are, and of course, the tyre strategy is going to get very, very much changed when that happens. We're going to go away from double stinting, triple stinting tyres to more like them changing every stint. Sabelts go to the top. Hunkos go to second. Big changes on this run.
Yeah, Sable not making it confusing at all with their similarly liveried car to Sim RC as well. Ooh. There's all sorts of confusion down at the Retifilio once again. It's both Fordzilla and the Sable Esports machines that will head through the cones. Fordzilla picking up...
How far's that board going?
Yeah, I was going to say that board's going to be taken for a ride here at Monza now, but because Reese Carl is very much going to take it all the way back down, all the way to pit lane. Now, the session still has enough time to roll on out, and I still have about 4 cars that have not put in a lap time, and it's that point of the session, Andy, where just throw something onto the board so you're not starting at the very back.
Yeah, exactly. Desperation starts to sink in slightly now, doesn't it? And that, I think, is what we saw there. That braking zone into the Retifilio chicane, the first chicane, is the one where you're really tempted to just push it an extra couple of meters every time. And the trouble with that corner is that you arrive there, it seems, every lap at a slightly different speed based on the exit that you had from the final corner, the strength of the slipstream, the number of cars you're getting a slipstream from. And so it's really tricky, actually, to gauge exactly where you need to brake. That's hard enough on a full tank of fuel in a race situation, but in qualifying, where you're trying to extract every thousandth of a second out of a lap time, very, very easy to do, and it's a common mistake to make, isn't it? Just outbraking yourself ever so slightly into that first corner. Having said that it's thousandths of a second that we're looking for, though, it is nearly a 3/10 of a second advantage right now for Seibelt, isn't it? Who, it seems, are coming on stronger as the season sort of goes on. So they're continuing that good run here at Monza.
Yeah, it's a team that's been recruiting and getting stronger over the last handful of months, and working its way out onto track. We saw them yesterday, Sable Esports battling with Team PGZ in the Team Fordzilla community event live from the Sim Racing Expo, as Pure Sims in the 417 will leapfrog their way up into third. But I was going to bring up Pure Sims for a totally different reason here, David, which is that there are 2 cars which definitely will not be setting lap times here. CSRA by Entropic and the Pure Sims 416, because, well, they were 2 cars involved in the shenanigans that we saw a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's tough here at Monza to set a qualifying time how you would like to, and there's more games going on here. Oh dear, there's already been penalties for impeding in TCR. Zenith Esports 50 seconds. Oh, what are we up to, fellas?
It's ridiculous. I mean,
it's getting silly.
They're just they watch Formula One. They're like, let's do what we see on TV. None of this makes sense to me. But hey, we're going to do it again. Did you say 50 seconds, David?
If I'm reading that correctly, then I do believe there was 20 seconds for impeding and making contact, and another 30 for a brake check.
It's a great way to start off a 6-hour race. 50 seconds stationary on pit lane. And Andy, I was talking about this with you. One of the unique things about this championship is the fact that when you serve your penalties, you don't do it in the pit lane, in the pit box rather, like a lot of traditional series would do. Much like they do in the real world, there's a penalty box, you can serve it, and there's a lot more strategy that you can now have with how you serve your penalty rather than the traditional sense.
Yeah, exactly, because I guess that means you have the ability to come in and make a pit stop perhaps on the same lap that you take the penalty, as long as the timings align themselves. So that's a good thing in a way. If you do get caught in that penalty box, it doesn't necessarily ruin your race in quite the same way that it would if you had to make another separate visit, maybe 5 laps later, to make a pit stop. So the teams have a way of working around that now, but I've got a feeling that we're going to see a few cars parked in that penalty box over the course of the 6-hour race. If they're already getting themselves in trouble in the first qualifying session of the afternoon, yeah, that sort of sets the tone, doesn't it?
There was a warning that came down in practice, so if there's anything that sets the tone, I think it's probably that. 45 minutes left to go provisionally in the session. Of course, we still have the 992s and the GT3s to roll on out to the track. It's SRC Movano Corsa rather, in the 439 that's at the front, with Hardpoint by Delta Sport in the 499, and SCK Racing. It's a team I'm unfamiliar with, but I gotta say, I quite like the livery on that one, and we do have a good looking grid to be talking about. The lines maybe not looking so good. Fraser Williamson, will he find any improvement? Usually someone that likes a little bit more downforce. There's about a 1/10 of a second found there, and from 6th position, he'll move himself nowhere, but now only 2 thousandths off the Sim RC 476, David.
Yeah, very little improvement to be found anywhere through the field, and it shows you exactly how critical those early runs are and how powerful and necessary a good slipstream is for a competitive time. If it was like a time trial, if it was solo cars out there, I'm sure you'd find everyone within about a second of each other, and then you throw them all out on track together, everyone's so equally matched that 0.2, 0.3 of a second of the slipstream is going to throw you, you know, really high up the board. So everyone knows that's what they need, is a lap time with a good tow. But not everyone wants to give everyone else another tow. So it has been pretty dramatic, and I think the race pace might not quite reflect the same as this qualifying pace. Sven Groot, though, is on a decent time there.
I think one thing we are seeing as well, it's not as close with these machines compared to the touring cars, so just get yourself ready for that sort of racing with the front-wheel drive machines a little bit further on in the session. Checkered flag has flown for GT4, so you can finish the lap that you're on, but this is it. You better find some improvement. I see SimRC, I see Impulse, potentially Undercut and Fordzilla. 4 cars to look for an improvement. Sven Groot will cross the line and slots his way up into 5th. Undercut finds himself forward up into 8th. And now Team Fordzilla dives to the pit lane. So Andy, 14 cars with times on the board and a handful watching on after the incidents on lap 1 in qualifying.
Yeah, and I suspect that qualifying order doesn't necessarily tell us the full story, partly for that reason, really. There were a couple of teams who didn't even get to set a time. I'm sure there were some others who had their qualifying sessions disrupted by that collision early on. And as David was sort of touching upon there, you know, you can drop or gain a lot of time based on how well you execute that slipstream game. So I'm sure we'll see some of those teams who didn't qualify that well make some forward progress in the race.
Here's a look at those results. 0.3 the margin, like Andy was mentioning. It's large for Sable Esports, who are coming on strong. They're in front of Hunkos Racing Esports in the 473, the best of the Aston Martins, and 2 Aston Martins in the top 6. They are definitely not the weakest cars in the sea of the Mercedes, Pearson's, Urano 3rd and 4th, the championship leaders, starting on the outside of row number 2. 2 more qualifying sessions to work our way through, David, and of course we now move on over to the only class where we won't have to talk about BOP, and it's always a class where the racing is close and the racing is intense. It's the Porsche 992 Cup car, where Team 75 Bernard by SimRC lead by just 4 points from Aztec SimSport Visceral and the Urano Esports Hiking Media 911.
I admire your naivety. We're going to be talking about the balance of performance, should they be slowed a little bit relative to the GT3s, but what a championship they are having. How close is that? 4 points up front, tied for second, and Apex Racing Academy had a pretty good last couple of races. They are not far back off at all, so that is as tantalizing a 4-way championship battle as we can have, and yeah, for quite different teams, and they're all right in there with a chance, and a lot of them are ready to get out there, lining up at pit exit, waiting for a green flag.
Yeah, some of them are quite eager to get their way underway out onto track. You bring up the Apex Racing Academy, of course, don't forget, that's a program that has now promoted drivers to the main team, and of course has seen drivers make their way forward to the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, so definitely a car to be watching for. It was a close battle in the championship last year that we enjoyed. I think this race at Monza in the 992s was one of the highlights. This is definitely a class where, Andy, we are likely to see some of the more wild and out there strategy calls, just because of how wide the fuel windows are, and what you can do is tires are so flexible that we will see teams try all sorts of wacky ideas.
Yeah, and because the cars, in theory, should be the most evenly matched, at least within their class, it's a one-mate class, that means that you sometimes have to look a little bit outside the box as a team to try and find a way to get that edge on your opponents. So if you're all capable of lapping within half a second of each other on track throughout a stint, then maybe try something a bit different. Get yourself out of that traffic, maybe run longer, maybe run shorter, back time it from the end of the race so you can do something different on the final pit stop, and that's always a nice option to have as a team going into an endurance race, knowing that you can be a bit more flexible on that strategy, especially given how tight we expect the competition to be within this class. Well,
the cars will begin their roll, and now all jockey for some position. Don't expect as many silly games to be played when it comes to draft. However, never put anything past racers, whether they are real or virtual. They will look for every little advantage that they can have. David Haynes is wondering, is there music that is now played over the PA in the virtual session? The one thing that iRacing has really nailed, David, is the fact that there is a public announcer in every single track that they've recreated. A lot of the tracks as well, you'll recognize the voices over the PA. A couple of them in England specifically have Connery Madigan and Paul Smith of RaceSpot on the PA.
Makes me feel warm and cozy and at home, and they're saying such great useful things as, can Category C competitors make their way to the marshalling area now? Things that you hear over the PA if you go to, you know, club events and all that stuff. Makes you feel warm and fuzzy. So I think this is a class now where we're going to see the tyres be a little more one flying lap and done, like you might be used to seeing in, you know, F1 qualifying and stuff like that. The GT4 and TCR tyres take a little more to come in, a little more durable. These and the GT3 tyres have more of an aggressive peak to their performance where you bring them in, they've got a really sweet spot, and then within, you know, the next lap, they've lost that and they just hit their plateau of 95% grip for the next hour or so is kind of how it seems to go. Here's the gamesmanship. Here's heading towards the first of the flying runs. That looks like Assetec leading the way from Apex Racing Academy here.
Well, they aren't at the very front. There was a car that was going even slower that we saw just for a moment. But to that point of, you know, if the tyres are one and done, you can see, in fact, there is Team 75, one of those cars further up through the queue. To that point, Andy, if it is a one and done, surely you need to be even more careful with how much you want to involve yourself in the drafting game, because if you are too close to the car in front and you lose time, then you've got to come down to pit lane and do the dance all over again.
Yeah, precisely. I think my game plan in this kind of a session, with these cars at least, would be to do what some of these teams have done. Just get out there early in clean air, get that banker lap in, and then maybe pit maybe a third of the way or halfway through the session, and then try to organise the second half of the session so that you're out there with teammates or with other cars of some description, then try and play that slipstream game. But yeah, you don't have... You've got a very limited window of opportunity, it seems, in these cars to get a good lap time out of them. They're difficult cars, though, to get a good lap time out of. They're tricky to drive. I've never got the hang of the 992 Cup car. I have to say, I really struggle to control the thing under braking and under acceleration, to be perfectly honest. So, you know, easy to make a mistake, easy to run a little bit too wide or to lose traction on acceleration out of some of these really tight chicanes, for example, and that's your lap gone straight away. So, high pressure situation this for the drivers.
These 992 Cup cars are baby GT3s in every sense of the word. I mean, take off a bit of downforce, take out the ABS, the traction control, you've got a 992 Cup car. Now, with that said, ABS and traction control is something that in the real world that you can enable in endurance configurations of this car. Not something these drivers will be enjoying the luxury of today. Team SimRC, or Team 75 by SimRC as it is in this class, worked their way down to pit lane instantly, so invalidated the lap and decided it wasn't worth wasting any more time. 148 by ATRS Esports in the 913 sits at the provisional top of the field. Apex Racing Academy jumps in 200ths faster than them with a 148.261, but one by one the times will come in and the times will fall their way down. SimRC, I think, have entries in all four of our classes, Andy, which always shows the commitment that some of these teams have to specific championships and the history that they have with these championships as well.
Yeah, for sure, and that's not a bad thing actually to have. If you drive for that team and you're especially in the faster class, you know that at least a handful of the back markers you come up against are going to, in theory, make it even easier for you to get by, which isn't always the case. So that I would be feeling a little bit more confident if I was racing for that team, and knowing therefore that getting past the slower cars wouldn't be quite such a challenge. But yeah, there are some big teams entered into this series, aren't they? And you can see the dedication they've got, the commitment they've made to the 24H series, and in trying to achieve success in lots of different classes. Also, these big teams have plenty of drivers in their ranks, and it means they've got a car for everyone, right? If you're a GT expert, then you can go and race in one of the GT categories for them. If you prefer front-wheel drive, you've got the TCRs. If you're a really experienced driver, then maybe GT3 is the place for you. But if you're still finding your feet, then maybe they'll stick you in their GT4 cars. So, yeah, that's a great thing for a team to have, for sure.
Sorry, David Haynes just jumped in to say he's back, by the way. He stepped away for a second, but I was getting very distracted by some other messages I was getting. Social media is an interesting place with Sim Racing Expo. Don't forget the GT500 finished earlier up today. Williams, I think, with a double podium there, looking to carry that momentum forward to Monza. But like you said, a handful of these teams will be racing on site at the Sim Racing Expo as the Apex Racing Academy car and the Visceral Racing cars both show us just how tricky it is to work their way down onto pit lane. Instantly, cars getting fresh set of tires as they try and minimize the time they spend on pit lane. But David, as we work our way through this part of the session with just 6 times on the board right now, it's not a surprise to see Apex Racing up there. It's also not a surprise to see RaceSport Esports up there in qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, ATRS have got 2 cars in this class. They were definitely working together. They were able to have a little more certainty to their slipstream and work together. Not everyone else has that same good fortune. So that certainly at least helped them put in safe times early in the session. You see them 2nd and 5th of a few teams that actually have clean times to the board. So yeah, whether that allows them to put in a crazy freakish time, I'm not sure, but it certainly allows them to put in a clean and reliable time and have a couple goes in it as well, because everyone else just tripping over each other right now. I can't help but look at Havu and Apex Racing Academy, who've been going side by side for a couple of corners here, and there's a bunch of cars on these quick laps here bearing down on the group in front that are playing leapfrog, playing games.
Check in with that group that has Havu very much sandwiched in it. It's Acetec Visceral at the front, and maybe Urano's 911 rather, saying, you know what, let's just get on with this. It's just unnecessary, I feel, at times. I'm of the opinion, Andy, I'm not a top-level racing driver, so I know my opinion does not mean that much, but the more you play these games, I don't think it helps you. I think it hurts you more than it helps.
Well, look, only 6 teams have set a time, and we've been at this for quite a while now. At some point, they just need to get on with it and get a lap time in. And these games, you get so wrapped up in them that you sort of lose sight sometimes of what the main objective is, and that is to qualify near the front of the field. If you're a top team and you waste your qualifying session playing these kind of games, you start mid-pack, the chances of you getting caught up in a first corner accident that ruins your race suddenly multiplies. And so yeah, I'm with you. I really don't see the point in this. And even now, you've got drivers pulling out of the way, coming onto the pit straight. That means that they've not only sacrificed their previous lap, but they've sacrificed the start of their next lap as well. So they're going to have to wait another 2 minutes now before they set off on what could be a quick lap time. This is getting very, very messy.
And I'm just going to make the argument here, if you're going out there with the intention of immediately bailing on a lap, is that interfering? I don't know, but it's definitely something you'll need to look at. The Wave Italy racing team up into 5th, and while we've not got many times onto the board, they're starting to come in thick and fast right now. And David, as expected in a car that sees the top level of iRacing road competition, the margin sees 2/10 splitting the front 4 rows.
It's absolutely nothing, isn't it? It's sort of everyone in the top 11 there within 3/10. We've had some, all 10. Oh, Havu! That's their qualifying pretty much done for the Finns. Yeah, this is massively close, even closer than TCR or GT4 were, where you were thinking, oh yeah, almost the entire field within a second. Here it's like, okay, almost the entire field within 3/10. And I do think back to, you know, Apex Racing Academy are at the top on provisional pole at the moment, and they were there playing the games and then immediately pulling out of it before starting a lap and not even attempting one. So that does start to look a little fishy. I don't think they impeded anyone, but yeah, it's curious. Manizzi Black are on a really, really good time here, though. They have been towed around most of the way. They've been in just sort of that sweet spot where you're not getting stuck behind someone, but you are pulling the tow. So where will they go to?
It's Antonis Despotakis behind the wheel of the 978. It's the big green machine that sees a half a second improvement, and it will be enough to see the 978 go to pole. Draft playing its part, so maybe it is worth playing around with these shenanigans. Still enough time for drivers, I think, to head out and get one more lap under their belts, but is that pole position done and dusted, Andy?
I don't know. I wouldn't be counting any chickens just yet, because we've got enough teams who I think are still close enough to each other that they can set a good time and hopefully still have decent tyres underneath them. Here is the Apex Racing Academy car that's now been knocked down to second fastest. Now, they, interestingly, are at the front of this little group, so if this is to be an improved time for Matthias Stolbach-Jensen, then it's going to be a really impressive lap, isn't it? We're riding here alongside him, outside on the driver's side door as he hits the brakes into the Variante della Roggia, inch perfect through both apexes and controls the throttle nicely. So it looks like a good lap, but the car behind him looks to be getting closer, and that's just the effect of that tow already in less than half a lap starting to play out.
Every time we talk about Matthias Stolbach, we have to talk about the fact that he goes to a boarding school which has a sim racing program. No, I'm not jealous. No, I don't wish that I had that when I was in high school. But it's a very interesting program. We talked about this in the iRacing Daytona 24 earlier this year. Back then, they had some rigs that were triple screen, some rigs that had just a single monitor, and so we said, well, the kids that were in detention likely got the single monitors. Don't worry now, they all have identical rigs. There is no preferential treatment that will be going on there. Don't think
Child Protective Services can stand down. Everyone's getting equal treatment.
Don't think we're going to see an improvement from the Apex Racing team, and they very much, I think, have helped Vince Peters out here, David, and let's see what Aztec Visceral have in terms of lap time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at all the sectors here, and I'm smelling sort of third or fourth on this time if he can carry it all the way through, and he will with the straightest line. Almost looks like pit entry, but that's just the straightest path to the checkered flag. And is my nose in tune? Ooh, I reckon it is.
Just about half hundredth off of the ATRS 913, which has Alexander Luritzen punching its way forward into third. But that margin back from about second to 12th, it is hundreds, it's thousands that splits them all. Not a surprise for a car that hosts the iRacing World Championship competitions. Of course, we're getting set for another exciting Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup to kick off in February of next year. I don't see anyone going that quickly as SRC Movano and Eduardo Leo up into 13th right now. And I don't think they've got time to go around and get a fresh set of boots onto the car. So whatever you've got in terms of tyres is what you've got left to play with, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've made your bed now, haven't you? And it's all about trying to just nail these final couple of corners. Bit of teamwork going on here, I think, isn't there, down into that final corner. One car moving out of the way for the sister car, and it's Kane Halliburton here in the ATRS Esports 992. Comes off the final turn, again, takes that really short line. That's within track limits on iRacing there, to the right of that white line, which it wouldn't necessarily be in the real world. And look at that, that worked to perfection. They go to pole position by just under a 10.
I do think ATRS Esports is one to watch. With the likes of Halliburton and Luritzen in their qualifying lineups, it shows just the speed that they've got in their cars. So Maniti now down to second, Apex Racing Academy down to third. I think the Wave Italy Racing team are the only car that's trending well so far in the opening sector, but David, this is crunch time in qualifying once more, and it's when my heart rate starts to go up a little bit. I don't know about yours.
It's so funny how that slipstream works, because the previous pole time from Maniti had come off a ridiculous purple first sector and then just stringing the rest together, whereas Kane Halliburton just then, no purple sectors. 2 sectors weren't even his personal best, but it was just consistent the whole way around, and he was getting the slipstream off of his teammate down the penultimate straight, who then made way through the formerly Parabolica. So that sort of teamwork is just better than you would ever stumble across or expect to get given on accident. So it's just a great lap. Really, really well managed from ATRS. How are the track limits on the exit there?
I think that point on speed is something that you can only really understand as well when you put them side by side. It's something that the Le Mans Virtual Series has done a great job with in their qualifying sessions, but you can make up time on this track in so many different ways. Now through the final corner, has Alberti just lost all the ground that he had made up over the course of the lap. 8th provisionally for the 944. And with a 2/10 improvement, it's 2 thousandths off the pole position. But I don't think the lap will count, unfortunately, for Alberti. Shows how important it is to stay within the white lines there, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know, but he might have done that through the final corner. It did look a little bit wide, didn't it, just through the middle part. Actually didn't gain him any time. I think he dropped some time through the final corner, but it doesn't matter. If you go beyond track limits, then it's fairly black and white as far as the rules are concerned. Back on board with Jensen now. Look at the power of that slipstream. Pulls to the outside of the slower car, and now he will have to go through the final sector without the aerodynamic aid of the draft. But if he's put together a good lap up to this point, it could still see an improvement for the Apex Racing Academy car. Just over 1/10.5 he would have to find to get to the pole position. Pushing really hard there, hopping over those curbs through Ascari, and now down into this last corner, braking probably somewhere near that green patch of concrete on the left. Early Apex, hook the curb, rotate the car, and then modulate that throttle on the run to the line.
David was confident it was going to be pole for the Wave Italy racing team. What's it going to be for Matthias Stokeback? Can he get back to the front? It's a 1:48.149. Outside of the front row, 0.5 off. It is Kane Halliburton that does have pole position with qualifying in the books for the 992. Once more, it's SERIES Esports that have found their way to the very front. Quick look at those qualifying results, David, as we get set for the final of our 15-minute qualifying blast. But look at those margins, 0.3 through the top 10.
Yeah, call off the 6-hour race. That qualifying session was entertainment enough. No, not quite. I'm looking forward to the race. I really, really am. So close. 1/10 of a second for your top 3 there, and all the way down to 13th. Still within 0.5 second around a generously sized Grand Prix circuit. No short courses here, no, compact layouts, no club layouts. No, this is the real deal, and there is nothing to separate 13 immensely competitive teams.
It's going to be a lot of fun, that's for sure. So stick around, but before we get to them, we get to the GT3 qualifying for MSI Esports. Almost perfect to start this season off. 2nd place at Sebring, the only blip after victories at Spa and the Circuit of the Americas. It's Williams Esports BenQ that have had inconsistency on the other side of a victory that find themselves in 2nd, 17th points back, and then Tubila Racing Euronics cars, 3rd and 4th in front of Koana Gaming. Not racing today, Havu, Apex Academy, Riley, and then the car that I always like to see the colors of, BMW, BS Turner, and then, of course, BS Competition round out the top 10. We talk about BOP for the final time, at least in qualifying here, Andy. 3 GT3 cars to talk about, a BMW, a Lamborghini, and a Porsche. Porsche was the talk of the town at the Circuit of the Americas, where it got 45 kilos of weight added to it. It's only got 28 this time, so it's gone on a little bit of a diet. Still a little bit of a fuel reduction as well. That's the car, though, that we are trying to balance.
And I can see why, because it's a really, really nice car. Not only is it quick down the straights, but it's perfectly balanced, a really good chassis, and I've always actually really enjoyed the rear-engined balance of the Porsche 911 GT3R, and it seems to work well around most circuits that you race it at. Here at Monza, though, particularly, you think about the extra traction that gives you out of the tight corners, out of these chicanes, and it's no wonder that car was kind of expected to be the one to beat, and that's why they've thrown a bit of extra weight at it to try and limit, if anything, just that acceleration off the tight corners.
An engine goes boom, but don't worry, enough time for the virtual mechanics to get that one worked on before we get racing in about 21 odd minutes time. David, GT3, like you mentioned, the final time these drivers will compete in this championship before this car undergoes a significant overhaul, to the point where setups will be thrown out the door. Data is going to have to be started from scratch once again, and tires, well, throw your expectations out for them. We're thinking about changing tires every single time we come down pit lane.
That's the part that I'm least excited for. Honestly, it's a little... but hopefully what we do is we get towards handling characteristics, setup characteristics that make it easier to balance these cars, make all of them more engaging, more reactive, and more intuitive to drive. And overall, it really should improve all of these cars, improve the racing, improve the enjoyment for the drivers. And as for this GT3 qualifying session, I will be impressed if there's a Porsche on the front row, but I won't be surprised if one wins the race.
I will say, to the point on Porsches, to tie it back in with a comment Andy made earlier about rain, when we get rain, the car of choice, I think, is going to be a Porsche. Depends on how frequent rain showers tend to be. Much like we saw with the 992s, cars slow rolling this outlap, trying to minimize build-up in tire temperature before they set out on the flying laps. I think the expectation for all is therefore going to be that we will see at most maybe a lap or two before they dive back down towards the pit lane and change things up. Now, when it comes to GT3 and slightly when it comes to GT4 as well, Andy, we're in a new era of sim racing where manufacturers have come in and are starting to partner up with sim racing teams. BMW and Mercedes have entries in this championship, for example. Those are teams that can't pick what car they're going to be driving. They're racing the car that they're racing.
Yeah, but I don't think the drivers mind too much. I think they'd rather have that manufacturer backing over having free choice of car any day of the week. How nice is that, though, to see? I mean, I know I've been involved in sim racing for a much shorter amount of time than you two have, and many people who are watching today have. But even I was aware in years gone by of the attitude towards sim racing within the real world, and it was always kind of seen as a bit of a joke. You know, people that did sim racing were just people that weren't good enough to jump into a real car and do it. And it's been so nice to see over the last few years those attitudes changing, and not just personnel within motorsport, but the manufacturers and teams themselves realising the benefit of engaging in sim racing, and the amount of talent that you can find in sim racing among drivers who never would normally have had the budget or the opportunities to go and jump into a real racing car, and now they have that realistic career path that can start from a sim in their bedroom at home. I mean, that really is remarkable.
Yeah, there's so many great examples of that. You can even go back to Jan Mardenborough in the GT Academy days if you really wanted to, but Lauren Heinrich, the name that I bring up most frequently nowadays when we talk about sim to reality, using sim racing as a stepping stone, as a middle ground after money dried up to go racing real cars, and once he was given the opportunity to go back behind the wheel of a real car, boy, has he made sure to not let that one go. Porsche Junior driver winning the shootout at the end of 2021. Bit of a mistake out of the Williams Esports Chili Blast car. I'm going to call it Chili Blast once in honor of John Hindorf. Has Dino Lombardi behind the wheel there. Behind him, Ate Kalpinen in the other of the Williams Esports entries. Very much locked onto his bumper right now. Williams with only 2 entries at the race here today rather than their usual 3. I think partially because of Sim Racing Expo responsibilities, and it's not a surprise, David, to see them swap around into Ascari.
No, I don't think that's a surprise. Once the car behind sort of gets to the rear bumper, it's about time to let them through, because at that point you're no longer helping, you're hindering. Seatbelts out front. It's not looking bad for them so far as well, and just maybe looking for that banker lap that eluded some. No? Sure, why not? Why not?
Just trying to prove us wrong. I think that's what they're doing, keeping us on our toes. Think we'll see... Oh, I thought we would see the Chili Blast car down onto pit lane as well. Kalpinen will be the first across the line. It's a 46.6 in terms of the first representative lap time that we're going to get. How long will that hold up Carlos Fenalosa? 2/10 off the pace. One of the next times on the board. It's really Sim Racing, who are fast in practice, that have gone provisionally to the top, but I have no doubt we're going to see the conditions for this qualifying change. You will note that, Andy, we've gotten to basically the warmest that this race is ever going to be, around 1 p.m. here at the virtual Monza, and it's only about 29 degrees Celsius in terms of track temperature. It doesn't get much better in terms of racing conditions to go actual wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And indeed during qualifying, you want the lowest ambient temperatures you can get away with, really, to help those engines run just a little bit more efficiently. And then in the race, as you said, tyre management becomes that little bit easier if the track temperature's a little bit lower. And that hopefully should entice the drivers into getting a bit more racy in the early parts of their stints, because looking after those tyres and thinking ahead to perhaps a double stint becomes a little bit easier to do. So, yeah, these are kind of ideal conditions now. It's a little bit overcast, the track temperature is just a fraction under 30, and that should hopefully be conducive to some good racing later on, and hopefully a very competitive qualifying session. Everyone really should feel that they can extract a quick lap out of their cars in these conditions.
8 times on the board so far. It's the 83 in the BMW that sits at the very top. I think playing out somewhat as you expected, David Haynes. BMW, and then Porsche with only a handful of times currently set.
Yeah, the sort of power, the straight line speed, very important for qualifying here. And the tyre life, the tyre management, not so much. It is one hot lap and done. It's when we get into the race and, you know, you're trying to do 60, 90 laps on a set of tyres. That's not the racing line. That how it manages the tyres becomes a little more important, and that's consistently been a strength to the Porsche in their sort of tyre saving and in their race pace, but not necessarily to their qualifying pace.
So you see Williams is going to have to get on the anchors to let ASR Able and SERIES Esports on through as they file out of what is a treacherous pit exit during the race itself. I have no doubt we are going to be talking about that a handful of times. Arturo Melgar also taking the alternate line through the final corner to ramp up the speed and to build up across the line. In the Monaco Esports BMW M4, handful more cars filing their way off of the pit lane right now as well. This class not as close as what we saw from your 992s, at least just yet, but that's because we're waiting for almost 10 of them to still punch in any sort of lap times with the first runs already in the books. It's not just, I think, track limits that have been playing the factor, but again, with 19 GT3 cars on the track, Andy, it's the busiest the track's been during qualifying.
It is, and yet actually it's been one of the least messy sessions that we've seen so far. I know there's still time, but...
Knock on wood.
Exactly, yeah, I'm touching my desk as I say that, but yeah, I think in the GT3 class, yes, that slipstream's still important, but it is not vital. You can get a decent lap time out of these cars without one, I think, and that's why we're seeing these sort of smaller pockets of activity, a group of 4 cars here, a group of 3 cars there, and that's definitely going to provide a bit less of a headache for the drivers that are out there in this session, and hopefully if you're with people that are of a similar mindset and a similar pace to you, you can just work with those particular drivers through the entirety of the session. I'm board here with Daniel Sommer in his Lamborghini, coming over the curbs through the Ascari chicane, and we saw there, I think as well, Arjuna, one of the real fascinating things about GT3 compared to perhaps the other classes, certain cars having different handling characteristics. Some cars you can hammer those curbs, and some cars, like the Lamborghini, you have to be a bit more careful. And
that's fundamentally what BOP was meant to be about, was to allow cars that develop speeds in different ways to be balanced over the course of the laps. It's become a lot more political and weaponized than that, unfortunately, as we all have come to know. Across the line, German Sim Racing and Impulse up to 4th with identical times to the Monaco Esports 97 that has funneled in behind them. Handful more times, of course, punched in now as they fly their way in towards turn number 1 and seemingly stop right in front of those that had just let them pass quite courteously. David starts here, though. We've talked about the danger and the way that will play out, but of course with these GT3 cars we tend to know that in sim racing things can get a little bit clumsy at times in the fastest class.
I think if they were all in go-karts, turn 1 on lap 1 would still be a very, very high chance of a significant accident. It's just a really long run down the pit straight into a really slow braking zone, and the track does at least feel like it narrows up a little bit, and so what can be 4 wide coming across the line won't quite fit by the time they get to the braking zone at turn number 1. So it's a tale as old as time here.
Wait, you mean you can't go 4 wide into turn 1? Just lied to by some of these drivers. Through Ascari, 10 minutes left in this qualifying session. It's Dino Lombardi that is the only driver outside of a second, but he's also the only driver that has basically pulled aside to let his teammate get a bit of a tow. He's had the favor somewhat returned by those in front of him, and as they come out of the corner formerly known as Parabolica, it's got another name, but I don't have it in my heart to call it by that.
Alvaretto?
Yeah, but again, it is the Parabolica to me. I know it's been renamed, but it's still the Parabolica, unfortunately. Lombardi improves up into 8th momentarily, but Andy, as someone who's had to commentate at Spa a bunch in the real world, does it ever frustrate you when you go there year after year and somehow there's another corner that's magically changed its name?
I'm still not over the bus stop no longer being the bus stop. Even the signage around the circuit now just refers to it as chicane. Yes, I know it's not the shape of a bus stop anymore, but that doesn't matter. It's the history of the place, isn't it? So it is frustrating. At least we're not quite at the point yet where circuits themselves are naming corners T1 and T2, because that is the point at which I think I'd retire from working in motorsport. That's a real bugbear of mine. So
that's why you're on that side of the pond, because in America corner numbers have no logic. Like this Road America is my favorite one. It makes no sense. Somehow you exit out of turn 3, and the next time you're on the brakes, it's turn 5. There's a lot of logic when it comes to corner numbers in America. So, handful more cars down pit lane for what might be the penultimate time, or rather the final time in the qualifying session. About 8 minutes and 30 left on the clock. David, a second split 16 machines, but at the top there is 2/10 that BMW BS Competition have managed to find. Those bonga drums well and truly up to speed.
Yes, indeed. I got... I think they were towing around the other BS Turner car at the start of this lap, and it didn't quite work out, but they are 1st and 3rd. So maybe you want to start in line, actually.
It's not a bad idea, actually, yeah.
I feel like that might actually be better than side by side. You might want to lock out the 1st and the 2nd row, but I wouldn't be too mad about it being my teammate immediately behind me, as long as they were a little more respectful coming down and towards turn number 1. But it's a good overall performance from those BMWs.
Yeah, there's the BS Turner split livery, Phil Denez behind the wheel. Interestingly, of note, on the entry list, this is the car that's listed as the official BMW Works entry. Usually it's the other way around. It's the BS Competition car that is listed as the Works entry. It's good to see Phil Denez, Reina Talvar at the wheel of the 96 once again. He's slow rolling it again. I think tire conditioning is what all of these teams and drivers are working on. We've seen so many different ways of tire conditioning over the years. Of course, we had the lawnmower services advertised at Spa earlier this year that I think frustrated so many. But even going back to when I used to compete 2-3 years ago, we had the slow outlap generation, Andy, where we literally would putter around at 30 kilometers an hour for an entire outlap to make sure we had no temperature in the tires. Sim racers will do anything they can to get an advantage.
They sure will, and that, in a way, is not a bad thing, because it forces iRacing themselves to, wheedle that out and to find ways to solve that problem. And, of course, the way to solve that problem is to make it even more lifelike, because you couldn't do that in a real car and expect the same results. So, in a way, finding those loopholes and finding those ways to exploit the regulations is only something that, in the long run, is going to improve the iRacing service even more, and that, I'm sure, is how they've got to the point they're at right now. So, yeah, glad to see that they have worked on the lawnmower system, because that wasn't a particularly great look, was it? Not a great look this either, I must say, Argina, for the championship leaders, MSI Esports, languishing at the moment down in 16th place.
Yeah, you've got Alejandro Sanchez, but it's not the Alejandro Sanchez that you would have thought is driving the MSI Esports car if you've been missing for the last 2 years. It's Alejandro Rui Sanchez who is behind the wheel of the number 14 now. Danny Elgabe and Salva Talons have been two of the regular drivers in that car in this championship over the last couple of years. Christian Lamella, we've seen him a bunch as well. But yeah, MSI Esports 16th. Lots of work for them to do. Now, did want to touch on this, David, when it comes to BMW and the BS Competition guys. Ruben Bonga came out of pit lane and instantly slotted in front of Phil Denez and has been towing him around on his lap, and the favour will be returned on the subsequent lap as Phil Denez gives Ruben Bonga a little bit of tow. This is why it's so important sometimes to have two cars in a championship so you can play together and play these games out.
I think it's working for them so far. Just going to give the clean line through Parabolica and sort of matched personal bests early on. Did improve with that slipstream, so can it be a BS front row lockout? Don't need to find much at all, just 300ths to jump one position. So for Denez, he's going to go all the way to pole.
Curiously, Ruben Bonga has instantly taken a trip back down to pit lane, so either he doesn't think there is much improvement to be had.
He wasn't going to get around to the line in time anyway. Checkered flag already dropped.
Interesting. Oh, you're right, yes, because I'm looking at the clock on the left side. I'm not looking at the clock for the drivers. Yes, checkered flag has indeed flown, so these are the final laps for your drivers. Fastest in practice were BMW and Riley Sim Racing. Can they find their way back to the top? It is BMW through the front three rows right now, then a Lamborghini, then the best of the Porsches. Really Sim Racing down to pit lane. They won't find any improvement. MSI across the line don't find much improvement themselves. They're up to 15th. The championship leaders have it all to do from the very back of the field, Andy.
Yeah, they do. I know we weren't expecting the Porsches to be all that quick, but they're far from the fastest Porsche. So, granted, they're probably within 4 or 5 tenths of being the fastest Porsche, which isn't a huge amount of time, but in a field as competitive as this, they'll be disappointed. And it's times like this where the other teams start to sit up and take notice. You know, they've got a 17-point advantage, MSI Esports, in the championship. That can disappear with one bad race. So this could be a really, really important 6 hours of racing as far as the championship's concerned, if they can't make progress from 17th.
It's all about setting up for the double points season finale as well. Arturo Melgar, no improvement in the Monaco Esports BMW. Arnage competition in the Academy car sees Leandro Andarutti bring it to pit lane. And with that, I think that is qualifying in the books for the 6 hours of Monza, with 55 times set and 57 cars, David, ready to rumble for a battle at the Temple of Speed.
Whew, it's going to be exciting. And that first lap is going to be exciting, but then all the way through, because it's a circuit that leads itself to a lot of strategy here with that slipstreaming, not just in qualifying, but also in the race as far as tyre management, fuel management could be pretty important. Seeing GT3 cars, whether they can make it to an hour on fuel around what is a pretty thirsty, high-speed, lot of time at full throttle track.
Yeah, that's something that we haven't talked about too much, is the fact that fuel saving here is going to be very interesting. I'll come back to you very quickly here, David, just because I'll go back to the race that we had here last year where Ronin Simsport tried the gamble. No tyres in the final stop. It did not pay off. However, like I was saying earlier with the 992s, this was a race 12 months ago where strategy was all over the shop.
Yeah, and it's the temperatures in the air, the temperatures on the circuit, and how they change across 6 hours that can also play a big factor, because cooler air temperatures, more fuel burn. Hotter track temperatures, less fuel burn, less and more tyre wear, and it'll change across the whole duration of the race.
Andy, we've had intense qualifying session, and now, of course, 4 different races ready to converge. Traffic management is something you can't ever be born with. It's not something you learn in a classroom. It's something you experience, and experience is going to be met with patience for those that are victorious here today.
Yeah, that will be one of the big talking points, I think, over the 6 hours of racing, won't it? There will inevitably be some points at which the classes don't get on very well, and there's maybe a little bit of contact, a faster car coming through. At least around here at Monza, as David touched upon earlier on, you've got these long straights. If you've got a horsepower advantage over the slower cars, that's your time to go past them. There's no sense, certainly early in the race, in going for really risky moves through some of the chicanes. Just be patient, live to fight another day. I'm absolutely convinced that a handful of drivers will forget about that instantly, but let's hope that they can all keep it clean, because I think we've got 4 really, really close races to enjoy here this afternoon.
racing drivers do tend to forget a lot of things once the green flag drops and the racing begins, but I tell you what, go fast time is over. It's time to go racing here at Monza. Let's run you down through the starting grid for round 4 of the 2022-2023 24-hour series esports championship. It's a BMW domination at the front. It's Phil Denez in the split liveried BMW BS Turner 96 that punches his way to pole position. It's a 146-146 alongside his teammate in Ruben Bonga that will see the Zebras lead us to the green flag. Then Riley Sim Racing and Biela Racing Team Euronics, an all-German affair on row number 2, sees the 83 and the 45 alongside with Apex Racing Academy and Monaco Esports sharing row number 3. Then the first non-BMW, it's Daniel Sommer in the Lamborghini for German Sim Racing and Impulse by ACV. Then Ate Kauppinen in Williams Esports Ben Q's number 55. Dino Lombardi right behind his teammate in 9th, inside of Lucas Prada. No livery on display for Pure Sims Esports in the number 16. Sabolt Esports and Team 75 just miss out on a spot in the top 10 with 6/10 splitting the front 6 rows. Havu, Altus, Biela and Arnage 13th through 16th spots. The championship leader has a lot of work to do with Alejandro Ruiz Sanchez back in 17th position. He has Antoine Lacharite for company to round out the 18 cars in this GT3 field. Then on over to the 992s, Kane Halliburton using the toe from his teammate to great effect. Half a tenth the margin at the front, the 914 at the top. Matthias Stokeback for Apex Racing Academy on the outside of the front row with Maniti and the second ATRS Esports cars right behind. Asetec SimSport Visceral and then Pure Sims in their 916 share row number 3, while behind them rolling from 7th, Juan Blainart starts the Oris Rincon and IRS 985. Wave Italy Racing Team might have had pole position if not for an off through the very final corner. Sabolt and Havu round out the top 10 with Jürgen Frank 11th and Luca Kita 12th. Just surprising to see Team 75 as well as Urano struggling in qualifying. Eduardo Leo rounds out the 13 992s that will get ready to tussle. In your GT4s, it's Sabolt Esports that rises to the occasion. 3/10 the margin for Roberto Ferrari over the Juncos Racing Esport Aston Martin in a sea of Mercedes. Aston Martin still looking relatively quick. Pure Sims and the championship leading Mercedes AMG Team Urano starts on row number 2 with Impulse and Sim RC 5th and 6th positions. Fraser Williamson and the Undercut Racing Team share row 4 with SCK Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic bookending the top 10. It's Fiercely Forward and Delta Sport that share row 6 while rolling from 13th. It's Team Fordzilla and Reese Carl, Talk Freak Racing and David Barraclough involved in an incident in the opening stages of qualifying. The final car with a lap time on the board. 2 more cars will line up behind them in this fascinating GT4 fight. Then it's going to be chaotic for the TCRs. Ross McFarlane by 300ths finds his way to the front of the field, but Gabby Montoro in the MSI Esports 114 will look to challenge all the way. Michael Polishek and then Manu Rayo Lago for Full Send Racing and the Aspar Team Esports cars share row 2. Impulse and Chris Shorter 5th with Corentin Gunes in 6th spot in the Bumblebee. Zenith, Team Hoising, Velt, Maniti and Carbon round out the 10 cars in this class. 57 fascinating teams and drivers to go through there, David, but a very strong field and a very difficult race to try and come up with any sort of predictions or expectations for.
Yeah, and the strategy starts from lap 1. It starts from before lap 1 because you're burning fuel the minute you place down on the dummy grid for the formation lap here, and you've got to think about the starting zone. That's for the leaders of each class to decide when they're going to launch into action. It's a pretty narrow starting window, a start zone outside of the Parabolica before the start-finish line. And we will have the classed start. So GT3s will go, and then there'll be a little bit of a gap to 992, then the gap to GT4, then the gap to TCR. And as you point out, it means that by the time TCR get into action, GT3s could be well and truly around the Lesmos and only a couple of minutes away from kicking off the multi-class action that this championship is very well known for. Race Control better have their drinks on standby.
And I think Race Control, as ever, ready for what is going to be a busy day of racing here. 6 hours, about 200 odd laps at Monza if the pace is to be expected. Of course, let's talk quickly about track conditions, Andy, here, because we've switched on over now to 9 o'clock or so in the morning, but at least based on what we've seen in qualifying, we do know we're not expecting any sort of blistering track conditions.
Yeah, and that's good news for the drivers and for the teams, because the smaller the variation in track and ambient temperature, then the less the handling characteristics of their car are going to change over the course of the race. If you've got a swing of 10 or 15 degrees track temperature between one point in the race and another, that plays havoc with car setup, especially in something like a GT3 car. They're really finely tuned on the setups, and if you do start having that big swing in track temperature, then you end up compromising on that setup and perhaps tweaking things as you go. So fairly static weather conditions mean that that's one less thing for the teams to worry about, and they can just concentrate on going out there and racing.
Already a bit of drama though. Carlos Fenalosa has had a technical issue and Altus Esports has missed the start. So I believe Matteo Ugolotti will be starting that car from the pit lane. I saw Braden Werner had a similar issue, so maybe a Pure Sims car going to be starting from pit lane as well. I know I said you can't have too many expectations about a race like this one, David, but I'm going to put you on the spot when it comes to expectations for a winner, at least in your GT3 class.
How about one of those Williams Esports Porsches? They're starting right in the middle of the pack. They're right amongst each other, and they are a very competent team with sort of two bullets in their gun, if you will.
Andy, I'm going to give you the hardest class to pick from. 992. The field split by half a second in qualifying. Who can come out on top in that one?
Oh, blimey, that one is the hardest to pick, isn't it? I think that starting at the front of that field is going to be really important, so I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit here, I think, and go with ATRS.
I don't think it's a bad call, but it's one where strategy will cycle its way through. Ready to start the second half of the season, the final race of 2022 is moments away from getting underway. It's the Zebras that lead us to the start of the 6 hours of Monza as the green flag drops at the Temple of Speed. Villeneuve's already clear of the field in the BS Turner machine, 3 wide behind him though for second, as already Arnage and Havu off into the grass. They gather it up, they slow it down in time, but through the Reto Filio, somehow we have 18 GT3 machines that have gone through, pointed in the right direction. Meanwhile, David, the 992 storm into the braking zone.
Yeah, 2 cars in front for ATRS, but the pole sitter's running pretty deep to the first apex, squares it off for the second, and their teammate are right with them. In GT3, the teammates didn't go together, but they're back together up front.
You can now check out your GT4s as they all funnel through that first chicane. It is Sable that converts pole position to the lead, and that seems to be the story up and down through the field. Now we check in with the touring cars. Pure Sims hit the front as front wheel drive onto the anchors, and concertinaing up again. A tidy start here at Monza. Not something I thought I'd have said about 10 minutes ago here, Andy.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good. A fair bit of what I'd call casual contact amongst the GT3 ranks. A bit of front bodywork to rear bodywork, paint being traded, but that wasn't too bad. They've all got through, and everyone pointing in the right direction, which is certainly more than I expected. But boy, look at the way these BMWs are romping away at the head of the field. I really do see a BMW winning the GT3 class here. I just think that car has the raw performance, and this always has been a good circuit for front-engine GT cars.
And the BMW is a car that I think you'll be able to trim out quite effectively as well, which is definitely something to think about. A little bit more tidy, rather clumsy in the heart of the pack. Dino Lombardi down the inside of Daniel Summers. He works his way forward into the 8th positions. Plenty of cars taking liberties on the outside of the final corner. But at the end of the opening lap, 3 BMWs scampering away at the front of the field in the GT3 cars. We still wait for the 992s to work out of the Parabolica. They aren't far behind. It's ATRS that leads in the 992s, David.
Slipstream in effect right now, all in a line, and you can see Apex Racing Academy now sniffing around, and this is key. They decide they're not going to play any part in trying to take the lead away, but it leaves them vulnerable to the second ATRS car, making it Team 1-2.
A bit of bump drafting going on down the main straightaway there as well for GT4s as PureSim's just urging the Sabled Esports car along. You can see in the bottom portion of your screen, by the way, the Altus Esports GT3 one by one is having to pick its way through these GT4s, and there is no more painful feeling, Andy, than having to do that by yourself when the class is compressed like they are right now.
Exactly. If you're not in this train of cars, you're dropping so much time to those that are within your class and losing even more time by picking your way through the traffic. Yes, it's a long race. Yes, they've got time to get back into this, but that's a lot easier to say from the comfort of the commentary box than it is from the cockpit, because all you want to do is make progress, tag along at the back end of your class and get to racing, but you've just got to be patient here in the early stages.
And so one by one, that is what we are seeing Matteo Ugolotti do. He is up into 37th overall. It's going to be a long slog for them. Remember, no safety cars to bring them back into the mix like you might expect in some real-world competitions. Lamborghini down the inside, still trying to defend as the Porsche sweeps around the outside. Leandro Andaruti is already up 5 positions in that Arnage competition Porsche and looking to make it 6 across the line, David.
Yeah, clearly a good race car. Is it powerful enough in the straight line? 3 wide, you got to hold your breath. That BMW's got so much speed, so much pace, so much power. Looking to get down the inside 3 wide, but the Porsche outbrakes and goes around the outside to take 2 spots. Mega move.
Leandro Andaruti broke onto our radars here at RaceSpot as part of the World GT Championship, where he was competing under the German sim racing stable, curiously enough. Has moved over to the team at Arnage competition and continues to just get quicker and quicker as time goes on. No real breakaways forming in any of our classes right now, which is maybe not a total shock to see. It's really going to be about this class, though, that I think determines how the race plays out. 4 cars at the front of touring cars trying to stretch their legs, but ultimately, as we look at the track map, GT3's building up in towards Ascari. Give it 2 or 3 laps and we're going to see traffic here, Andy.
Yeah, and that's what could lead to a bit of separation, particularly for the slower classes, actually, because their battles get really put on ice when the quicker cars come through, and they don't really care that the TCR cars are having their own battle and running their own race. They just want to get through, and they will try to pass them at any point on the circuit at which they catch them, and that can really separate the groups of cars. Boy, that couldn't have been much closer, though, through the first corner there, could it? MSI Esports really closing in on the PureSims Esports Honda. Almost a little bit of bumpers bashing into each other through the chicane there. But they are starting to get away, aren't they, from the side-by-side battling behind.
Yeah, I think Zenith tried the lunges of all lunges into the opening chicane, and now they bang doors on the run into the Roger and already have given up 1.6 seconds. They're not totally out of drafting range, but if they don't sort this out, they'll have a lot of work to do to catch that back up. Still trying to fight it out, side by side, up and under, attempted from Zenith.
All the while this goes on, your front cars in the pack get away, but they just weren't happy with the speed maybe that Zenith or Impulse were able to do in keeping with the top 4. And then it breaks out this kind of fighting and drives a big wedge between the groups of TCR cars.
It's always fun watching these touring cars fight back and forth, but you can just see the visual separation gap now well and truly up above 2 seconds. It will be on the shoulders of Jaume Torres to close the deficit up further in the field. Check back in with your GT3s very briefly as they fly on through the second of your Lesmos and up in towards Ascari. A 9-car train forming here with then 1.7 seconds back to the PureSims Esports number 16 that rounds out the top 10. But it is very much BMW and then just 3 Porsches that find themselves in the equation here. Porsche, the one thing that they will be thinking about positively, Andy, is they do tend to be a little bit better on tyres as we work through the course of this race, and there is the potential, you'd have to say, for double stints on these tyres.
Yeah, that could be key, actually. A front-engine car such as the BMW sometimes does use up the tyres a little bit more. The Porsche, better balanced, a little bit easier on the front tyres in particular. And I'm impressed here with the early pace being set by Arte Kauppinen in the Williams Esports NQ Porsche. Sat in 5th position, but very much going with the BMWs as we are approaching the end of the first 10 minutes. So his pace within the pack, at least, seems strong. If he can stay with the leaders and and maybe have the advantage of lower tyre wear on the long run, that could really bring them into contention.
Advantage as well for Williams this season compared to what it was last season, if I remember correctly, David, is they're not split across various GT3 manufacturers, which is very much a benefit when your team can coordinate and work on setups and strategies together.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen it would have also made it easier to slipstream together in qualifying as well when your strengths are similar. You know where your teammate is gonna do well and quite how to work with them and tow together. BS did it to a very strong extent, and I couldn't help but notice from the 89, the car second in line here, really big lift and coast in towards turn number 1 on this lap. They are not looking to leapfrog, they are looking to have the 96 tow at the moment.
We're on board with Ruben Bonga inside of this BMW M4 GT3. We talked about the BMW M V8 hybrid that comes to iRacing before it will hit the track as a competitive car. It was the same case for this GT3 car when it debuted as a prototype first on iRacing and then got updated to meet homologation. There are the touring cars, by the way, so this lap, next lap, it's going to all begin. And from there, it will be constant, it will be relentless, and patience, good decision making is all going to be important here. I think important that they've had 10 minutes here, Andy, of basically single file running, because hopefully they've got the nerves from the start out of their system and they've settled into the routine and the rhythms.
Yeah, that's a really important part of any race, certainly, but a long distance race in particular. The first couple of laps, that's where the most peril lies, isn't it? You're far more likely to get caught up in something in those early laps. Move being made there into the first corner, though, so not content to run in line. That was the Monaco Esports BMW, I think, wasn't it? Jumping up into third place. So every driver out on that track will have a slightly different agenda, and just because you're willing to sit in line and not challenge anybody doesn't necessarily mean that the car behind you is on the same wavelength.
And this was something that actually I think, David, you were trying to bring up to our attention a little bit earlier on, that Arturo Melgar has been willing to work his way forward. He made it 3 wide and grabbed 2 positions to grab 4th position.
Yeah, that was off the very start when we saw them go 3 wide. Here he is, he slots this gap in the middle off the race start and then converts that to kind of almost going around the outside, getting great traction off the second part, and then also picks off Biela on this opening lap. He's got a lot of picking off to do right now. Luckily, long straights here at Monza mean the GT3s can pick one lane, the TCRs pick another, and they do need to cross over somewhere between the Lesmos and Ascari, though.
It's a big old conga line on each side of the track as they funnel into Ascari, and I tell you what, I don't know who I'd be more scared to be right now, a GT3 car or a touring car machine, because on both sides there is treachery. Aspar, I think, almost escorted off into the gravel on the outside of the corner. They were 2 wide for a moment. They are 3 wide further back with the 2 Williams Esports cars trying to figure it all out. But crucially, the race leader has used this opportunity to break away, and Arturo Melgar down the inside tries to work past Ruben Bonga for second.
That was an aggressive move, wasn't it? I think there might have even been a touch or a bit of netcode maybe just as he went to the inside, but he makes the move stick. That was crazy, and there is contact at the back. We've got 2 or 3 TCR cars off, a couple of GTs as well, and that, Arjuna, is exactly what we feared.
And I'm just going to say there's some arca brakes that have gone on there, because there are 2 pedals, one on the right, one on the left. One speeds you up and one slows you down. I think people forgot about that second one. It's a big one, and it feels more like we were doing one of those fun races around the old banking than it did a 6-hour race at Monza here, David.
Oh, a lot of damaged cars in GT3 and in the TCR there with contact, conflagration in a weird part, sort of past the apex, not on the entry with a dive bomb or anything, but just a bit of contact later on, cars spinning across the track and many not willing to lift. So here's where it starts.
It's all on Arnage, the initial contact as they sweep, I think, to the inside. We'll have to grab a look from up above, and we just see the chaos after. It's Carbon Sim Sports TCR machine. That's the one that I was most referring to when it came down to those arca brakes, by the way, and not being willing to get onto them. But this is another look at it. It's not from up above. Here, we'll get a look from up above, Andy, and talk us through what you see.
What I saw was a whole lot of carnage and people going for gaps that they just didn't need to. You know, it's the first time that you're coming across the back markers. just bide your time. If you lose a position because you lift off the throttle, it's really not the end of the world. The Porsche, look, goes for the gap in the middle and tags the BMW, which may have been merging left, actually, to avoid that Hyundai Veloster ahead, and it's just on from there. The cars that are out of control have nothing else that they can do, but you're absolutely right. Those that come out of that corner and see a big ball of tyre smoke and don't instantly lift off the throttle and hit the brakes are sort of asking for trouble.
I'm going to quote my colleague Luke Crane from the VCO ERL earlier this year. A carnage competition have showed up today, unfortunately. 2 seconds at the front of the field. It's Phil Denez that leads from Arturo Melgar, who has worked his way 4 spots forward to grab second in the Monaco Esports BMW. Then Ruben Bonga, who's been content to ride the fuel-saving game, at least for the time being. And now Williams up to 4th and 5th. We were wondering where the Porsches would work their way forward and how they'd work their way forward. David, we got our answer. They are right there in the equation.
Yeah, race pace is just why they've got, in past, 45, now 28 kilograms on them, is they're just so good in the corners. They're good in the brakes. They don't quite seem to have had the same straight line performance, but they're just all round the kind of car you want to drive in an endurance race. And I'm so curious about how these teams are approaching this early, because everyone else in GT3 seems to want to just lift and coast and roll into some of the corners, 50 meters off the throttle, etc. Everyone but Arturo Melgar seems to want to do that.
And I think to some degree Phil Denez as well is content to minimize the fuel saving. His fastest lap is a 1:48.0, which is not the fastest lap of the race, but he's the most close to consistently being at that time at this point. So Denez willing to trade a little bit of fuel for the lead of this race. Let's check in with some of your other classes now that the GT3s have had their bit of chaos and we've settled down for the time being. Check back in with touring cars as 992s fly their way on past. It's Gabby Montoro that leads in MSI's 114. Sim RC are up 4 positions a second. Hoisingveld up 3 into 5th. This is a class that has seen a whole bunch of mix-ups, of course, courtesy of the traffic, Andy.
Yeah, and that might not be the last time we see that, because as you said, the 992s are now fighting their way through. And look, TCR cars heading to the grass to avoid the faster cars coming through. I really do feel sorry for the touring car drivers, because as the slower car, you're completely powerless. You are entirely reliant on the quicker drivers doing the sensible thing and not going for the ever-closing gap. Oh.
Sorry, we almost just had another one out of that final corner. There is something in the air here today, Andy. I don't know what it is, but they've decided that since you've graced us with your presence in the commentary booth, they should give you some entertainment.
I don't know what that says about me, that they thought that's what I'd enjoy. I mean, I'm not enjoying it, I have to say. This has certainly been an exciting first few minutes of racing. SRC Movano there trying to make an overtake as well. It's worth saying, though, this should be the most chaotic point of the race, shouldn't it, really? Because the deeper into the race we get, the more spread out all of the classes get within themselves. The problem here is that an entire class of Porsche 992 Cup cars are catching an entire class of touring cars all at the same time. But hopefully the next time they come around to lap them, things might be a little bit less hectic.
Yeah, next time we'll have 4 classes all at the same point of the track rather than just the 2. Yeah, no, that's when I always get the most scared, is when you've got a TCR on the outside trying to mind its business, a GT4, a 992 and a GT3 all trying to work its way past. But David, that's why this series is so brilliant, right? Is this unique mix of classes that we've got and the reality that you've got to manage it.
It means there's absolutely always something going on, and it includes some passes for position in GT4 down in towards the first chicane. I think we had a change of the lead. I think Kuasim's got through there on Hunkos. Those two have obviously swapped back and forth a little bit, and they're now back into the order that they qualified, I believe. Sim RC through Curva Grande just a little out of position there as well.
I think we've also just seen Ruben Bonga get past for 3rd spot. Dino Lombardi charging his way continually forward. The gap between 1st and 2nd holds at 2.3 seconds rather, so Denez and Melgar now lockstep in terms of pace. Lombardi +6, Bonga -2, but fuel saving seems to be the main priority at a track where getting to the top of the hour is very much going to be easier said than done, as copious amounts of curbage and air being taken through that 2nd chicane. It always does just worry me just a little bit. 992 battle sees Luca Kita compromising to allow Matteo Ugolotti to continue to charge his way forward. It's ATRS continuing to run 1 and 2 at the front of this class, Andy.
Yeah, dream scenario really for ATRS Esports here. They've managed to get their cars into first and second place. We saw that nice move a little bit earlier on from Alexander Laritsen to get into second place, and now he's quite content just to sit behind his teammate and try to pull a little bit of a gap on the cars behind. It's not really happening just yet, but they are guaranteed at least not to be battling for the race lead. So early stages of a 6-hour race, this is precisely what you want. Your 2 cars at the front of the pack, because then they have control of the race. They've got control of the 992 Cup class at the moment, and it's up to the others to come up there and take that control away from them.
We're on board with the Apex Racing Academy, and I think one thing to note, it's not necessarily relevant to what we're seeing today as we hear the healthy clutch kick as Stokeback saves the fuel on the entry into Ascari, but the newest signing to the Apex Racing Academy, David, is maybe the one that is the most interesting. It's not a driver in Europe. Instead, it is Parker White, a competitor in the eNASCAR Contender Series, so a driver on that ladder up to the World Championships in oval racing. However, Kevin Ellis Jr. has alluded to a potential challenge in eNASCAR competition in the future. We'll get back to that. We've had a pass for second. Williams Esports continue to charge their way forward.
And don't I feel great for calling that one. They are willing to get a little more aggressive, a little more elbows out now with Monaco Esports, who have been one of the most aggressive elbows out cars. That is, wow, that was very, very fierce. 3, 4, 5 bumps, and now the Williams cars, 2 versus 1, can try to gang up on Arturo Melgar.
But they've got GT4 traffic to now contend with, and looks as though they've gotten away without any damage after the repeated contact that they did have. Taking advantage, Dinez now up to 2.7 seconds at the front of the field. And, I mean, well, as back and forth they go trying to carve their way through some of these competitors. Whoa, the 2 Williams Esports cars going either side of the hardport by Delta Sport entry. This is where the traffic gives and the traffic takes, Andy, as well. Ooh, that's a bit of taking from the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team.
Back into the pack! How did they miss him? That was a miracle coming out of the Ascari chicane. Off into the barriers, I'm afraid they have gone, but that could have been a lot worse. I mean, I was just about to say, they can't keep that up for 6 hours. The ducking and diving between the traffic like that, you're just asking for an accident, and we very, very nearly had another pile up there coming out of Ascari. But the other thing I was about to say is that Phil Dinez has a brilliant opportunity here to get away at the front of the field. He's got a 2.6 second cushion, which means that the rest of them are well out of slipstreaming range now. And that 2.6 seconds can very easily become 5 seconds, then it can become 10 seconds if you keep on taking that time away from a group of cars who themselves are battling with each other. That can turn into a pretty healthy lead in a relatively short space of time. So Phil Dinez is doing absolutely the right thing here, and if he's managing to save fuel at the same time, then he's going to be in really good shape.
Yeah, he did the right thing. Lost time into turn 1, but then great exit, drove past about 5 different machines. Pure Sims challenging for the front of GT4 as they now get a bobble. Jordan Johnson going to slip outside maybe of the top 5 in trying to work his way past Maxi Stefanen. This is absolute insanity. Still only 20 minutes into a 6-hour race. Again, I think, David, it looks more like a 6-minute race than a 6-hour race.
Melgar has no idea where to go. GT4s are battling too wide in front of him through the Lesmos, and it's really boxing him back into the whole rest of the GT3 field. Now you get a bit of straight road where you can use the horsepower and the speed advantage, but yeah, it's tough enough when there's a line of GT4s. Once they're too wide, Noah's Ark, it becomes bordering on impossible. SimRC are going to have to hold their ground, hold their line, and very intelligently try to box anyone from diving down the inside of them at the third apex of Ascari there.
I think that was Bila that went side by side through Ascari with the Apex Racing Academy, and I can't even pick apart what's going on in the background of the shot. All I know is it's 5.5 seconds, the margin that Phil Dinez now enjoys at the front of the field. The traffic will give and the traffic will take, yes, but it's given a lot to Dinez in terms of a buffer to play with, and they're still trying to find their way through all of this traffic going back and forth and back and forth. I don't even know where to look at this point, Andy.
I know, it's just carnage, isn't it? Thankfully, the Monaco Esports car has broken through the GT4 ranks now, and so too the next handful, but it's so much easier to do this when you're on your own, as Phil Donnez is, than when you're in a 12-car train running bumper to bumper, and that's some contact. One of the BMWs going around out of the first chicane, and that is an even bigger mess than we saw before.
Yeah, welcome to sim racing, Andy. Cars on their side, ducking and diving, it's all normal for us.
Oh dear. Yeah, if this was the real world, then I think some team bosses would be counting the pound signs already, wouldn't they?
Yes, well, to be fair, we talk about crash repair builds. One thing that we don't talk enough about in sim racing, in my opinion, is what tyre builds could look like if we were racing in the real world. Let's take a look at first this incident through Ascari. I mean, David, it looks pretty cut and dry to me. I don't really know what you expect a GT4 car to do, except to be there, and how they got away with that, I do not know.
No, and we used up all of our GT4 luck right there and then, because it's later on at turn number 1 where really goes nasty. Okay, so miss one wall, miss a second wall, miss everyone else, but hit that third wall.
And then, okay, so we're going to see the aftermath. This is going to be, let's ride on board and just go into this madness, Andy, because what more do you need to see?
That's not what you want to see, is it? A car being flipped up into the air at the slowest corner of the track as well. That's quite impressive, but really very little you can do there. We were saying in the earlier incident, weren't we, that when you see that unfolding ahead of you, you need to be prepared to hit the brakes and back out. But as we saw from that onboard view, you have a second, if that, to react, and then it's just a long jam. And look at that. We'll have quite a few cars in the pit lane, I think, at the end of this lap, won't we?
And crucially, a couple of those cars were front runners in the GT4 class, including both, I think, Pearson's and SimRC, with significant damage. SimRC straight down to pit lane. That's taken them out of the equation. So 25 minutes in. If you're joining us just now, welcome along. You've missed a lot. David, how long do you think it would take us to sum up everything people have just missed?
Well, in the 25 minutes of action, I think it'd take us an hour to sum it up.
Probably longer to work through the replays, and longer for race control to work through the replays as well. This is one place where we are very lucky in sim racing, right, David? Race control has infinite replays and infinite angles to go and look at things at.
Yeah, and which of course means they make everyone happy with every decision.
Yes, that's always right.
Yeah, yeah. I think they're normally very accurate. It's just they're never going to make everyone happy.
To correct myself, it's not that race control is getting things wrong, it's that the drivers always have a different view on things, right? They're never going to agree with race control.
No.
I'm sure it's the same way in the real world, Andy. I'm sure you've seen your fair share of drivers storming down to the steward's room after a race to complain about a penalty.
Oh, 100%. I've had the opportunity to interview lots of racing drivers over the last 10 years or so, and not one of them was ever guilty at all. It is always somebody else's fault, even when it's quite clearly theirs. It's just, look, it's the competitive edge, isn't it? You never want to admit a weakness, you never want to admit fault, because there's always a bit of a chance that you might get away with it. Monaco Esports might not get away with holding on to second place here, though, because up the inside line is coming that Williams Esports BenQ Porsche, as David so confidently predicted before the race started. It is picking its way towards the front.
And the pace of the Porsche is not something to be trifled with. I know we're only 25 minutes into this one, and it's hard to really judge too much in terms of tyres, but Phil Donnez has lost about a second over the last lap or so. Yes, he's had to work through some TCR traffic once again, but we're at that point in the stint where if tyres are a factor between the two cars here, David, this is where the Porsche will start to pick up its advantage.
And I'm starting to feel like it's not just the tyres as well. It could be the fuel economy of the Porsche is better. I think just seeing the BMW cars needing to save more aggressively at this point, and that's helped the Porsches get forward, because the BMW is sort of lifting off a little bit into some of the corners where the Porsches can then barrel in there and try to make the pass sort of Formula E style. How are they going to do with the traffic this time?
No dramas through the first part of Ascari. The sister SimRC car hoping for less drama in this touring car class than what their GT4 car is having to contend with Adam Isaacson behind the wheel of that 476. Just an update. Stationary in pit lane for 3 minutes or so and counting. 57 starters whittled down to about 52 of them still running out there on the track. Back to the touring cars, because we've seen them momentarily. MSI are trying to take advantage of this traffic, Andy, to break away. The gap has grown to 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, that's the biggest it's been, I think, all race. I've been watching that gap, and MSI Esports, Gabby Montoro pulling away from Corentin Guinez, but we know how good Corentin is in a front-wheel drive touring car, so I'm sure that he will be able to do something about that, as long as these GT cars leave them alone for a couple of laps. But this is going to be almost ever present now, isn't it? You will almost, in every shot that we cut to, from now until the checkered flag in 5.5 hours' time, you will almost always see cars of at least 2 different classes sharing the same bit of road. But yeah, this will ebb and flow over the rest of the stint for sure. But MSI Esports looking good, and crucially looking to have a clean car. These front runners in TCR so far have managed to avoid too much contact, and that stands them in good stead going forwards.
Arjuna, I think I'll put my picnic table out in Ascari.
In Ascari? Are we getting that much drama there?
Well, no, I was just looking at the track map, and there was, a couple of minutes there in the sun with the beach, and before any cars would come around, because the rest of them were all in the first sector.
Ascari is always a nice place to sit, if you ask me. Now, I was going to say, David, though, with Andy's point on the damage for touring cars, this is one benefit that they have relative to the other classes, in that the touring cars have been built with iRacing's new damage model, which is spectacular. It looks great, but it's a lot less forgiving than the older damage model, and the touring cars can get away with a lot more contact in this series than they can in some of the sprint championships, where it is just touring cars that run.
Yeah, but even with that, our field of 10 cars has sort of been reduced down to 5 on the lead lap. They have been really... Actually, I think that is the textbook definition of decimated.
Yep, it is.
Wow. Commentators never get that right.
Well, commentators never get anything right. I mean, Andy knows Lewis McClade. He gets everything wrong.
Well, it depends. If you ask him, he'll give you a different story. But,
yes.
Yes. Commentators, the trouble with commentators is people take what we say far too seriously, and they expect us to be experts, which isn't always the case. We rather make it up as we go along, I feel sometimes.
If we were experts, we'd be the one driving, is all I'm saying.
Exactly.
We have a lot of fun talking, don't get us wrong, but I think we all pine to be fast enough to get behind the wheel of these cars. 992s continue to work past some GT4s, by the way. Not much of a separation in their category. Again, very similar to what we had last year, where it's a 10-car train, basically. And then we're going to see a variety of strategies, different fuel loads being thrown onto the cars at different points in the race. And we'll have no idea what it's going to look like until we get to the final hour and things start to converge on things once again. Josh Chin points out, never trust a commentator's math. He is 100% right on that, especially if you give them a calculator. That is when it becomes incredibly dangerous, because then they get confidence. But I'd also say never trust Joshua Chin with entering pit lane. Shots fired in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth. Look how slowly they go, Andy, when they're working past some of this traffic. When you have to slow down and just get in line, it allows these breakaways. It's 1.2 at the front of the 992 field.
And that's why drivers run out of patience so quickly. The thing to do when you take a step back, as we have the luxury of doing from the commentary box and analysing this, the thing to do when you catch traffic in an awkward spot, just let them have the corner and get them down the next straight. But when you drop a second or 2 seconds every time you do that, and the field is as tightly bunched as it is, you don't want to do that. You want to keep on pushing forwards, keep the momentum going, because especially in a circuit like Monza, it can be very, very difficult to get any of that time back. And within the 992 Cup class especially, you've got this ATRS domination at the front. So for Apex Racing Academy in third, they know those two teammates are going to continue to work together. They can't let them break away, and so they have to take liberties in traffic to do that.
Half an hour done. We check back in with GT3s, and you'll note that Ruben Bonga has been dropped. And when I say dropped, he is well and truly out of drafting range, almost 2 seconds back from Dino Lombardi. You said in qualifying, David, that you didn't expect the Porsches to be at the front of the field. That played out. Now, though, I think we're looking at a very different complexion to the race, where it's only Arturo Melgar that is basically as quick as the fastest of the Porsches, and he is pushing to 11 tenths right now and taking everything out of the Monaco esports car. How long can that last?
Well, I don't know. He's been amazing in this opening stint, really. So too, of course, have those Williams esports cars really moving up through the field and now finding some of the pace that could keep them in touch with the overall leader. So yeah, it then does boil down to, all right, well, in 20 and some minutes time when everyone's got a pit, how early does that BMW have to pit? And then what does their tyre life look like on the second stint?
The 975 Team 75 burnout by SimRC entry, getting a big old tank slapper out of Lesmo 1, able to bring it back into control in front of the Juncos Racing Aston Martin GT4. Plenty of drama up and down through the field, that's for sure. Talk about some real world stuff for a second here, Andy, because of course GT3 increasingly taking on a front-running place in global sports car racing. Next year we'll see a handful of new cars, a new Porsche, a new Ferrari, an evolution of the Lamborghini, but of course it all builds to the return of GT3 to Le Mans in 2024.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that, actually. I know some people are sorry to see the back of the GT regulations, and don't get me wrong, they were great cars, but GT3 is, for me, the most competitive class of GT racing in the world. It just works. The set of regulations work. The balance of performance works as far as I'm concerned. I know drivers might have a different opinion, but I think on a global scale, it really is in a strong place right now. And you know, if you're a kid and you're starting to get into motorsport, you watch a field of GT3 cars go by and you're going to instantly fall in love because they are the cars that you've got on posters on your bedroom wall. You know, Lamborghini Huracans, Ferrari 488, the list goes on. So I think it's a sensible move that to have GT3 at Le Mans. I think it will certainly increase the level of competition at Le Mans for sure within the GT class, which has always been probably the most competitive class. And boy, isn't Le Mans looking like a really tasty prospect over the next couple of years, not just with the introduction, as you said, of GT3, but what's going on in the prototype classes as well. And they're making some really good choices right now.
Yeah, I think Le Mans next year is the place to be, without a shadow of a doubt. David Haynes, I think you've got your campsites booked, though, to return to the mountain for the Bathurst 12 hours?
I do. I'm eagerly looking forward to that. That's apparently only 8 weeks away or something
now.
Yeah, I know, right? It's okay. Christmas is still ages away, right?
How time flies. I forgot as well, right? It's back in February this year rather than being shifted over to May.
Yep, so it's going to be toasty. It's going to be warm again. I won't have to worry about being cold in my tent, that's for sure.
So the disappointing part about that is the fact that we're only going to get, what, about 30 minutes of nighttime running again?
Yeah, I'm not so worried about that, to be honest. They did look really good in their nighttime practice and their opening thing, but also we're less likely to have, you know, the start delayed by or red flags by ludicrous amounts of fog again.
Yes, you win some, you lose some, I guess. Of course, talking of racing down under, great weekend of racing for supercars at Adelaide as they returned. Although it did look as though the second you went offline, you might as well have booked a ticket to the back of the field. It looked that horrendously loose and slippy as soon as you deviated from the traditional groove. 4 seconds at the front of the field. I was talking about the pace in GT3 and saying, you know, it's Ruben Bonga that's falling off. It's not just Ruben Bonga, it's about 3/10 a lap that Phil Denez and BS Turner is now giving up to the chasing gaggle behind. And we'll go back to the point that Arturo Melgar is likely going to be the one that's going to be first in on fuel, Andy, because he's just continued to charge his way around the lap.
Yeah, that's going to be the case, I think. It is a trade-off, though, isn't it? If you think that you can escape the pack and sort of build up a bit of a cushion, then maybe it's worth having to come in a lap or two earlier. But things just starting to settle down a little bit more now in the GT3 battle. We've got this three-way fight here for second position. The Williams Esports Porsches sandwiching the BS competition BMW. We're going to see a move here into the first chicane. No, they stay as they were. A quick point to make about GT3, actually. I've been looking back over the last few minutes now that things have finally, dare I say it, calmed down a little bit. Some of those who have had problems, and One team in particular of note is the Biela Racing Team Euro number 46 car. They're 10 laps down after being involved in one of the incidents. I confess I can't remember which one it was, but they're third in the championship coming into this round, so that's not good news for them in their championship aspirations.
But this is endurance racing spirit, right? It's just get out there and recover what you can from the race, which oftentimes in iRacing events, David, without safety cars, it's not what we see, right? Because you go a couple of laps down, and we know the pace is so relentless in these events that you're never going to recover a couple of laps. But when there's a championship on the line, you know you will do whatever you can to get whatever points you need, because consistency wins championships.
Yeah, and points go pretty deep in every category as well, where if there's just only 1 or 2 retirements and you finish, even if it's, 10 laps back, you're still going to get something. You very often get at least just a couple points out of finishing rather than retiring.
Doesn't make the next 5 hours and 20 minutes any easier in terms of being a little bit painful, running 10 laps adrift down in 17th spot, but at the very least I would expect they'll get in front of the Sabled Esports GT3 entry, who is parked on pit lane, and they will recover whatever positions they can. Do let us know you're watching on VCO Esports or on RaceSpot TV, where you're watching from, who you're cheering from. Got a lot of racing, of course, still left to go, and we'll be sure to be chatting with you over the course of the day. We'll talk about iRacing builds, new content, and what you want to see coming forward as well as we move forward into a brand new year of iRacing competition, and plenty of excitement in the world of motorsports as well. Now, pit stops underway, although I don't know if this is a scheduled one, David. We have the Delta Sport 499 stationary in their box.
The front left says maybe not to me. It's down, the tyres are done. Fuel will maybe still be going in at this point, because the GT4 is one of the cars that can do both at the same time. But I think it's for the damage on the 499. No meatball on the Delta Sport, but pretty significant damage.
So maybe trying to get a bit of that worked on as well. Of note, it's no longer Hardpoint by Delta Sport, by the way. It is just Delta Sport once again. A team that we've seen over the last handful of years continue to be up and towards the front. We'll check in with 992 for a second here, because the ATRS duo are starting to break away. It's now 2.5 back to the 996 Visceral Acetec entry that has grabbed the final step on the podium. This is, of course, a class which came into this race with 4 points splitting the front 3 competitors, and the championship leaders down in 6th, second in the championships in 3rd, third in the championships down in 7th. It is very much one of these classes which is very wide open, with still plenty of racing to go, Andy, but double points in the season finale. Just to remind those that are unaware, it means there are so many ways that this championship could still go.
Oh, absolutely. The top 4 teams in this championship are covered by 8 points, so we're likely going to see that swing around quite a bit by the end of this race, at least if the current progress of some of our championship front runners continues. Yeah, really competitive class, isn't it? Arguably the most competitive of the 4 in the championship. We've not really had any great domination by one particular team. The 975 car have won twice, but then they had a bit of an off day at Sebring, a day at which the 996 Aztec Sim Sports Visceral team were able to grab the win, and it looks likely that we'll get a third different winner here from 4 races. May well be the ATRS Esports squad, who look the favourites now, but it's a field stacked with competitive driver lineups, all of whom know how to get the job done, and given the correct roll of the dice on the day, they could well find themselves on the top step of the podium.
We're, of course, in silly season in some ways. In the last 5 or so years, driver changes have basically been a year-round thing in sim racing, but with increased professionalism and more contracts, on the table, most of the time we see driver swaps. They tend to happen around now. One of the major talking points when it comes to silly season this year, David, of course, is the fact that, we'll come back to that, what has just happened to Arturo Melgar? The Monaco Esports BMW is back down on the pit lane, and I get the distinct impression Arturo Melgar has been thrashing his car around and has thrashed it just a little bit too much and has had an incident and is out of this race. David, let's go straight to the RaceSpot TV replay and take a look.
Oh, and that's just the exit of the second. Lesmo car gets super loose off the AstroTurf, off the gravel, big hit with the Armco, and then it is crabbing something fierce, tries to catch it. Oh, there's a world out there somewhere where that was an amazing save, but this one isn't it.
He was pushing. I mean, you'll give him 10 out of 10 for the effort there, Andy. Unfortunately, that's the risk sometimes with trying to take more out of the car than it's got to give.
Oh, the tiniest mistake, and one that's so easy to make, because that second Lesmo is by far the most important of the two Lesmos. You've got to carry the speed out of that corner for the long drag down to Ascari. And look, I mean, he got half of the left rear tyre onto the gravel, and that was it. What I will say, though, is he did a top job there to not collect the Williams Esports Porsche with him, because that car was swinging back into the road, and I think he was conscious of the fact there was another car there, and that's why he corrected again to the right. Ultimately, he was going to hit something either way, so better to hit a barrier than one of your competitors. So heads up driving there, even when things were going really badly wrong.
Maybe we can get a chat with Arturo Melgar out of the car, but with that, it is now a 3-second margin that Phil Denez has over Ate Kalpin, and it is coming down lap by lap by lap, half a second last time by. We check in, though, with what is now a bumper car of a battle in the 992 class. We saw SRC Movano and Eduardo Leo getting escorted wide there through turn number 1, David.
Yeah, and up front, boogity, we're bump drafting on the speedway for third and fourth, because they are trying to keep up, trying to catch first and second, and they can still just see them up the road. And they've all worked out, we can't let ATRS get away with this. So down the pit straight, you saw Vince Peters bumping the Apex car along. Are we going to see that again? Are we going to see a little bit of leapfrog? Who knows? But they're trying everything to keep up with the breakaway.
Yeah, bump drafting, something that we've seen a lot in 2022 in particular. Go back to the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, where the Apex Racing teammates at the front of GT3 were basically just pushing each other around Daytona for 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's not something that I think you would ever risk in the real world, Andy. I don't know if you've ever talked to a driver in British GT about what they do when they bump draft.
No, that's not something I've come across in GT racing, I have to say. Something like a Mazda MX-5, it works perfectly well, but it's a risky thing to do. I actually, it's one of my claims to fame, I made the iRacing Not Top 10 list a few months ago for a rather embarrassing incident with two of my teammates right here at Monza. I was leading a TCR league race, and my teammate, starting the last lap, we controlled the race the whole way, and he came up to give me one last push down the pit straight, and he just misjudged it ever so slightly. He was maybe a couple of inches too far to the right. He spun me, I spun him. We took our third teammate down with us as well. It can go wrong in a heartbeat. And honestly, I don't think it's worth that much lap time. You might be able to control a pack of cars a bit, you know, keep the cars behind you in a situation like this, but it's not really worth the risk in these kind of cars, because they're, funnily enough, not designed to do it.
No, I was talking with one of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America drivers, and I didn't realize how much dirty air that these cars had. I mentioned their Mini GT3 cars slightly earlier, you know, strip off a bit of the downforce and the driver assist, but even at a track like Indianapolis, I was shocked to hear how much he was having to fight the dirty air and just trying to work with momentum to be in the right place at the right time. GT4, it is looking as though, as Impulse and Hunkos swap around for second, Mercedes AMG Urano are not, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who'd be willing to place a bet that they aren't in contention here, David, to take a fourth win in 4 races.
Yeah, there's races previously where they've come from nowhere. Last time out at COTA, they had a penalty, not insignificant one, that they recovered from, and they lead from the front right now. So, yeah, it's their playbook.
Of course, the official Mercedes AMG entry. I mentioned new GT3 cars. New GT4 cars are coming in 2023 as well, with a brand new BMW M4 GT4. It's already had a handful of runouts at the Nurburgring for some of the endurance races there. Of course, hopefully, to be added soon here on iRacing to add to the complement of BMWs that we have. I think the only one that we're missing in terms of modern-day sports car that I can think of, Andy, we've got the Z4 GT3. We don't have the M6 GT3, though.
No, that's a good point, actually. I've always been a fan of that car, actually. And it went reasonably well, didn't it? It had quite a bit of success in the real world. So, look, the more cars we can have on the iRacing service, the better. I know we've got a couple of other GT-style cars coming our way in the near future. They're really good fun to drive. I particularly enjoy the GT4s, actually. The GT3s I don't get along with quite as well, but a GT4 car, it's like a really noisy and slightly faster touring car, and that it ticks all the right boxes for me, and they're really user-friendly as well. So whether you're a pro or you're just setting out on your sim racing journey, jumping into a GT4 car, particularly the McLaren I'm a fan of, the Mercedes is a nice car to drive as well. They're just really, really good fun, and they don't kill you for the slightest mistake that you make, which is really what makes it such a popular class, both on the sim and in the real world.
Yeah, it's so popular in the real world because it's so affordable. I mean, the season only goes for about $500,000+. I think you can buy...
Is that all?
Just about, yeah. You can buy the cars themselves without the spare parts for about $180,000, I think. But which, when you put it into context with GT3, right, where you're talking cars that cost anywhere from $400,000 to $700,000, depending on which manufacturer you're talking about there. Yes, you can. There's a reason we do talk about these as affordable. Very off topic and very random. If you're interested in configuring your ideal Ferrari 296 GT3, go to the Ferrari configurator, because not only can you configure your perfect Ferrari road car, but now you can configure your perfect Ferrari race car as well, and you can spend about 20-30 minutes wasting your time with that one. 11 minutes to go to the top of the hour, though, David. We are heading into the window of pit stops for GT3s and 992s. The other two classes, though, we expect them to go for a little bit longer.
Yeah, GT4 was sort of an interesting 4-stop versus 5-stop toss-up at Kota. I think they're going to be a bit thirsty here, and they really are going to be looking at stopping after 65 minutes or so, but that pit lane entry for the next 10 minutes, who's going to be the first GT3 that needs to blink critically before the top of the hour as well? Things are heating up here. Phil Denez at the lead has just set his personal best lap of the race. Atse Kalpanen is still chipping away at that, and his teammate Dino Lombardi not quite as close as before, but still within the same shot of the lead.
Had a swap around, by the way, in touring cars. SimRC leapfrogs the MSI Esports entry, but they have 2 seconds over Ross McFarlane, crucially, who is in that Pure Sims 116 in a bit of no man's land right now, tagging or towing around the Full Send Racing 185. Talk about bump drafting. That was a hefty shot there.
And just before the braking zone as well. I'm not sure I'd have appreciated that if I were in the SimRC car, but I'd be interested to know how this happened, actually, because it was a reasonable gap between these two, wasn't it, when MSI were in the lead? That gap clearly has vanished. That could have been because of traffic, or it could be because maybe the MSI Honda is, the MSI Hyundai has just started to run out of front tyres. Of all of the 4 classes we've got racing today, it's the TCRs where you really have to manage the tyres, because rear tyres wearing on a rear-wheel drive GT car, you can kind of manage that with the throttle, but understeer in a front-wheel drive touring car is just horrendous, and that can be an issue sometimes here at Monza.
To the point on tyres, I'll also just throw this out there, David. Karin Tengunes and Kieran Harrison are potentially the 2 best drivers in our racing touring cars.
That SimRC lineup is pretty damn stacked as far as it can be considered. They are... If you split them across 2 different cars, those are the 2 cars you would look at for the win, and they're in one machine together. So, yeah, the TCR do seem to manage their tyres reasonably well in this format. I think about the poor BMW GT3s, their front left tyres probably don't do well around Curva Grande, Lesmos, Parabolica.
So basically the entirety of the lap, basically.
Yeah.
Don't disagree with you. On board, by the way, with Gabby Montoya. Cycle back to the point on silly season, because I think We got interrupted by chaos when I was trying to talk about it, and it's a valid point when it comes to Gunez and Harrison, who of course have swapped over from Core Sim Racing midway through this year, as Core Sim Racing lost all the touring car drivers that made them the benchmark in this class. But I think the main talking point of silly season right now, David, is the unfortunate demise of two specific teams. Most recently, Kova, the Finnish outfit that we've seen over the last 2 years go from strength to strength, specifically in the likes of the BMW Sim GT Cup. Their parent company going bankrupt and the team therefore splitting up, and it sounds like the drivers going in separate directions as well. When we talk about Vendaval Sim Racing, though, that's a team that many more will be familiar with as a legacy name in sim racing that unfortunately has now shut its doors.
Does it ever drive you crazy just how fast the night changes? Oh. Yeah, there's and that kind of, it's interesting to see now with decades of iRacing, which teams have stuck around. SimRC have been around a fair chunk of a while. Redline have managed to reinvent themselves twice or something.
I'm trying to think of who is the oldest sim racing team. Netrex Grand Prix is up there. They're back. Their origins go back to like the Live for Speed days. For those that even remember what that title is, that's probably 20 odd years of history. I think that must likely be the oldest and the first still operational sim racing team. Delta Sport, by the way, to give a bit of an update on pit stops, they left pit lane after about 75 seconds of repairs / service. Undercut Racing Team, also in the GT4 class, have dived down to pit lane. They've been stationary for 90 seconds and counting so far. The gap for the lead, though, with 6 minutes to go to the top of the hour, Andy, is down to 1.3 seconds, and that Porsche is well and truly flying.
Tell you what, this David Haynes bloke knows what he's talking about, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure he predicted this exact thing before the race started. That Williams Esports BenQ Porsche, we're riding on board with it now, Ate Kauppinen at the wheel, was nowhere in the first few laps. He was, well, fifth, it wasn't bad, but the BMWs were streaking ahead. And in fact, now this I didn't expect, he is bailing for the pit lane first. So the point I was about to make there, Arjuna, was that clearly he's got good fuel mileage and good tyre management, and yet he's into the pits first.
So commits early to doing a splash and dash at the end of this race, and Ate Kauppinen finds his way into the box. I don't expect him to go up on the jacks and get any fresh tyres on his Williams Esports BenQ number 55, and he will stay in that car for at least another stint. And his teammate for this race, I believe, is Alexander Spets, a late replacement because Vasilius Belitsiotis unfortunately had some technical issues earlier this morning. So as quick as you like, new driver in, and Vasilios hands over driving responsibilities. Not just, by the way, the Williams Esports car on pit lane. We have German Sim Racing, ASR Abel, as well as the Bieler Racing Euronics car. But Kauppinen is not off and away. He's 42 seconds or so in the box. ASR Abel with a 13-second pit stop there. David, I'm not sure if they're trying to get their short stint out of the way right now.
Yeah, that'd have to be it. They're going for just a splash right now and then commit to some full stops later on, because obviously the 42 seconds is a complete tank from Williams. So anything less than that is a short fill.
12.8, the number for Antoine Lacherit in the Canadian ASR Abel Porsche 911. As we see the Juncos Aston Martin getting plenty of air down at the Raja. 4 minutes to go till the end of the hour. So Kauppinen has not been able to save, and maybe this is why the margin was coming down. Lombardi's diving down to pit lane, Andy. Phil Denez still out there on track.
Yeah, so he was maybe managing that fuel as well, and that's, as you say, perhaps why the gap was reducing. I mean, that's mighty impressive, isn't it? Because Phil Denez pulled out a good lead. It was over 5 seconds at one point, and yet he's been able to outlast the rest of the field. So that team are looking very strong, but pit lane becoming a very busy place now, and there are ways to lose time in the pit. You know, in the real world, we see fumbles from mechanics and tyres not being fitted properly, struggling to get the fuel nozzle engaged. You don't have those problems in sim racing, but there are still ways that you can get that wrong. If you miss your pit box, of course, speeding in the pit lane is also a big no-no. So still lots of pressure on the drivers there, even in perhaps the last moments of their stint.
It's funny you mentioned that because I actually just commentated on a race this past week where it was a 40-minute race. You had to make a mandatory pit stop for enough fuel to get to the end. The guy came in, stopped in the pit lane, and then instantly left without any fuel being put into his car. Whatever the reason for that was, whether it was his fault or if there's a more nefarious explanation behind it, the end result was still quite painful to watch. Pit exit merge, look how close it is between the two Williams Esports teammates. Lombardi linking up immediately with Kauppinen as they release themselves off of the limiter. Now we wait and see for Phil Denez. Is the strategy here, David, to commit to trying to get rid of the short stint? Because I have the feeling based on Ruben Bonga's pace, that's what I'm expecting.
I just don't know. We gotta wait longer to see how it plays out and keep watching that pit entry.
Still continues to rumble out.
Wow.
Exactly what Denez would have wanted to see. Pit lane delta is about 62 seconds here for a full service. Well, not full service, full tank of fuel. Phil Denez is going to be dropped right back into that battle with the Williams Esports cars with the margins that he's got right now. Lap time of 1:47.8, so he's still consistent at the very least when it comes to his lap times. David, I'm going to come back to you for a second because I don't think we've talked too much about penalties over the course of the day so far. And boy,
we haven't had time.
Yeah, boy, have there been a lot.
There's only been 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 time penalties given so far, not including warnings and no further actions, etc. We covered off a couple of them, for example, for the Zenith TCR in qualifying, but yeah, 2 penalties for start infringement. So we had 2 cars that started from the pit lane. Altus Esports, one of them. They both left the pit exit too early. They were meant to wait until the final car on the grid and apparently didn't. And that was a 30-second time penalty. We've got a couple that came through for the incidents we saw at the exit of the Parabolica, the one involving GT3s and TCRs, and then also a few for the pile-up at turn 2, which was sort of GT4 and GT3s there. And one of the biggest penalties I've ever damn seen is 2 minutes. 2 minutes there for someone trying to bulldozer their way through.
I was looking through the penalties and I saw a couple of 30s, I saw a 60, but then I saw the 120 and my eyes just went wide. That was down on the Sabled Esports car, but that car is retired. Many of the penalties are actually not going to, I think, be served because of various retirements. It includes something that happened for the 23, so that would be the Arnage competition Porsche. So that's the first incident that we had through the Parabolica where Andretti got a little bit over-eager, if we can put it that way. Andy, though, here we go. Just after the hour, the BMWs are down on pit lane.
Yes, and they're in together as well, so they were both on more or less the same fuel mileage, clearly both committing to the same strategy. Now there are the 2 Porsches. They are a lot closer together, aren't they, than they were before the pit stops, so the chasing car is still the one behind, but that gap has come down by a second or so. They're heading into the final corner. The BMWs are in their pit bays right at the end, at the exit end of pit lane, so they probably, well, in fact, they're leaving now, so there's no doubt about who's going to hold on to the lead here. The big question really is where the sister BMW filters out.
It's going to be quite close, actually, between Denez once he is up to speed. Closer than I think he would have liked. Ruben Bonga emerges just behind the Williams Esports duo as they run 1, 2, 3, and 4 now with 2 Williams and 2 BS competition cars at the very front of the field. Now, I think we're used to seeing BS competition in the BMWs. I think we're a bit more used to seeing the Williams Esports guys in the Mercedes. It's interesting, though, to see how no matter what sim, no matter what car Williams is in, they managed to find this performance. Of course, I mentioned their performance at Sim Racing Expo this weekend, David. Williams Esports may have the largest driver roster in all of sim racing. It's also one of the most competitive.
Do you have an exact head count? Could they stage an 11 versus 11 soccer match?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, yes. I'm pretty sure that when you include just iRacing and one of the other simulators, we don't even have to include several of the other simulators.
This is going to be a great battle, by the way, with these sort of top 4 GTs as they stand, with a split of strategy. 2 Williams cars sandwiched by the 2 BS cars. Kalpinen on the exit of the Lesmos just then was so wide, so it's obvious that they've realised what's happening right here and that they have got to push on. They have got to be super quick in these Porsches, trying again to hunt down Phil Denez, cut down a 5-second lead again. So it's going to be so good amongst GT3.
It is going to be a lot of fun, and I think the way the BOP is playing out is it's going to be interesting how these 2 cars and manufacturers have their speed change over the course of the day. Look at the bottom of your screen. It's now a 4-car choo-choo train for your touring car machine. SimRC and Corentin Gunes leading from MSI Pure Sims, and then Full Send Racing. It doesn't take much for these cars to get locked into alignment with one another, but once you do, it is hard to keep them off of one another. For the Pure Sims and Full Send car, it doesn't get much better than this when it comes to the fuel mileage games that they are going to be able to play. While this is going on, while these drivers fight on track, we do have some pit stops starting to get underway. And Andy, it begins with the 2 ATRS esports cars in the 992 class.
Yeah, and again, sensibly, they're both pitting at the same time. Now, I think I'm right in saying that the 998 led that whole stint, so you would have thought maybe their fuel mileage would be a bit worse off than the sister car. If that's the case, they've still chosen to both pit on the same lap, and that's sensible, keeps them all together. But they've got the Pure Sims car in as well, and that is the 434 Mercedes off between the 2 Lesmos. Did it make contact with the barriers? Alvaro Gomez on board the fiercely forward Mercedes, which for a period there was going backwards.
Yeah, I don't think he hit the wall, to be fair. I think he got away with that. The front end on that car looking very, very pristine. Now, I think we saw a driver change for Pure Sims Esports in this 992 class, but you can also see they are going up on the jacks, and there are some tire changes being taken. Meanwhile, GT4, David, we do have your leader into pit lane, and Konstantin Scharf is rolled after about 58 seconds stationary in the lane.
Careful on the blend on the exit, but yeah, GT4 and 992 pitting basically exactly the same time here. Just past an hour, which means there will be a shorter stint somewhere in this race. Can't really overtake in that pit exit, which is tough for ATRS. They now find themselves behind Urano, but obviously identical strategy out of the Porsches, not getting quite the tyre life they might have expected. Sometimes they'll double stint the tyres, but not right now.
I think that's where we did see the variance in fuel loads play its part in last year's race. When this 992 class, we saw, I think it was the Williams esports car with Alessandro Bico do a number of short stops just to try and get more speed on the short run on the tires. Also slightly different. I think we saw them not take tires. Core Sim Racing had their own strategy gambles to play as well. All sorts of wild things that we considered. Here's a look at what happened, by the way, to Alvaro Gomez, and I have a feeling it's just going to be 2 wheels in the gravel, and it hooks itself around just like that, Andy.
And I think it might have bounced off the barriers, actually. It was certainly heading that way at a pretty vast rate of knots. This will tell us. Out onto the AstroTurf, touches the gravel, bang, into the wall. I remember Lewis Hamilton having almost that exact accident a number of years ago in a McLaren Formula 1 car. It's a very, very easy mistake to make, especially on older tyres. I don't think they've pitted yet, have they? So they'll be on very old tyres that are probably well past their best. So, yeah, that won't be the last car we see doing that today, I don't think.
No, without a shadow of a doubt. So an hour and 5 minutes into this race, and like we said, race control we knew was going to be busy, and they've already got about 30 incidents to try and work through from just the first hour, from qualifying, from practice, and they've got through most of them, but I think we should give a shout out, David, to the hard-working team behind the scenes that gets no praise and gets a lot of flack.
Their race is longer than everyone else's as well, because as we had last round out at Kota, sometimes the protests happen all the way up until the final lap, and it can be a tiny while after the checkered flag before everything, the whole backlog has been cleared. I think it took them 4 hours to get through the first hour of protests last time out, and hopefully it slows down a little after that.
Just a little bit. I'm now getting flashbacks to the post-race debrief in some of my series that I've had to have as well. They're not always the most fun of an environment. So in your 992 class, by the way, you can see the Apex Racing Academy car stays left and continues out on track, but Maniti, Visceral, Team 75, as well as Urano in this class will all head their way down on towards the pit lane and follow in the ATRS car. It's already made its cycle. Matthias Stokeback able to get 37 laps out of his car, as Ruben Bonga has tripped over the Undercut Racing Mercedes GT4 on the run down into the Roger.
Yeah, that all looked a little bit clumsy, didn't it? I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that, actually. A lot of the incidents we saw earlier on, of course, were bunching between the different classes, but coming out of corners. This one was the squeeze going in. He was trying to merge back onto the racing line and hadn't cleared the GT4 cars, so that, I'm afraid, was on him. You'll see it again here. Look, this is a great angle. Look, he pulls alongside the Mercedes, tries to get back onto the racing line, but there's still a car there, and unfortunately, that car can't just vanish into thin air.
This is one thing that always does intrigue me, mostly when it comes to oval racing, David, but you have an automated person on iRacing that's telling you if there's a car on your right or your left, or if you're clear or not. And so I always find incidents like that, especially from drivers at this caliber, at this level, I find those mistakes quite intriguing.
Yeah, you highly doubt he would have heard clear right on that one. The car's still there and he just changes lanes across into it, really. So the bonga drum hits a snare.
Oh, I knew what I was getting into with David. Unfortunately, Andy, you haven't been too punny yet today.
I enjoyed that one. I'm writing that one down.
There have been some good ones on RaceSpot TV. David, Paul Smith, Joey Tebben. We've got some comedians, that's for sure. Off of the first corner, we see SERIES Esports in the GT4 class, letting Pearsons in the GT3 slide their way on through. Stokeback, by the way, is finally into pit lane. He went an additional lap longer than I think anyone else would have anticipated. And the question now will be, what does he do in terms of strategy gambles? Mostly through the field of 992 cars, everyone converging on basically the same pit stop time here, Andy, of about 45 to 50 seconds.
Yeah, that seems the standard, doesn't it? And that's good to see. You don't want to be dropping too much time there. As I said, if you miss your pit box and have to reverse back, that's 5 seconds gone straight away, and you can't be affording to do that all that often. But yeah, stretching that to nearly an hour and 10 minutes. So I'll have to do some maths, which, as we discussed earlier on, is not necessarily a commentator's strongest subject. But if you can keep on doing an extra 5-10 minutes longer than some of the other 992 Cup cars, that could play out into a bit of an advantage in 4 hours' time.
And David, of course, we see it on screen, but ATRS with the slightly longer pit stop have dropped behind not just the Visceral Esports Acetec 996, but also behind Luca Kita in the Urano 911. And as Stokeback rolls, he is another one to go for a slightly longer pit stop. He's going to funnel in just behind the ATRS duo, but like we were talking about, different strategies across the table as the Biela Racing number 45 storms into the braking zone, and the poor Maniti 992 car comes off worse for the wear.
Gosh, we've got to have a look at that. I mean, it's a conflagration of factors. You've got the 992 that's out on the track. You've got the GT3 that's out on the track. You've got the 992 that's coming off the pit lane and maybe squeezes across a little bit. It's so hard to know. It's 3 parties at 3 different speeds, all heading towards the apex at kind of the same time. The apex car, they get to the exit of pit exit and come across a little bit to the left.
I don't know if there was really a space there for Lucas Gestats to work his way through. I will circle back to something I think, Andy, you had pointed out earlier. The 46 Biela Racing Euronics car that's in the top 4 in the championship that had been puttering around 10 laps down has retired from this race. So we're down from 57 to 49, which is going to make the traffic a little bit easier. David, you wanted to talk a little bit, though, about the Apex Racing strategy that's seen them out behind the ATRS duo.
Well, the 992 strategy as a whole, because in GT3 we expect everyone to double stint their tyres, but in the 992 category, the tyres are durable enough that the teams sometimes want to double stint them, sometimes want to change just 2 tyres, and sometimes, you know, want to change tyres every stop. So what this fuel strategy from Apex does is they haven't gone long enough into the race to cut out a pit stop. They need to do an hour 12-minute stints to be able to do that, and they were still 5 minutes short of that. But what it does give them is this flexibility to their stints at the end. They're going to have a pretty short final stint, and so easy to double stint tyres there, as that is a car that just is too damaged to be out on track. They can sort of double stint there because they are going to have a shorter fuel run somewhere at the end, and it allows them to modify their tyre stint lengths just based on the flexibility and the fuel that they've given themselves.
And this is where, for the Apex team in particular, the George Simmonses, the Mark Tranters, the ones that work behind the pit wall and doing strategy and whatnot at the Apex Racing Team facility, will very much come into play. Of course, that facility down in Corby now open to all, as far as I'm aware. You can go and book some time to race on the simulators that the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr., Peter Berryman and Jamie Fluke compete in and week out, and try out some of the interesting hardware that they have to showcase as well. And I think just more importantly, go and see what that entire environment is like. Of course, the Apex Racing Team facility has already hosted the final round of the Rocket British F4 Esports Championship, which just took place this past Friday evening. So 4 hours and 47 minutes to go. Only touring cars yet to cycle through a section of pit stops. We're going to step aside for a few moments here on RaceSpot TV, but don't go anywhere. We still have plenty more action to come here in the 6 hours of Monza. Let's jump on board with the Williams Esports Porsche 911 of Ate Kauppinen and ride around the Temple of Speed for a couple of laps. Hello everyone, welcome back along to RaceSpot TV and round 4 of your 2022-2023 24-hour Series Esports Championship. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth by David Haynes and Andy McEwen. We were riding around on board with the Williams Esports BenQ 911 GT3R for a handful of laps here at the Temple of Speed, and I think the most notable thing to me there, David, just riding around was how ominously big those 992 Generation Cup cars are in the rearview camera, because down the main straights, those 992s might actually be faster than the GT3s.
Oh, they absolutely are. The GT3 model is hitting a speed of about 268 k's an hour, and the 992s have got about 273, 274. And so it really is, as you would have seen in a couple of cases there, the 992s let it go, and that's about the only reason it happens cleanly is the grace of the 992 drivers to roll out of the throttle a little bit earlier and just allow the GT3s to use their braking performance to sort it all out.
And in that 992 class, of course, they are working through, the Williams Esports cars that is, working through what is a battle for the lead. It's Aztec Sim Sports Visceral that is at the very front, with Urano's Hiking Media 911 right behind them. Then ATRS Esports have got Alexander Laritzin latched onto the back. A bit further back is Kane Halliburton, and he's being chased down by Matthias Stokeback. 1, 2, and 3 have slipped behind Visceral and Urano by virtue of the pit stop cycle, but of course we know still a long way in this race to go. Check back in with the GT3s for a moment here, because Andy, we were talking in that first stint about the charge of Ate Kalpinen and Williams Esports, but it's the fuel game and the surprising long-run speed out of BMW BS Turner that sees them continue to lead by over 6 seconds.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling to wrap my head around this, because they do seem to have the raw pace, don't they? The BMW Team BS Turner squad. They're able to pull a gap at the start of the stint. They've done it both times now in the first, 10 minutes of 15 minutes of a stint. They've pulled a nice gap, and then they get pegged back a bit towards the second half of the stint, but not enough for the Porsches to really challenge them. And despite all of that, they seem to be able to go further on fuel as well. Now, that could just be a choice that the others made to do that short pit stop the first time round. We'll get some more answers to that question in about 40 minutes' time, I suppose, and see how long everyone goes this time. But really intriguing performance, this, from the number 96 team, who right now seem to have all the answers.
Looks like a technical issue, if I can unmute myself, for the 978 Maniti entry, as Antonius Despotakis unfortunately has had an internet disconnection, so Keanu Bushman is going to have to take over there. They will not drop a lap down, but they will, after being up inside the top 5 in the first hour, now on 13th in that 992 Generation Cup class. David, we touched on it slightly earlier in the first hour of the race, but we're 2-3 days away from a brand new iRacing build, and one that had snuck up on some people, and then iRacing has showered us with a whole bunch of surprises. We talked about, of course, the BMW MV8 Hybrid, Magni Core, VIR getting a new scan, and a graphical update as well, but I think it's some of the other things that intrigue us most as well. New free tracks, but potentially a replacement for a Mazda MX-5 Cup car in the form of the Toyota GR86.
Yeah, that's a car I'm pretty excited for. I'm pretty excited for the fact that it's going to be, base content available to everyone. I don't feel like it's a complete MX-5 replacement, and I think in the full metal variation, they've been very careful to give it all of the power and aerodynamics and slick tires and everything that is going to position it performance-wise somewhere between the global MX-5 Cup car and a GT4. Performance-wise and handling-wise and everything, it's very clearly designed to slot right into that gap, which I think is very clever. It also makes it the GR86 a little more expensive than, for example, our people down here in Australia wanted it to be. So the Australian 86 Championship isn't going to be using it. They're gonna stick with pretty much just roll caging road cars.
Interesting.
But for where it slots in North America, I think they've done a really good job to make an exciting and pretty high-performance car. It's got, the wing and the splitter and, completely reworked engine and transmission and exhaust and all of those things to take it to at least 100 horsepower more than the MX-5.
It's going to be racing at some of the best tracks in America. It starts at Sonoma over to the Circuit of the Americas. VIR, Nashville, definitely not one of the best circuits in America, but a spectacle, the Music City Grand Prix, that's for sure. Road America, Sebring, and Indianapolis, so I think plenty to look forward to follow that car in the real world, at least in this side of the world. 7 seconds the margin now at the front of the GT3 field, and there has been a swap around for second, by the way. ATRS and Alexander Lauritsen in front now of Luca Kita in the Urano Esports car that came about a lap ago into this very corner at the Roja. And the ATRS car, by virtue of already having taken a slightly longer pit stop, I think is maybe in the second best spot of them all, Andy. I think David is right that probably the Apex Racing Academy car sits in the best position possible. ATRS, though, is right there up there in strategy as well.
Yeah, if you've already taken your longest pit or longer pit stop, certainly, and you're within a second of the lead still, then I think you'd be feeling pretty good, wouldn't you? But brilliant battle, as we predicted in the 992 class here. These top 3 cars absolutely locked in combat. We're riding on board with the third placed of those right now as they make their way towards Ascari. The Urano Esports car of Luca Kita hops over the curb. But yeah, this is a tremendous scrap here between the top 3. In fact, I'd say the top 4 or 5 even in that class, all still within touching distance of the race lead, as here we see 3 different classes of car, in fact 4 different classes of car, all represented in one shot. That is the shot to sum up this series, I think, isn't it?
It's lovely. This is why I enjoy being a part of these so much, is these 4-class traffic interactions. Still 4 cars at the front of touring cars, by the way, but now it's full send in their Veloster that lead from MSI, SimRC, and Pure Sims. The only car that has not led in the last 20 or so minutes is Pure Sims. Very committed to hitting their fuel targets, and of course, multi-time British touring car champion Ash Sudden will be watching his team along as they're up and in the fight once more. Very slow as some GT3s and 992s shuffle their way on through. ASR Able in their Porsche 911 have been trying to rebound. They're in 13th position in class, but 18th overall after being on the back foot at the very start of this race. And in the last few moments, David, let's talk a bit more about penalties, because there's been a handful more that have come down since the last time we talked about this. Importantly, in the 992 class.
Yep, if I can find the right button again. Yeah, your 972, 944, 911, 998. Who hasn't got one? I think your biggest penalty there, got 10 seconds for Apex Racing Academy, and that's for that pit exit we're talking about. So race control, I guess, siding with me on that one, maybe. Not a gigantic penalty at 10 seconds, especially compared to the 20, 30, 60, 120 second penalties we've seen going out for some far more egregious things, but they were significantly slower than the cars on the racetrack bearing down on turn 1 and then chopped across a little bit.
It wasn't just 10 seconds for the Apex Racing Academy car. Luca Kita has 5 seconds as well. It's small, yes, but 5 seconds that will drop him out of the track position that he's got right now. I've just seen that 5 seconds has come on down for Pure Sims. They've had a bit of contact with Zenith Esports over the course of the race, so they've got 5 seconds for that. And the latest penalty that I've just seen, Andy, was for the incident that we saw with BS Competition, trying to self-clear themselves on a GT4 car. BS Competition actually sent in an incident report about it, but it's backfired on them because they've now got a 20-second stopping hold penalty.
Yeah, that isn't the move I would have made, that's for sure, in that situation. I'd have just kept my head down and hoped that no one had noticed. But yeah, that was fairly clear-cut as far as I'm concerned. If you're in the quicker car, it's your responsibility, really, to try and make those overtakes cleanly, and especially if you're on the inside line going into a corner, and you're half a car ahead, then there really isn't much excuse for turning across the nose of another car. But there you go. Again, easy to pass judgment from up here, isn't it? In the heat of the moment, it's the finest of miscalculations that can really make all of the difference. But yeah, I've seen a few of the BMWs that started so strongly in GT3 running into problems in this race. Both of the Biela Racing cars are now multiple laps down as well. I mentioned the 46 earlier on, but 45 having had its involvement in that incident that David just referred to down at turn 1, they have spent at least 11 laps in the pit lane. They were running also inside the top 4 in the GT3 points. So a couple of heavy hitters, unfortunately, facing some early drama here today.
I don't know what it is about Monza, but it always tends to just be a little bit dramatic over the course of the race. Do you remember we're talking about these penalties? It's slightly different from some other series where you may have watched that the penalties have to be served within 3 laps of us talking about them. Drivers get about 90 minutes from which they are allowed to serve their penalties, and they do it in a slightly different way to how it is done in a regular iRacing competition as well. We'll talk more about that maybe when we get into the cycle of the pit stops. 992, it is now very much a choo-choo train that is built up, and it's 6 cars. It's Visceral, ATRS, Urano, and then second ATRS car, Apex Racing Academy, and Team 75. They've also got a GT3 in there to get things a little bit more interesting as well, David. But at this point in the race, I do want to ask, from your perspective, with different strategies going on, how aggressive would you be if you're ATRS? Remember, end of the first stint of the race, they had about a 3-second advantage before we headed to the pit lane.
I don't know what to do if you're them. You very well might get tempted at some point to cash in your short stop early and try to get your 2 team cars out of this pack, but together. Again, they are relatively unique in having 2 cars within the one class. There's not very many examples of that. The only other one I think might have been Pure Sims GT4, and then you get into GT3 where there's obviously more cars total, so a couple more 2-car teams there.
Windshield wipers back and forth on that 992 generation Cup car in preparation for the rain. A handful of the cars in the field do have working windshield wipers already. It's not as intimidating when the car behind you uses the windshield wipers compared to flashing the light. Actually, Andy, that's a good question. You know, coming over from the real world, in the sim world we have this expectation that people are going to flash the lights as much as they want. Well, what's the etiquette in the real world for drivers trying to flash their lights to put mental pressure onto others?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it penalised, put it that way. I think it is allowed. There's a sort of gentleman's agreement that you don't do it excessively, but yeah, there is no rule against it. And certainly in sim racing, it's my favourite thing to do. If I'm racing against someone and I'm struggling to get past them, it's the easiest way to get into their head and force a mistake, because I know from personal experience that flash of light just as you're about to turn into a corner can just put you off an awful lot. So you can see why they do it. From a spectator or a commentator's point of view, though, it is a bit aggravating, isn't it? Because no matter how much you flash the lights at the car in front, they're not going to just pull out of the way, stick the indicator on and let you go. So it seems like really it's more of a way for the drivers to vent a bit of frustration than anything else. In fact, my favourite light flashing thing that I've seen in this race was in the very first 10 minutes or so of the race. There was I remember we had that breakaway group of 4 TCR cars at the front of their class, and then they were side by side for 5th position. Well, one of the cars behind the 2 that were going side by side and holding them all up was flashing their lights at them as if to tell them to pack it in and work together. So you can certainly converse with other drivers in quite a lot of ways just with the push of a button.
Yeah, communication on track there's a multitude of different ways that works. Cars on pit lane, by the way, it's time for the touring cars about 90 plus minutes in to make their first stop of the race. Don't necessarily think you'll see too many rear tire changes. Front tires, very different sort of a game though. Full Send Racing will lead them off, SimRC closely behind, and then of course Pure Sims as well as the MSI Esports car. I think both had penalties to serve, so they'll drop back slightly in the equation, and we'll check back in with touring cars in a handful of moments' time. Back up to the front of the field, where it's been quiet for Vildenez recently, David.
Yeah, he had a very exciting first hour, didn't he? With all of the traffic, with the Porsches starting to catch him up. Then it looks like he was the level head all along, running longer in the first stint by a matter of 3 laps compared to the 55 Williams car that was so aggressively pursuing him.
Now, Phil Denez sharing the car today. Here's where I'm quickly trying to pull up social media while I talk at the same time.
With Kei Koshube?
There we go, with Kei Koshube. Thank you for saving me there. But I'm always intrigued, Andy, when it comes to Phil Denez, because, like me, he lives on the left coast of the USA, which means that the race start was about 6 o'clock in the morning. Qualifying was around 5:30, 5:45 for Phil Denez. He's elected to wake up that early, do the hard job of qualifying, and then do a 2-hour opening stint to start off this race. I always find it quite interesting where you wouldn't take advantage of one driver being in Germany where he doesn't have to wake up ridiculously early to do all of those things.
Yeah, if I were the driver in Germany in question, I would be thinking, oh, well, clearly he doesn't trust us to do the job of starting a race, but I'm sure it's not like that at all. Some drivers just enjoy doing the start. Some drivers may have a slight advantage in qualifying as well. You know, it's a real skill to be able to extract maximum performance from a car over 1 lap in qualifying. So, you know, the team will have had discussions about that, and if he's up for doing it, then why not? I'm sure the others are more than happy to let him. He's done a superb job. I mean, really, so far, a flawless performance from him. Yeah, maybe he's just a morning person. I can't relate myself, but some people are, I believe.
Well, apparently me and David are, because it's morning slash night slash morning for David, depending on how you look at it. But yeah.
And I don't know how I am looking at it right now, to be honest.
Well, it's why Josh Rogers decided he had to leave Australia, go over to Germany, right? Because I'm sure netcode and whatnot had, you know, a bit of an impact on that as well. But I think just the reality of forcing your body to compete at times where it's not natural. It's why even Mitchell de Jong, for example, in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series, seems to race about half the races actually in Germany, but then half the races in the US, so he's not racing at 3, 4 a.m. when your body very much wants to be as asleep as possible. Starting to open up slightly at the front of this 992 field, by the way. Vince Peters is the fastest car in the class here, David, and he's opened up the margin to about 1.2 seconds back to the ATRS Esports car. Remember, slightly heavier on fuel and maybe paying the price right now.
Yeah, but then does it come back and help them later on is always the big question. Here's a great example, by the way, with the ASR Able car, how tough it is for them to get around these 992 cars in the final half of the lap so quick down this straight, so quick down the pit straight, and Lacherit not able to do it there, cuts back underneath where they've got way more performance in the final corner, and it'll only be if the 992 plays ball that the GT3 car will still lead in towards turn 1, I think. Are we going to get that bump draft here? Yeah, just pushing the GT3 along, like, come on, hurry up, down towards the braking zone you go, and then through the Lesmos, through Ascari, use that downforce, get out of my way, go on.
That might be the fastest GT3 car we've seen all day, by virtue of the bump assist. And about 20 minutes away from getting their cycle back underway in the form of GT3 pit stops, as the gaps come back down for the lead momentarily, as Vince Peters did lose a little bit of ground with some traffic. It's funny, Andy had mentioned being on the iRacing not top 10. Vince Peters has featured on the iRacing top 10 for one of the best finishes that I've ever seen in any sort of racing, period, whether it's real or virtual sprinter endurance. It was, I think, Maniti racing up against Vince Peters in the Aztec Sim Sports car in the Ivor Club Sports Series at Road Atlanta. Vince Peters somehow saved a miraculous amount of fuel and still managed to get the pass done on the very final lap. Highly encourage you to go search that clip out, but I bring that up, Andy, because this, of course, is a premier endurance series on iRacing. However, the ladder is starting to be established now to allow those to put their feet into the water of private league racing and then to slowly build up confidence, build up experience, and make their way into this competition by virtue of results in the Ivor Endurance Championship as well. And I like that because pre-qualifying like we have for these championships, it's always exciting, it's always intense. But you want that sort of progression, and you want the stories that we can talk about where we see drivers develop into top-level drivers.
Yeah, and again, it mirrors the real world, doesn't it? That's how things would work there. It's fantastic to see that as sim racing gets more popular, we obviously have far more drivers now joining in, perhaps at the bottom rungs of the ladder, and they've got somewhere to go and a much clearer path of where to go. Because I know from personal experience, as a complete outsider and someone joining sim racing for the first time, it can sometimes seem a bit overwhelming. You don't really know what you're doing, where you need to go, where you need to race, you know, how it all works. And it's why it's great to see there are more teams now that are taking on not just the pro drivers, but also complete beginners and giving them a place to learn their craft. And as you quite rightly said, plenty of championships out there that cater for everyone, but that have ties to championships a bit further up the ladder. So it just makes it a whole lot easier to negotiate the world of sim racing as a beginner, and because there are lots and lots and lots of talented drivers out there who are perhaps only now just starting their sim racing journey.
It's funny that you say not just signing pro drivers, because I mentioned the Apex Racing Academy signing Parker White as maybe a prelude to an eNASCAR program for them, but maybe an even more interesting signing for Apex, David, is the signing of Adam Smalley, the Porsche Great Britain Junior winner in 2021, who's had a great year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain this year and continues to make strides in the real world, but is now partnered up with Apex to recognize that sim racing is not just something separate from real-world motorsports. There are things that go hand in hand and ways that I can use sim racing to help me in the real world.
They just continue to get closer and closer. That's definitely one of the goals as well with, you know, the updates we know are coming to the GT3 car in a couple days.
I think I'm very excited to the reaction that we're going to get from the community to those changes. There's been a lot of complaints over the last year with these GT3 cars from some drivers about what they want versus what they've been getting in terms of on-the-limit behavior, and well, now they'll have a very different sort of an environment to work with. Check back in with your touring cars for a second, because you can see Michael Polishek is trying to do what he can to break the toe. Now, Ross McFarlane in that Pure Sims 116 entry has not actually yet served his 5-second time penalty as far as I'm aware. So even though he is right on the back of the net race lead here, Andy, basically move him down the road as far as you can.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing the right thing, though, really, in not battling too much with the car ahead. He needs to save as much time in this stint, stay as close to the leaders as possible, knowing full well that he's going to lose at least 5 seconds when he makes his next pit stop. So, yeah, he's doing the sensible thing, sitting in the wheel tracks of the similar Honda ahead of him, and those two working together to just try and stay with the car, the Full Said Racing car that's that little bit further up the road from them, in second place at the moment in the class, because I'm guessing the team Huysingveld car number 148 hasn't yet made its first stop, or did it have a really early pit stop? It's off sequence somehow, isn't it, to have a 41-second lead?
It's been out there for 38 laps. I think they were one that tried a short pit a little bit earlier in the race. I don't believe they've had any sort of penalties that would have seen them come down to pit lane separately from that. But yes, we're riding on board with the Pure Sims esports car. And David, one thing I think in particular SimRC has had to contend with in the first 2 rounds of the championship is the fact that Corentin Gunes has had to split attention with the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, where 2 of the rounds of this championship, 2 of the 3 rounds that we've already completed, clashed with 2 races that IMSA had on the very same day. And so you have Corentin, who's going between 2 different touring cars, the Honda Civic Type R here versus the Hyundai Elantra he was driving in that IMSA Esports series, at different tracks, and finding time to prepare and dial yourself in for both of them is quite a tricky thing given the level of these fields.
Yeah, jumping out of one, jumping into the other, with some amount of crossover, and really doing an amazing job in both as well.
Yeah, like I said, Harrison and Gunes, two of the top drivers. I touched on, new GT3 cars maybe coming to the real world next year, but I think one announcement from Sim Racing Expo today, Andy, that I am very, very excited is finally out there, is that VCO, the team that, of course, has partnered up with the 24-hour Series Esports Championship to put the broadcast forward and whatnot, will be bringing a virtual car to multiple platforms moving forward. They have released the first designs of their first car today, and I think this is really intriguing because we're not going to be talking about how does the Mercedes AMG GT3 compare to its real-world counterpart, for example. We're just going to be talking about how does it feel to drive and how good is it to race wheel-to-wheel.
That's really interesting. I hadn't heard of that, actually. That's a really interesting news story because you're right. We get a bit hung up sometimes. People like myself, especially, who worked in real-world motorsport for so long, we get a bit obsessed with mirroring it and everything in the sim, especially iRacing, because it is so hyper-realistic. We get obsessed with it being as realistic, as lifelike as possible, and we forget that actually one of the great things about sim racing, perhaps the greatest thing about it, is that it doesn't have to be bound by real-world rules. Racetracks that have long since closed down in the real world, we can still enjoy on the sim. Cars that don't get raced professionally anymore, you can still get into and race professionally on the sim. And that's another example of things that you can do in sim racing that are a lot easier to do in sim racing, certainly, than they would be in the real world. And yeah, why not throw in a couple of wild card cars, so to speak? Going to be fascinating to see how that gets on, and I'm sure it will be a very, very popular one once it is released.
And this is where I always like to emphasize that there is a place for sim racing where we simulate real racing, but then we can do this thing like, we call it esports racing. We take liberties and we do things that you could never do in the real world, and that's what we're doing in about 5 days' time with VCO Pro Sim Infinity. We're taking endurance racing and flipping it on its head. Reliability is not really a concern for most manufacturers in the real world. And so now, instead of one 24-hour race, let's do 24 one-hour races with 5 amazing venues, 5 amazing cars, travel around the world. And it was an experiment that was a great success back in May of this year, and we bring back VCO Infinity in collaboration with VCO Pro Sim. So there will be some pro drivers taking to the track this coming weekend for what is going to be a very exciting 24 hours. We saw Redline and Urano, two of the major players in VCO Infinity, earlier this year. It's going to be a very different sort of a shake-up, though, with 6 of the 24 races being required to be completed by one of your professional drivers. Check back in, by the way, with David Haynes' prediction for the victory here, because the Williams Esports Porsches continue to maintain some good consistent speed here, David, but in the second stint of the race, the pendulum has really swung in the favor of Phil Denez.
I think the pendulum swung in the favor of BS Turner the minute that the Williams Porsches pitted and they kept going. That really showed that the BS Turner BMWs had a little more for race pace than we initially thought. And yeah, the last laps there, it's always tough to pick out a trend in that, with how difficult and staccato the traffic can be. You might have, a couple of clean laps and then all of a sudden come across a glut of traffic that just seems to land in really awkward places, like the Lesmos, like Ascari.
And that's where you see the +1 numbers often popping up on the gaps that you see on the left side of the screen. Hard to tell, but again, remember, you can dive on into Timing 71 and their suite of data analysis tools. Head to timing71.org and filter your way through the race. Ivo de Breuer has just jumped into our YouTube chat and is asking what he has missed. Well, unfortunately for Ivo, it's not been the best of days for Maniti Racing so far. In the 992 category, they run 13th, the final of those still panning around on the track. Meanwhile, in the touring car category, They run in 6th position and are scored as, I believe, a lap down from the leader right now. And as someone else points out, if you want to sum it up in about one word, crashes is probably the best way to describe the opening hour of this race, Andy.
Yes, but only really that opening hour. It's definitely calmed down quite nicely. I'm seeing lots of things that I like now as far as the quicker cars negotiating the lap traffic. They are in a position where they're not catching 5 or 6 TCR cars at once, for example. They're picking them off one by one, and that means the race does now start to settle down a little bit more into that kind of typical endurance race feel, I say, as we cut to an enormous group of cars heading towards the final corner. But actually, this is not enormous compared to the massive battle packs we were seeing in the very early stages. So yeah, they're able to just manage the situation a little bit more sensibly now, and we're seeing some really good driving standards, and that's good not only for us and the drivers, but for race control as well, because they're finally now getting the chance to catch up on all of the earlier incidents and maybe just catch their breath for the first time in nearly 2 hours.
But we are actually entering into a phase of pit stops. Pure Sims have already brought their BMW down, and Lucas Prada out, Spencer Kostowicz in, so expect to see those first suite of driver changes to begin to filter their way on in. Gap for the lead has almost grown to 10 full seconds in the last lap or so, and it's only really in one class where we've got a, I'd say, bumper-to-bumper battle. We haven't talked much about GT4 all day, David, despite what an interesting qualifying session it was, and that's because, well, after starting down in 4th position, Mercedes-AMG Team Urano are looking to make it 4 wins in 4 races.
Yeah, they are head and shoulders clear at the minute, looking as good as they ever have. It's behind them, I think, that all the action is in GT4, because you've got 2 cars together there for 2nd and 3rd. That's Impulse leading Sabelt. There they are out of Parabolica. And yeah, not too far behind that, you've got, I think, 4 cars together as well. So everyone is having an exciting race day, except for Urano, who probably enjoying a little bit of their time alone up front.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to complain about getting a lack of attention at the front of the field. Williams Esports Chill Blast, Dino Lombardi will come down to pit lane. Ate Kauppinen will follow him in the BenQ colored machines. And one thing that I will give a huge shout out to Andy here in the sim world is that Williams Esports have made our life as simple as possible, because there's no confusing those 2 Williams cars.
No, and that is something that I talk to teams about an awful lot in the real world, because they insist on bringing 2 cars that are identically liveried with numbers that are about the size of an A5 piece of paper, which you cannot spot at a distance, and they expect you to tell the difference between them because they've got a different coloured sticker on the driver's side door or something. So yes, completely different, well, subtly different colour schemes on the Williams cars. They still very much follow the Williams theme, and they look the part, and they look, you know, well branded as part of the team. But yeah, you can tell them apart, which is always good news for us commentators. We're an easily confused bunch, commentators, so yes, the easier they can make our lives, the better.
I remember commentating on a race with Lewis McLeod where it's literally just 6 cars, but they were all blue and white, and we could not tell them apart. And I don't think we've ever been so confused in our lives before. Much like in the real world, there is also a trend for many teams to use the same sort of colors, black and red, white and blue. And so that's why when we see colorful things out there on screen, both because we like colors, but also because you make our life easy, we always appreciate it. Sotomuto is going to take over behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry, so driver change there. But curiously here, David, Ate Kauppinen is staying in and has taken, I believe, 2 tires to try and extend this stint. I did mention this during the broadcast earlier, but there was a late race drama for this BenQ entry with Vasilios Belitiotis having some technical issues. And so the day of, they have had to make a swap around, and Alexander Spets jumps into the car.
So an interesting strategy call there on the drive stints on the tyres, and they got to do something different to the leading BS Turner car, don't they, if they want to win. If they're going to win, they can't just keep doing what has happened in the first 2 stints. It's got to be some kind of change.
4 minutes to go till the top of the hour, and I think this is resignation from Williams Esports that they definitely will not make their way into the next hour on pit stops. Now, Phil Denez in the previous stint of the race, this is where I am bringing up timing 71 to try and look into the exact stint length that we saw out of him, but I think he went around 34 laps on the tank, Andy, so I'm expecting maybe 3 more laps from Denez, which means this is a car that has well and truly put itself past the hour.
Yeah, certainly. If they can go an extra couple of laps over the Williams Esports cars on every stint, for example, then they're going to be very, very tough to beat, aren't they? But I like this call by Williams Esports, actually, to do something different, not only to the BMW Team BS Turner squad, but also put their 2 cars on slightly different strategies, because you kind of cover all bases that way. You know, you have one car that can go off chasing after the race leaders with that shorter pit stop, and the other team can hang back and stick to the original plan, which we suspect was save tyres, save fuel, and trust that our long-run pace will be better than that of the BMWs. That's not really been the case. So yeah, I absolutely agree with David. It was the right thing to do to try and throw something different at this, so far, dominant BMW that has looked in imperious form so far. It was about a 10-second cushion that they had before the Porsches bailed for the pit lane. I'll be interested to see what it is when this car comes back out on track.
I'm very curious as to how things are going to shake up heading out of this round, because of course it's not just the teams and drivers that are going to have to get used to the new status quo, but even the BOP makers will have to adjust to what is going to be a very big change. I think the benefit, though, at least for the BOP side of things, is that it's a long wait between this round of the championship and the next one. It's almost 2 full months that separates us from the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. We don't go racing until February, which is going to feel a little bit weird, I'm sure, for the drivers to be off for that long. Check out some incidents. This is David Barraclough in the Talk Freak Racing entry that I think it's fair to say just gets absolutely turfed there by the Sable Esports car.
Well, we're looking at it. Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't really a gap there. He was trying to force the gap, and the Talk Freak Racing GT4 is trying to say, no, 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 no. But that wasn't enough, apparently. Not sure what you think about that one, Andy.
Precarious on the exit there as well, with the car sideways.
Yeah, that was. I would put that on the Porsche myself. At first, I actually thought that from the driver's eye view inside the Porsche, that the GT4 car was kind of leaving the door open and then closed it. But no, on second viewing, it was clear that the car was coming from too far back. And it's another one of those situations I mentioned earlier in the race. You know, why go for that risky move under braking when you can just blast past that car down the next straight? You might lose a second, but it's better than copping a penalty for contact, which I fear might be what happens now.
Another thing to go up to race control to have a look at. And while Phil Denez works past multiple bits of traffic, he is also carving through a battle for 7th in class. You've got Havu versus Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. It's the 79 versus the 75 here, David.
Yeah, saw the Havu pit stop not long ago. They are well known for trying some bizarre little strategies when they can, trying to outfox their competition, if you will. Do not appear to have the car pace at the moment of Team 75.
I wonder if we are... This 992 Cup car doesn't have many things that you can tweak. I wonder if we have seen a couple of different setup options in terms of how much top-end speed that they're able to generate here, because of course the faster you are in a straight line, the slipperier you will be through some of the twistier and the slower stuff, Andy. And these are all compromises that you'll be playing around with and trying to figure out, do I want to be better by myself, or do I want to be able to make passes as Denez dives to the lane?
Yes, he does. So this is an important part of this race then, the second round of pit stops for GT3 coming towards its conclusion. Whilst he's in the pit lane, yeah, to pick up on your point, I always found at a place like Monza, I would more on the side of a slightly higher downforce setting than everybody else, because yes, you find lap time in having some extra straight line speed with a low downforce slippery setup, but actually you do your overtaking under braking, you use that slipstream, close on the car ahead, and then you dive up the inside under braking. And if you've got the lowest rear wing angle possible, you're not going to pull the car up in time to make the move stick. So actually, I would rather throw away a bit of straight line performance to have the braking capability mainly, but yeah, some of the rear end stability as well through some of the high speed corners. It's an interesting balance though, and most racing drivers would say the exact opposite to what I just said, which is probably why they're racing drivers and I'm a commentator.
Well, actually, I don't think you are that wrong there, because it's a similar thing that we talk about with the LMP2 car, which of course is not on track here today, but in some of the R-Racing special events, 6 hours of Watkins Glen, for example, it's not the downforce that's the issue there, it's the gear stacks that you use, because you can use the slightly shorter gear stack, which is going to give you a lot more acceleration through the slower parts of the lap. But if you use the slightly longer gear stack, you're not going to be bouncing off the rev limiter on the entry into the bus stop, and you gain about 5 kilometers an hour in top speed. So these are all slight compromises that you've got to think through and make decisions on. Now, remember, BS Competition's 89 machine had a penalty to serve, so they are going to drop well and truly down through the field. However, there's been some gambles again here on strategy here, David, because multiple cars are trying to triple stint their tires.
We mentioned right off the top that we weren't expecting to see track temperatures reach over 30 Celsius at any point during the race, and they have been pretty static so far, give or take between 27 28 Celsius. So obviously the team's finding the tyres hanging on very well. So yeah, Havu went triple stint on their tyres, I believe. And BS Turner have done it up front as well, and their pace obviously looked really good in that second stint. They've left those tyres on for a third, and then I think hand in hand with that is, with the leader, is then they've left Phil Denez in with those tyres as well.
Now, I do always get a bit worried when it comes to tyre conservation and management, specifically when it comes to Phil Denez and his exploits in this BMW M4. There was a BMW Sim GT Cup race earlier this year where, for those that are unfamiliar with the format, it's a 2-hour race where you have to make a mandatory driver change. And so sometimes we see 0 tyres, sometimes 2 tyres, and sometimes 4 tyres taken in pit stops. In this particular race, we saw the gamut of strategy calls. BS Competition and Phil Denez in particular sent me a message in the second half of the race saying, we're good on tyres, we wouldn't have done this if we didn't think we'd be fine. Fast forward to the final 10 minutes of the race, Andy, they were not fine. And they went from the lead of the race, I think, back to 8th in just about 10 minutes time. But it shows how quickly these decisions can flip on their head, and how important it is to make sure you've done your preparation and understand what's going to happen.
Yeah, and this third stint on the tyres is the risky one. Obviously, it's the point at which the tyres are at their oldest, and you're fully committed now. If you, in half an hour's time, realise you've run out of rubber, there's not a lot you can do about that. You're kind of stuck out there. So let's watch that gap with interest. It's 27 seconds right now between number 96 and 55 at the front of the field. Remember, 55, we believe, took 2 tyres at the previous stop, so they have at least got 2 fresh tyres aboard their Porsche. But that is a big old gap, and unless the tyres on the BMW were to really fall off a cliff, which I'd be surprised if that happened, if I'm honest, then yeah, it certainly looks like that could be another good call for BS Turner. And right now, in the early stage of the stint, the gap is staying pretty much static, so far so good.
Back to third position for Williams Esports Chill Blast as they get past Spencer Kostowicz out of the Roger. Not much of a fight put forward there. You can see those pit stop times around 42 seconds or less means no tyres and about a full tank of fuel. 53 seconds or so is 2 tyres and a full tank of fuel. Anything longer than 60 seconds is a full service in the pit lane, and with 2 hours done and 4 hours still to go, you can see just how much of a question mark and the strategy really was, David, because there aren't many that have really converged on the same plan of attack here.
Nope, I was just looking down our top 3, where it's 3 different choices. So, yeah, strap yourself in on that one. They should converge over this stint. Exactly how that plays out, I remain fascinated to see.
Can see
I guess An interesting sort of little bellwether for this is Havu are still holding on to 6th ahead of Team 75 Bernhard, who have the new tyres. So Havu are showing us sort of wheel to wheel here in this battle that also has the GSR IPR by ACV Lamborghini. Yeah, just an interesting sort of wheel to wheel comparison of where the different tyres are at.
Throw more letters into that team name, by the way, as that looks like one of the... Was it an SRC Movano? No, that's SRC Movano rolling off a pit lane. So that would have been...
Sabelt 992.
Yeah, Sabelt in their 992 game. Egoff behind the wheel there, and I'm sure we'll grab a look at what happened to him in a handful of moments' time. So David is right that we will have to track Havu in this wheel-to-wheel fight, and we'll see as well the pace of that Lamborghini as they filter through this next portion of the race. This is that phase of the race as well, Andy, where mental mistakes are so easy to make, and it's just making sure that you keep focused, and if you're not in the car, you're there and supporting your teammates so that in case they have any issues, there's someone to help them deal with it.
Yeah, that's a vital part of this, actually, that maybe doesn't get discussed enough, but the role of a driver doesn't end when they get out of their car. You know, they still are there to provide moral support, but yes, perhaps technical support as well to the other driver that is in the car throughout their stints. It's a long old time to be sat in the sim. Phil Denez, by the time he gets out of the car, will have done more than half of this race, more than 3 hours at the wheel. Concentration starts to dip, especially when you've got so much to concentrate on as he has. You know, he's trying to manage tyres that are now over 2 hours old. He's trying to save fuel. He's trying to keep the pace up, knowing that this is perhaps a crucial stint in deciding the outcome for this race. And yeah, it's handy to have someone there to just take a little bit of that burden, you know, have somebody reading you lap times so that you don't have to look at that yourself, have somebody telling you the gaps, telling you what positions people are in so that you don't have to cycle through your black box yourself and do it. Anything that the other drivers and other team members can do to just take a little bit of the workload away from the driver behind the wheel is only going to help that person to concentrate on their main job, which is driving around the circuit cleanly.
It's where the bigger teams always have the advantage just in terms of resources and in terms of manpower. Often you'll have drivers not even racing who are there to support. Zach Campbell, for example, has flown from the US to Coanda's facility in Germany, not to drive, but just to be an engineer as part of their Le Mans virtual campaign. So 3 hours and 50 minutes to go, nearing towards the halfway mark of this race. Let's do a bit of a rundown through the field, and let's start with GT3. It's a top 5 that is dominated by BMWs, but Porsche is still fighting strong. It's BS Turner that leads with Phil Denez doing a mighty 2-hour stint so far. Still an hour to go behind the wheel, but he's being chased down by the Williams Esports duo of Ate Kauppinen as well as now Sota Muto in the Williams Esports Chill Blast Porsche. Pure Sims and Riley Sim Racing round out the top 5. Pure Sims have worked their way up 6 positions so far here today. David, we've just entered into a bit of a cycle of pit stops for the 992, but give us a rundown of the top 5 in class.
Yeah, indeed we have. They're a little split up at the moment, but ATRS 913 still leads, and you see here just ahead of the Urano Esports Heineken Media, Apex Racing Academy, one of the cars that we've been watching go long on fuel. They are just there in 3rd ahead of Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. So your top 4 just within picture here.
Let's talk a little bit about your GT4s then for a second, because well, technically we are entering or exiting a cycle of pit stops, but it is still Dylan Shrivens that has taken over the Mercedes-AMG Urano 490 that leads as they look to go 4 in a row to kick off the season. Impulse should cycle out in 2nd with Sabelt inside the top 5 along with CSRA by Entropic, and then Pure Sims in the 416 after the 417 Pure Sims GT4 car ended up sideways through the opening couple of corners of the lap. Andy, talk us through what has been maybe the most intriguing class in terms of close fighting through the course of the day. Talk us through the touring cars.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying watching the touring car class here. It is Full Send Racing who have got the lead at the moment, but only by, well, as you can see, half a second or so over the Sim RC Honda in second place. Michael Polasek leading from Corentin Guinez in second, and Ross McFarlane in that Pure Sims Esports number 116 car. But remember, they've still got this 5-second penalty hanging over them that they will serve, I presume, the next time they come into the pit lane. So that car doing really well, actually, to close ever further in on the leading Hyundai. That gap is coming down, actually, between first and second and third. Within fourth position, the MSI Esports car of Gabi Montoro, also doing his best to go with them.
Yeah, there's plenty of intriguing stuff up and down through the field. 57 took to the green. We're down to 47 they're running. Most of those retirements actually in the GT4 and the GT3 class. We've had a solitary retirement in your TCRs in the form of Aspar and Manu Ray Olago, unfortunately, the first of our retirements in the field here. Check back in with 992s for a moment, because while the ATRS 913 has headed down to the pit lane and swapped out Alexander Loritzen for Matthias Berg, we still see Luca Kita, Matthias Stokeback, Jürgen Frank riding at the front of this field, split by 0.2 of a second right now, David.
And there are games afoot with the strategy here still as well, knowing that Apex saved big time in the first stint and looking to do it again here.
So 998, just quickly to jump in here, does still have the 10-second penalty lurking over the head, right, David, to confirm?
David, to confirm. Yes, not served yet.
Okay, just want to make
10
sure...
10 seconds for the 998.
Yeah, I made a few mistakes today, so I want to make sure this was not one of them. So, the Apex car's in a good spot, but again, add 10 seconds to it in effect. I have actually seen some chatter that that is a penalty that they will be looking at potentially appealing, but that is a post-race appeal process. So, Andy, maybe it will be decided in the steward's room at the end of the day.
And we all love it when that happens, don't we? Because
that's what happened to 992 last time.
Oh boy, did it.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, it's such a shame, isn't it? You know, we sit here and watch a race over 6 hours, so do the people watching at home. The teams take part in a race over 6 hours. You want it to be decided at the end of 6 hours, and it's very easy to get grumpy about this sort of thing, but actually it's the right thing to do. You'd rather the stewards took the time to hear everyone's side of the story, see all of the onboard footage, look at all of the data, and ultimately make the right decision. So it's frustrating. I don't know quite how they'd go about reversing that. I suppose they could just take 10 seconds back off there at race time if they've already served a 10-second stop-go during the race, but yeah, as unfortunate as it is, it sort of just goes to back up what we were talking about earlier on. It's such a hard job for the race stewards to do, and if they need to sort of sit back and take a bit of extra time over it, then I'm all for that.
You bring up, you know, things being decided post-race. I'll bring up something that you had to see in British GT this year, Andy, where it wasn't
go there.
Yeah, it wasn't post-race. It was in a courtroom where things got decided.
Honestly, it seemed like half the races this year in British GT, we would turn up not knowing who was leading the championship, what the success penalties were. Indeed, there was a real fear that we would complete our championship at Donington Park and still not know who the champion was. Thankfully, that was averted. But yeah, that was a little bit different. That was drivers who were not particularly happy with how rules have been implemented during the season and felt that they could win the battle in the courtroom. And actually, they did so successfully. So I suppose they knew what they were talking about.
Talking of penalties, by the way, that is the procedure for penalties. There is a designated penalty zone. Luca Kita hits it and rolls after serving the penalty and immediately works his way into the pit box, where I would suspect it will be Kita out and one of the very talented Urano drivers to step back in. This is Sam Coiter coming off a year in the Porsche Tag Car Esports Super Cup. That will take over there. Jürgen Frank out. Felix Luding in for the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. I can't imagine what it must have been like for you, Andy. Watching from the outside, though, plenty of drama, and I'm just saying we need a Netflix documentary, or a mockumentary maybe is a better way to think about it, of how that entire situation played out. Check back in at least momentarily, though, with your race leader, Phil Zinez, because in terms of lap time, it's going back and forth between Kauppinen and Dinez partially because of the traffic, but I think at the end of the day here, David, we're seeing this from both Havu and the 96. Triple stinting tyres is maybe still a very good call to make.
Well, remember, Kalpinen took 2, so you'd hope that gave you some kind of performance advantage. He's pulled 2.5, 3 seconds out of the leader in this stint over quite a handful of laps, so really only a couple tenths of a second per lap on the trend. Yeah, your sort of hope as either of those Williams Porsches is that, by the way, that's something we might be saying more of in years to come, that the BS Turner sort of hits a cliff with the front left tyre or something, that they just reach this point where they start to get more rapid degradation of performance.
Williams Porsche does sound quite intriguing, I'm just saying.
Sure does.
Fingers crossed, iRacing. If I'll ask for one thing from the iRacing gods for Christmas, can we please get a second LMDH car if it wouldn't be too much of a hassle? TCR's lead is swapped around once again. I don't think this is going to be too much of a highlight for us in terms of them going back and forth amongst the top 3 here, but it's SimRC that leads again from Full Send and Pure Sims in the podium spots right now. But given that the field has been cut down at least in half here, Andy, I think for all of these TCR machines, they're basically just riding the race out until the final stint, and they'll see where they go from there.
Yeah, if you're in that lead group, I think you're happy to be there, whether you're first, second, third or fourth. You've stayed out of trouble and you're within reach of the class lead. But it is interesting that Full Send Racing have seemed to run out of pace in the second half of this stint, haven't they? Or as we move into really the second half of their sort of 90-minute stint. Their tyres perhaps well past their best now, because their fastest lap is actually 3/10 quicker than Corentin Guinez has done in the SimRC car, and yet at the moment he is lapping about 0.3 of a second per lap quicker than them. Now, of course, they're back in the slipstream, so should be able to pick up the pace once more, but that is perhaps a sign that Corentin, with all of his touring car racing experience, has just managed that tyre situation ever so slightly better over the first 45 minutes. I mean, 90 minutes, that's a long stint for a front-wheel drive car. I wouldn't fancy doing that, especially around a circuit with so many high-speed right-handers.
I will just point this one out. We haven't talked about the other MSI Esports car, by the way, the championship leading car that runs in 11th in class right now. 2 different liveries on these MSI cars, David. This is the one that I think we are very familiar with, the traditional blue. I quite like this TCR livery.
I feel like the TCR livery is almost a throwback to what they used to run. Then they used to run this thing that had like the Michelin
man on it.
Guy on it. Yeah, Monsieur Bibendum. Oh, he's so big and ugly. And yeah, and then they went to what's on the Porsche, and now it's almost, I don't know, like a throwback on the TCR. I don't understand it, but I really like the TCR livery.
I like you, so you don't understand it. It does make me laugh sometimes when I see we've got SimRC entries in all 4 of the classes. 2 of them are in the Team 75 Bernard colors, and 2 of them are in the SimRC colors.
Well, only 2 of them are Porsches.
True, only 2 of them are Porsches.
I think that's about when Timo Bernhard gets interested.
So what we really need is a Porsche TCR car, is what you're saying.
Yes, simply disable the rear axle on the Mission R.
Ooh, okay, we're getting
Surely
creative
you can do that
now.
in software, right?
Yeah, we're getting creative now. I mean, we're in the virtual world. We can do whatever we want. Apex Racing Academy, by the way, the last of the 992s to make their pit stop now. They did serve their penalty, and to try and compensate for that, they have taken a slightly shorter fill time, about 10 seconds shorter than the longest of those in this cycle of the race. But I think crucially here, Andy, they're only about 2.5 off the back of the leading trio.
Yeah, well, yes, but that was sort of crisis management, wasn't it? They were going to lose a lot more time than that, and okay, they found a way to limit the damage, but that will have a knock-on effect. What you do at this pit stop will have an effect on what you do at the next pit stop, and then ultimately the last pit stop of the race. So that may come back to bite them later on. They're going to have to take on a bit more fuel at some point, and they might end up losing some of that time back. But this is a really important stint for them. They need to try and bridge that gap to the group of cars just up the road from them, so that then at least they're starting from scratch again as far as time loss at the next round of pit stops. But that's why these penalties are designed in the way they are. They're supposed to punish you for getting involved in things you shouldn't be and doing things you shouldn't be doing. And actually, it's why I quite like to see things like 90-second or 2-minute penalties, because the harsher the penalties, the more notice drivers tend to take of them.
Yes. I don't think David or myself have ever seen a 2-minute penalty in the last 12 months or something. That is a slam dunk, or rather, that is as severe as you get. Although, having said that, I was doing a race a couple of weeks ago where Bruno Spengler and Norby Kish, who are two real-world drivers racing in a sim series, got disqualified from the race. And when we say disqualified, I mean the race control right-clicked on their name and said removed from the race kind of thing. I still don't exactly remember why that happened. 992 class then is still where we focus most of our energies on, because that's where there are basically 4 cars in and amongst the fight, with 2 hours and 20 minutes now well and truly past us. GT4, like we mentioned, it looks like it might be fun in the qualifying session, but that's very much grown itself, and we haven't really seen too much of a battle here. Check back in with Havu then, David, and we'll see how the no tire call is going for them. Of course, the Lamborghini for German Sim Racing also taking no tires in the last cycle, but that Lamborghini is the one that's flying.
Yeah, they're not doing bad at all. Their pace incredibly competitive, even with the front of the field, pulling time out of Relay Sim Racing in 5th. Just in the last couple of times we've checked in here, we've seen the Lamborghini get past Havu. We saw them get past Team 75 Bernard Sim RC. So they are moving up the field forwards and rapidly and consistently. They've only got 4 seconds to get to the next car for position, and they've been almost a second a lap quicker. So yeah, maybe it's Lamborghini time. Not a car that's been insanely popular. Not a car that's been especially competitive in the long run. So maybe it's the home ground advantage.
Lamborghini this is the only Lamborghini in the field. Like I mentioned earlier, there will be an Evo 2 Lamborghini to replace this car in the real world for 2023. Similar-ish to the Audi, as much as people will want to say that it is the same car. Slightly different if you've driven them on iRacing, that is for sure. 3 hours and 37 minutes to go. One thing that is going to be very difficult next year, especially for you, David, as one of the regular commentators of this championship, is assuming we get that new Porsche 911 GT3 to iRacing. Right now, you can differentiate 992 from GT3 by the rear end of the car. 992, of course, has the light bar and is a little bit more squat and rounded. But once they look identical, I have no idea how you're going to be able to pick them apart next year.
Yeah, no clue. Absolutely no clue. The 991.2 generation of Cup car versus GT3, there was, some differences in the sort of the track width, the rear wings, various bits with the intakes as well. 992 generation, I've no clue. I've no clue. We'll be going from the conventional rear wing mount to the swan neck mount, which of course makes more downforce because of the weight of what you did to those poor swans.
Those poor swans indeed.
It's like when I get chicken wings. You get 12 chicken wings and you're like, those poor 6 chickens that are just, confined to the ground now.
I did see that a handful of the teams have started receiving their brand new Porsche 911 GT3s. I saw Faf Motorsports, I think the first to have posted about theirs on social media. Of course, before it's been resplendently adorned in the plaid that we'll see take to the track for the next year. Very much looking forward to having that on iRacing moving forward. 3 hours and 35 minutes to go. I think it's probably time we step aside very quickly for a RaceSpot TV fan immersion. not much going on in terms of fights in GT3s, and so after riding on board with a Porsche a little bit earlier on, why don't we change our attention and go front-wheel drive this time around and jump on board with Full Send Racing and Michael Polishek for a couple of laps around the Temple of Speed. Don't go anywhere. About half the race still to go for the 6 hours of Monza in the 24-hour Series Esports Championship. 3 hours and 30 minutes to go in round 4 of the 2022-2023 24-hour Series Esports Championship, the 6 hours of Monza. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpot TV after riding around with Michael Polishek in the Full Send Racing 185. My name is Arjuna Kangipati, alongside with David Haynes and Annie McEwen as we roll our way closer and closer to the checkered flag and closer to yet another round of pit stops. Not much has really changed over the last handful of minutes. It has settled into a routine because one thing that we should talk about, David, is the story of the first hour, which saw 57 contenders whittled down to just 47 left on track.
Well, the thing about the big one is you assume there's only going to be one, but we had, gosh, a handful of multiple car pile-ups through the traffic, through the pinch points of turn 1, but then also what we don't normally think of as a pinch point, the exit of the Parabolica there, where 3 wide went very, very much awry, and we lost multiple cars through that.
So in this touring car fight, Pure Sims have lost a bit of ground this lap after losing out with the traffic. I think Phil Denez not helping them out, and well, not helping Full Send Racing out there either, if we're being totally honest. And the lights flash for the first time in a while. Andy, the universal sign that a driver is the happiest person in the world.
And I bet Phil Denez is quaking in his boot. Oh no, I'm sure he doesn't care. He wasn't even looking at the TCR car flashing its lights at him then. I mean, I get it, you're frustrated, but honestly that was a fairly bog standard move from Phil to go past, and flashing the lights is only going to wind you up more than it will wind him up. Yes. I think it was a good example, though, of how quickly and easily things can go wrong. I mean, an inch or two either way for either one of those cars could have ended in contact that took 2 potential race-winning cars out of contention altogether.
When it comes to the flashing lights, and you're saying it winds the driver up themselves, I can attest to that myself from my own experience. I did a race where Paddy Wolf was in an LMP1 car and putting a lap on me in an LMP2 car. Barcelona, the final sector, it's tight and twisty. He probably did nothing wrong, but I felt like I was personally targeted by Paddy Wolf. And I remember saying on my Twitch stream...
Slowdown for SimRC? Did they cut the first chicane?
I think there is. And I think this is why we've seen the back and forth a number of times. Whether it's a slowdown, whether as well, it might also just be the fuel games being played here as well, because all of these drivers like to play some games. Back and forth, it's about our 6th swap in 3 hours for the lead, but without too much drama. See if we can pick up if it was a slowdown penalty for Corentin Gunas, because uncharacteristic mistake, David.
Well, it's quite easily done, the way the track limits are enforced. You just ride across too much of the curb, typically the first part here, so you turn in quite early. No, that looks fine, isn't it?
I think it's probably that, yeah.
Too much of the second part of the apex. Back in my day, we would always be cutting too much of that first part of the apex, because there's all the AstroTurf, very tempting to cut the first bit, but then it just looks like...
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Four wheels to the side of the white line. I mean, if only track limits in Formula 1 were that cut and dry. Moving on. 23 seconds at the front of the field for Phil Denez now. It has started to come down, albeit slightly. Denez has lost some ground in the traffic. Trying and extrapolate some triple stint tire data from what we're seeing out of Havu, the German sim racing team, as well, of course, as the BS Turner. But the only thing that's really striking me here, Andy, is just how quick that German sim racing car seems to be on the triple stinted tires as he continues to close on the BMW in 5th spot in front of him.
Yeah, really flying, aren't they? That's impressive. And they've got more pace, actually, I would say, than the BS Turner car at the head of the field compared to those around them anyway, because BS Turner are losing ground to the cars behind. It's been almost just over, I think, half an hour since the BMW team BS Turner pitted, and they've lost about 5 seconds in that time. So that doesn't sound too bad, but bear in mind they will have to do a full service, a driver change, full tank of fuel, and 4 tyres at their next pit stop, whereas, well, the Williams Esports car, I suppose, did only take 2 tyres last time as well, so it still looks good for them. But yeah, some cars seemingly able to make progress on triple stinted tyres, whilst others are maybe starting to struggle. Speaking of struggling, Arte Kauppinen struggling to find a way through the TCR lead pack there, and I think he managed to do that just about without contact, but that will further shuffle that TCR battle around.
I'm going to dig into the regulations here, which is always an exciting thing for a commentator to talk about, but again, going to the point where Arte Kauppinen has had that late replacement for his teammate this morning, David, maybe the strategy here would be to try and get 4-5 hours out of Ate Kauppinen in the car, the driver that has got as much preparation under his belt, and throw Alexander Spets in at the very end of this race to just fulfill the minimum drive time to make sure there's no falling afoul of drive time regulations. Surely that seems like what you'd expect for Kauppinen to do. Meanwhile, Williams Esports Chill Blast, they're just going to attack like they would have been planning over the course of the week.
Well, the minimum drive time's 108 minutes in a 2-driver lineup. So best is Kauppinen for 4 hours, and then his teammate for the final 2 is how you'd typically structure that.
That actually makes it...
By the way, I worked that out because the maximum one person can drive is 70% of the race. So in a 2-driver lineup, the remainder is 30% of this 360-minute race. So I did use the calculator, but you can double-check that I punched the right formula in.
And for every lap that you go over 70%, correct me if I'm wrong here, David, but every lap... Yeah, it just gets removed from the classification.
Yeah, which is... yeah, even losing 1 lap would be bad. Very bad.
Hopefully you have not miscalculated that you're losing multiple laps, because I think then you start to question your internal calculations just a little bit more. So we still do expect, like we're saying, a bit of strategy to play itself out here in your GT3 class. Behind those GT3 contenders, we check back in with 992, where Anders Dahl has taken over in the Visceral Esports Aztec Sim Racing entry from Vince Peters. Leads by a second over Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. ATRS Esports have replaced Alexander Lauritsen with Matthias Burke in the 913, running in 3rd and comfortably saving some fuel. Not seeing the gap drop to Michael Yanni in the Apex Racing Academy entry just yet. He is 3 odd seconds off the leading trio and struggling to try and close back in, as, to be fair, is Sam Koiter, and these are 2 drivers in the form of Michael Yanni and Sam Koiter that are just coming off, qualifying campaigns in that Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup qualifying series. So I'm a little bit shocked, Andy, to see them struggling to try and latch back onto your leaders.
Yeah, it shows the level of competition in that class, doesn't it? Because certainly if you take the Apex Racing Academy car of Michael Yanni, 5-second penalty that they served, well, they are about 5 seconds or so, I reckon, off that lead group, and they just can't get that time back. So we are dealing in fractions in that 992 Cup class, and it really does go to show that if you make a mistake, you're not going to be able to bounce back from it, and that just piles the pressure even further on the teams who are doing well, because they see that other teams who have had penalties or had slow pit stops just can't rebound from that. And it means that they absolutely have to avoid the same fate, and they have to keep it squeaky clean. So the pressure in that 992 class, being a one-mate class especially, has got to be through the roof right now.
And there's no hoping that the stewards are going to come into effect, because I think over the last hour or so, they're just looking at the race control sheet that they're having to work through. The number of incidents has very much started to come down, and it's definitely settled into a nice, healthy rhythm here in this one.
You know what I can't believe, Arjuna, is that apparently no one has 25 off tracks yet.
Really?
The fact, like, if it showed one team, I'd be like, okay, but none.
So
really, none.
When it comes to track limits here, I think that's. You got to remember as well that we had that big update that came down when that Mercedes Formula One car launched, because Mercedes had collaborated with iRacing to get track limits, you know, maybe a more in line with how it is in Formula One than it was in some of the GT series, for example. And I think, David, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that got reverted back a little bit recently. So the track limits here, by no means are they super lenient, but you can, for example, through Lesmo 1 and 2, use the AstroTurf in a way that 6 months ago you couldn't.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden you're allowed to use a little more of the exit curve. You go and use a little more of the exit curve, you know. It's scope creep, if ever, you know. The exit of every corner is always like that. Wherever the track limit is set, the driver's going up to that and occasionally going over it. So I still feel like exit of Ascari, exit of the second Lesmo, definitely even still through the Parabolica. Plenty of places that you could get one or two.
Well, actually, it's funny that 8 minutes ago, actually, we have started to get the warnings. ASR Able, I think, was the first, and I'm just scrolling through it. I can't see any others just yet. Hardpoint by Delta Sport in the 499, they also have their first warning. Maniti have their first warning, so yes, they've read your mind, David, don't worry. Ooh, and curiously, Williams Esports BenQ have been pushing those limits quite a bit, Andy. So we know they've been trying to close the gap at the front. It's come down to 21 seconds, but they're doing so with those liberties with track limits.
Yeah, that's not good to hear, is it? Because I was starting to get a bit excited about the way this gap was coming down, bearing in mind we're still probably 20 plus minutes away from the third round of pit stops for GT3. So if this was a tyre advantage starting to creep their way, then you know, maybe we shouldn't be writing them out just yet. But yeah, if they are exceeding track limits in order to do that, that's not great. Worth pointing out, though, that just because you're exceeding track limits doesn't necessarily mean you're gaining an advantage. You know, you don't really want to be running wide over the AstroTurf and gravel because you lose traction. If you cut a corner a bit too much, then the chances are that you'll be hitting the curb harder. That can lose you time. So they don't necessarily go hand in hand, although there are certain places, the exit of Ascari being the big one, where you can run out wide on the exit and really gain an advantage. It's funny, though, because track limits through my time in iRacing have been the bane of my life. I'm forever getting penalties with track limits, and yet Monza I never found to be all that difficult. I would frequently get to the end of a 25-30 minute race and not have any off tracks. So I think if you're really pushing things to the extreme, then you might get one or two, but certainly I think there are other circuits where that's more of a challenge.
I agree with you, Andy, and I think when you talk about the incidents, slowdowns are where I get more concerned at Monza than anything else, like we saw with Corentin Gunes, for example. So maybe I'm just not pushing enough and trying to use enough of the road, like David was mentioning a little bit earlier. When we talk about incident limits as well here, David, the series separates out the off-track incident limit from the bits of contact that you get. So every 4x incident point that you get from banging doors with another car actually may not end up adding to the off-track incident limit that is tracked by the race control team. But regardless of that, the main point I have here is if you're the second driver who steps into the car and you've been allowed 10 off-tracks after your teammate has blown through 40, I don't think there are too many things that are as frustrating as that.
Yeah, it's God, I'd rather get a second-hand bike than that. You know, it's.
I still remember BMW Sim GT Cup last year. Max Verstappen was sharing a car with Gianni Vecchio, and Max did the first hour of the race. And I mean this in the best way possible. Max was Max. He was being aggressive. He was making moves, and may have got into contact with Josh Rogers once or twice. And so Max finishes his first hour, Andy, in a race where you're allowed 25 incident points, and has got 24. And so Gianni Vecchio had to try and survive an hour without any sort of contact, without running off the track. I think it lasted about 10 minutes.
And of course, he's the driver who then has to serve the penalty and looks like the guilty
disqualified.
party.
Yes, no, he just got straight disqualified. It was hilarious.
That is a shame. But what could you say? You're partnering Max Verstappen. You're not going to give him a telling off, are you?
No.
Well, I was about to say there's a club of at least 2 people now in the I'm Max Verstappen's teammate pity party. I wonder, can Gianni speak Spanish?
I think there's more than 2 maybe in that pile. I mean, if we go back through the Red Bull ringer. Do we add the torpedo into that club, David?
Oh, can Perez speak Thai?
Oh, you see that? Yes, there's a lot of ways that this could go now. It wasn't the most memorable of Formula 1 seasons in terms of what was happening on the track, but off the track, boy, did we get plenty for us to kind of talk our way through. Fight going on in GT4, by the way, outside of your podium, but it's Pure Sims in the surviving Mercedes AMG being hunted down by Fraser Williamson, who I'm a bit surprised he knows what to do, David, now that he's got no downforce in that car.
Yeah, indeed. We are so used to, over the last couple of years, seeing him in prototype machines, for example, you know, super speedy, quite a lot of downforce, and the GT4 is not that. And he runs in 5th, as you can see. That looks like about 15 seconds off the lead in class, and now in tow.
Bit of drama at the front of the field, and maybe we needed it. BMW BS Turner has a 5-second penalty for contact made with the 185. So that would be the full send racing touring car that leads in class. Did we see that, David?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
And I had a different interpretation of it than our friend Andy.
Oh, a Descari, wasn't it? Yes, I remember that now. Well, I wouldn't mind taking another look at that, actually, because it did... clearly, the stewards have disagreed with me, not for the first time, I have to say. So, yeah, maybe it all was not quite as it seemed, but that could really turn things on its head, couldn't it?
See if I could grab a replay at some point, but regardless, 5 seconds means the gap comes down, but more importantly, Andy, the gap is coming down anyway. It's down under 20 seconds, and in the last 5 laps or so, it's come down by 3 seconds, I think.
It has. It's 19.5 now, so over this stint, which is about 45 minutes old, it's come down by around about 8 seconds or so. It was 27, I think, when the BMW came out of the pit lane, so 7 or 8 seconds gained, plus now an extra 5 seconds gained, and actually that probably works out at 6 or 7 really when you factor in the time it takes to pull into the penalty box, accelerate out of the penalty box, and of course we know it's a full service coming up for the BMW Team BS Turner squad, because regardless of whether they elect to give Phil Denez another stint, he will surely need new tyres at the end of this stint, so suddenly this handy lead that they had is starting to evaporate.
Yeah, I don't think you're really going to try a quad stint, even here at Monza, with relatively cool track conditions. That seems like a bit too much of a gamble to me. And again, David brought up the 70% maximum drive time, so expect Phil Denez out, Keika Shube in at the next stop, David?
That would make the most sense to me, and it doesn't feel like a particularly weak link to the driver lineup to sort of go half-half in that.
Definitely does not. I mean, that's the thing with BS competition. That's such a for a team that's what, 2.5, 3 years old. They've got a lot of strong history to back them up now, including a couple of wins at the 24 hours of the Nurburgring here on iRacing. Andy, you wanted another look at it. Let's see if we can pick this one apart again.
All right then, so it was, oh actually that was a lot later up the inside than I realised, and they did sort of force them off the track. So in my defence, I think we only caught the very end of that in the first place, but yeah, he's that far back. He's in a different postcode before he hits the brakes, and look at that, just lunges up the inside, and really then it's up to the full send Hyundai to make its own arrangements, and that's not a position you want to be putting the slower traffic in. So on reflection, yeah, I think the stewards have probably got that right.
And they're together again on the live pictures now. Are we going to see the old headlight flash once again?
Doesn't look like there's any drama this time around. So 39 incidents in total with 2 hours and about 50 minutes complete. It's not the busiest that race control has been, which I think is probably a good thing. Like we said, most of the chaos isolated to the opening hour of the race. Now, Full Send Racing have actually broken away from SimRC, albeit momentarily. They've got a bit of a tow from Carbon and Zenith in front of them, but I don't expect that battle to be separated out for too long before it closes back in. GT3's back down on pit lane. Pure Sim's already rolling, but it's the Riley Sim Racing BMW that's come in from 4th on track, and this is, I think, David, a car that we're going to have to watch in terms of the strategy because of how early they are pitting. They will be spending the longest in the lane come the final hour of the race.
Yeah, and we even had the GSR, IPR, ACV, Lamborghini in even a couple of laps before that. They were one of the earliest cars I saw. So they're now just completing 2 laps since they pitted. They've pitted, had their out lap. This is their flying lap. So they pitted basically like 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, just add more letters to that name, by the way, for the future. I'm saying GSR, IPR, IPA, there's all sorts of things that they can.
Oh, you could add an IPA, yeah, for sure.
They could break our timing graphics, as me and Lewis McLeod managed to do back in Jimmy Broadbent's charity race in 2020 with the longest team name known to mankind. Pit stops now for the Williams Esports duo, though, Andy. And again, same point that I was making about the Riley Sim Racing BMW. This is very early. It's going to be a long final stop.
Yeah, so we are 10 minutes shy of the next hour, aren't we? Now, they pitted last time about an hour and 54, 55 minutes into the race, so that's a short, so that's less than an hour again, isn't it? They've only managed 57 minutes or so there, so that's interesting that they're going for the early stop. Remember that one of those cars had only taken 2 tyres last time. I think it was the 55, wasn't it? So that car back out now on, I guess, a fresh set of boots.
No.
No, not with a pit stop of that time, Arjuna.
Yeah, note, I don't understand this call, but so there is one side of the car that is doing a quad stint right now. I'm just saying, if you're gambling on this 2-tire stop last time, Andy, why not gamble and take no tires if you're Phil Denez?
Yes, I don't fully understand that. I think Williams are trying to really hit Team BS Turner whilst they're down, aren't they? Because they've got this penalty to serve and they're struggling on older tyres. So I guess, you know, the maximum time gain they can find now, the more chance they've got of going wheel to wheel with them on track at the beginning of the next hour. But, well, the drivers will be reporting back and telling the team how the car feels. If they feel that the tyre situation is manageable and it's worth having a go, then I can't see any other reason why they'd be trying it. So, yeah, this will be fascinating.
So does the Sunday drive come to an end for Phil Denez, or is there another hour still left in the tank for him? We'll get an answer shortly once he is down to pit lane and probably around 4 or 5 laps time. Again, he's been able to go as long as 34 laps through the opening half of this race. 992, 2.5 seconds now splits Anders Dahl from Matthias Berg. He's used the traffic to break away, and now the 996, crucially, is out of drafting range, David.
Yeah, it's been so close up front in this category. We know how close it's been in their championship as well. So if you can have just a little break, that could be important to see your top 4 with a little bit of traffic intermingled, bounce through the curbs. And the Apex Racing Academy have to get down the inside of the first Lesmo. Right on board with Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. And behind the 913 ATRS Esports car. They are all looking a little more loose and free at this part of the stint.
Something that you had mentioned in private, David, that I think we can kind of touch on quickly. We don't want to harp on the negative too much, but it's been a tumultuous last couple of rounds for the ATRS crew. But there's only one way to put those sort of events behind you, and that's to show up and deliver in terms of results. They were great in qualifying. Both their cars still up in there in the top 6 with the 913 very much in contention for the victory. All of those issues aside in the past few rounds, this is the sort of results that teams will use to build from.
Oh yeah, I mean, we know we've got another 6 hour after this, and then that that 12-hour double points race is going to be just so important that you just come into that final round within a mathematical chance, because it's twice as much racing for the wheels to fall off the wagon, for your rival who looked untouchable all season long to just have a mistake as they stretch themselves further in the longer race, and then you can pick up a big swing of points.
You do have to survive that final sector. I don't think there's ever been a modification to a track, Andy, that I dislike as much as that new chicane. Well, I say new chicane.
Oh, come on. Osserschleben, man. That's the textbook.
No, I still think Barcelona's is the worst.
I think I agree with you. It really doesn't add anything to the track, does it? It doesn't add an overtaking opportunity. It takes away what was probably one of the most enjoyable corners on the track. I guess it's a bit more of a challenge for the drivers, right? Because that tight, fiddly little chicane is so awkward that you get a lot of mistakes through there. But it never was all that popular, was it? But I have to say, it's the one bit of that track I'm actually quite quick at, though. So it's not a circuit I've ever got on very well with. But the final sector, I'm quite good. So maybe I shouldn't complain too much.
I think it's one of those tracks. It's also a bit awkward, and I mean that in a good way. It's technical. I think the thing that we dislike most about it is just the fact that Formula One uses it so much that now it's devolved into maybe one of the most boring races of the season, which is saying quite a bit. Lap times for Phil Denez continue to be quite consistent in the 1:47.8 last time around. You compare that to Ate Kalpin and Sotomuto out of pit lane, the full tank of fuel, 1:48.3 for the number 55. Not sure if I would leave Denez out there for another stint of the tires, but by no means am I going to discount that possibility now, David, given what Ate Kalpinen's doing in his 55 machine.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the track temperature has hardly changed at all for hours now. The track should continue to rubber in. So, yeah, if you take the gamble on it, you're not going to have a track that's more abrasive in half an hour's time than it is now. It's getting kinder as it goes.
Maybe the next hour we'll start to see potential temperature fall-offs in terms of track temperature, but not going to be a big swing, that is for sure.
Reckon that was an off-track?
I was thinking. There's been a lot of things where I've just assumed that they've been off tracks, but based on the number of cars that have 25, the warning for the 25 incident limit, maybe it is not. Want to briefly also talk about this 12 Hours of Kuwait, which just happened this past weekend, the latest round of the Creventic Endurance Championship. And Andy, I don't know if you were following it, but it's a brand new facility, first major race, and it looked incredible. I mean, everything about it looked well designed. The pit lane was shaded so that pit crews weren't, in torture over the course of the day. It looked like a very well-built modern facility, and I can't wait to see where the future of that track goes from now, because there are some very interesting tracks that have been built in that region.
There are. They're popping up everywhere, aren't they, really? It's, always nice to see a new event, especially a new endurance event, because the endurance racing calendar can get a bit repetitive, and it's always nice to get a new one thrown in there. The Dubai 24 Hours has become very popular indeed over the last few seasons, and yeah, that Kuwait circuit, it looks pretty interesting actually. An anti-clockwise circuit as well, of which we don't get that many, so even just in that, it's fairly unique. That sort of carousel section it's got at the start of the lap, a lot to like, and as you say, everyone I know who either took part in that event or was following it has had nothing but positive feedback for it, so it certainly seems to have gone down well.
I think the one thing I'm disappointed at, looking at that real-world 24-hour series calendar, is the fact that after the 24 Hours of Sebring last year, that it's not making a return for this year, because I think that was something that was brought up in general in a conversation I had. Sebring is one of the world's greatest tracks, David, but it's also not a track that in the real world you get the opportunity to race very often, unless your name is David Haynes.
Yeah, lucky me. It was a lot of fun until we, threw some rods out the side of that engine block and deposited metal parts on the track. But up until that point, man, I was having a lot of fun. Yeah, it's good. And Sebring's an incredibly busy track in terms of, I think every week every day from September through to February, someone is testing there. IMSA teams, IndyCar teams, and others. So, the time of year that Creventic would want to go and put on a 24-hour race at Sebring is already a very busy time of the year for a circuit that gets an incredible amount of use.
Yes, it's not that the track isn't busy, it's that we don't have that many major races which get to take advantage of such a wonderful facility. It's why I am so glad that even though it's on the same weekend, we get the World Endurance Championship and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship there for Super Sebring, as it were. Officially past the halfway mark of the 6 hours of Monza, by the way. We have entered in towards the final 18 hours of the championship as well. 2 more races to come, both of them in 2023, one in February, and then the season finale, the 12 hours of Barcelona in March. Once again, it is right on the hour for BMW BS Turner. They, of course, have their 5-second penalty to serve in the penalty box before they can trundle down to hit the lane and to complete their service. But if Phil Denez gets out of the car here, Andy, I mean, there's not much you can say other than a sterling job in the split livery 96.
Yeah, absolutely. I did say about an hour ago that he'd had a faultless drive up until that point. I suppose it wasn't quite perfect, picking up that penalty towards the end, although it was certainly not the worst bit of driving that we've seen from the quicker cars negotiating the traffic. So he served the penalty. He's now down. I think we have just had the driver change, and the tyres will be changed as well. And here is the Williams Esports BenQ car that was chasing them down. So this car, remember, had been into the pit lane already, and we were anticipating could come out pretty close to that number 96 BMW. I reckon, looking at the timing, because it was about a minute, just under a minute maybe, between the two cars when the Beamer came in, and we know that its pit stop was likely to be about 1 minute or so, so this should be close.
I think the Williams car will take the lead just by virtue of the penalty more than anything, but I think it's still advantage in favour of the BS Turner machine, because I don't expect that they're going to change tyres till the end of the race now, and we know that the Williams Esports car will owe us a full service stop. There goes Kashube. Now rolls as Kaupinen already into the braking zone of turn number 1. The gap's going to be almost up above 10 full seconds, but again, to that point, David, I don't think it's the worst case situation. This is a little bit worse though, because Sota Muto is in front of Kei Kashube in the BMW.
Do you know what pit stop time do you have for the BS Turner there? Mine gets a little bit confused with the penalty box, but
103.3 is the penalty, is the time just in the box itself. Okay,
yeah, makes sense. So Kei Kashube will probably mirror exactly how Phil Denez opened this up with a triple stint for 3 hours to close it home.
Now, I'm not advocating multi-21 or anything like this. I'm just pointing out that Williams Esports Chill Blast is in a good spot where if they maybe are not as fast as Ate Kaupinen, there is the potential for a 10-second gap to potentially grow a little bit more, Andy.
100%. If I'm the team manager, I've already spoken to the driver of the number 5 car to say, right, your job now is to defend second place, because remember, the 55 car is second in the championship. Now, the championship leading car, MSI Esports, we haven't mentioned in the last 3 hours, 5 minutes, because they had that poor qualifying effort, didn't they? There is the number 14 car. Where are they now? They're 10th. So at the moment, they would be scoring how many points do you get for 10th? 6 championship points, so they'll retain their championship lead. But if the 55 car can win the race and 14 ends up towards the back end of the top 10, suddenly that gap comes right back down. So as a team, Williams Esports' priority here has to be trying to get the 55 car onto the top step of the podium, and unfortunately, that might mean that the job of car number 5 now becomes that of rear gunner.
part of the reason why I think we are seeing the switch in fortunes for MSI is the fact that Christian Lamela is still in the car for this round, but Danny Elgubay gets out to be replaced by Alejandro Ruiz Sanchez. And when Alejandro Sanchez left MSI Esports to join up with the Apex Racing team, I think a lot of people, including myself, were a little worried, David, for what would happen with MSI, who were spearheaded in so many ways by Alejandro. But in the last 2 years, Christian Lamela, Salva Talent, Danny Elgubay, 3 drivers have stepped up to lead MSI to continue to be one of the stronger teams in road racing, and we saw their speed and performance last year in this championship, although it ended in a bit of drama at Barcelona with Bila Racing Euronics.
They've got a lot of good results to their team name in this championship as well. MSI, some seasons I think they've taken championships in multiple categories within the same season as well, so to try to carry that on, it's a challenging thing. I've seen them just be really quick in this style of racing of late.
And they've shown it across of various cars as well, not just in a Porsche, but in a BMW as well. We have seen their speed. Gap between the BMW BS Turner car is actually growing up to Sota Muto. Now remember, Muto is 8 laps into his run, will therefore have a little less fuel in his car, and maybe counterintuitively, Andy, the fact that Sota Muto is on the double stint of his tires, by the way that tires work in iRacing, actually means that he's got a bit more grip and speed from the contact points on the ground.
Yeah, certainly you're not going to get the best out of a tyre on the first or even the second lap, really. You've got to build those temperatures and, more to the point, the tyre pressures up into their ideal operating window. So we will see that from Keika Shube. He will get up to speed, that's for sure. But of course, it's a new set of drivers now, isn't it? Sota Muto versus Keika Shube. They're both in the sort of earlier part of their stint, if you like, and so we don't know exactly how they're going to stack up against each other. Does Keika Shube have the ultimate speed that we saw from this car in the first stint? Well, we'll have to wait a few more minutes to find out, but right now the pendulum does seem to be swinging back the way of Williams Esports, doesn't it? Because if they can build an advantage of 15-20 seconds in this stint, that might negate then the slightly longer pit stop that they're going to have to do later on in the race.
Pit stop underway in GT4 and in your touring cars, by the way. There is your championship leader, Dylan Becky Shrivens, in after replacing Konstantin Scharf after the first sequence of pit stops. Alex Torres takes over from Michael Polishek. Kieran Harrison jumps in to replace Corentin Gunez as the touring cars release themselves off the limiter and blend back in towards that run into turn number 1. I was making the point that surely you want to protect the 55, the car that's in the fight for the championship. But at least right now, David, Sota Muto is actually the fastest GT3 car on the track.
Yeah, you're correct. 48.1 as the last lap. Very competitive. Not being caught by Keika Shube just yet. But again, these aren't the laps that you need to impress if you're Keika Shube. You're still trying to hit those 1 hour fuel stints. You're still trying to think about the fact that those tyres are hopefully going to go 3 hours. So your pace right now doesn't need to impress. Your pace in an hour, your pace in 2.5 hours needs to.
One thing that a lot of the teams and drivers are excited about for this upcoming build isn't even the changes to these GT3 cars, but this bug that's going to be fixed in this upcoming build where the grip levels were a bit uncertain and unknown if you changed driver but did not change tires. Now, Andy, in the real world, that's not something that often in an endurance race that you're going to be trying to do. When you change drivers, you want to try and change the tires as well. But I mean, in some of the shorter sprint style races, you're not always going to be changing all 4 of the tires. So that is something that correlates from the real world and the virtual as well. Right now, it's not an option for many of these teams and drivers. It will open up the strategy plays as we move forward to 2023.
It will. That's a hard thing to do, though, as a driver, to jump straight into a car that has maybe 2-hour-old tyres on it, or even 1-hour-old tyres on it, because the last time you drove the car was probably on fresh tyres in a practice or qualifying session, and then suddenly you jump into it and your teammate has been hammering around for an hour or so and the tyres are past their best. You're then on a full tank of fuel and suboptimal tyres, whereas if you let one driver go through the entirety of a tyre stint, as we saw for the BS Turner BMW with its driver triple stinting and the tyres triple stinting, then the driver can adapt as that stint, or those stints plural, go on to the changing handling characteristics on the older tyres. So it's very difficult to jump into a car that is not on brand spanking new tyres, and I think that's a real skill. But you're right, something that in certain situations, even within this race, teams might quite like to try, and if that's going to make that a bit more doable for them, then I'm all for it.
And the reason we bring that up is the fact that there are certain series, for example in the Ivory Endurance series, where you get a limited amount of tyre sets for the course of the race. We're not charging you for those tyre sets, as much as the series organisers might like to find an additional source of revenue. But when you have that extra complication, it will change how you approach the race, and maybe moving forward into future years, it is something that these teams, these drivers will very much be all thinking about. I did hear that for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, just for 3 slick sets of tyres, does not include rain tyres in case there does happen to be a downpour, $12,000 per weekend just in tyres.
That's cheap compared to the prices I've seen for GT3 tyres, because I would have thought the Michelin's run in that championship would have been maybe even on the slightly costlier side of. I had seen like 12,000 per
set.
1,200
yes.
per set.
Because I've heard 4,000 per tyre for GT3 before.
Nah.
Which is 12,000 per set. It's a number I've heard before, but yes. Again, I think series organisers, as one myself, Andy, I'm now just trying to think of ways that we can find additional revenue from these teams.
Yeah, I'd like to see you try and sell that to the teams and drivers, that your virtual rubber is going to suddenly cost them money. But that's perhaps taking the realism and the real world accuracy a step too far.
Yeah, all the way.
Arjuna, how much to have 2 kilograms of ballast taken off?
Oh, it depends. Are you asking me as a manufacturer now?
Oh. Yeah, you've got it worked out then. You've got it worked out. You don't need our help.
Oh, boy. It's been an interesting experience having the manufacturers come into sim racing, that's for sure. In so many ways, it's great, but having talked to people in the real world of motorsports before and how it works, now I'm getting to see that in the sim world as well. It's quite interesting how things have become so closely correlated. I mentioned this at the start. I don't think we brought it up too many times. There are a handful of teams and drivers competing live from the Sim Racing Expo, David, here today. Now, they've been able to bring their hardware along to try and replicate the rig at home as closely as possible, but the reality is there's always going to be minute things that are slightly different, and you're going to have a lot more distractions on site at Sim Racing Expo.
Yeah, hopefully more people to bring you drinks and snacks, though.
Hopefully, although I did see quite a nervy tweet. Some of the equipment was taken from Sim Racing Expo. Gianni Vecchio had tweeted that his Asher wheel was taken, and fortunately the organisers have been able to help him out and stuff. But that must also be quite unnervy, Andy. You bring basically your life, because sim rigs are a significant investment, both money and time, to customize it to the way that you want. And yeah, I can't imagine what would happen if bits of my rig got nicked when I was out at a sim racing event.
Yeah, wouldn't be very happy with that, would you? That's because you're right. Sim racing, to do it properly, as these drivers do, is not cheap. It's not pocket money that you're spending on this, and so yeah, really unfortunate to hear about things like that happening. And yeah, fingers crossed they can get to the bottom of all that, because yeah, quite an undertaking though to take your entire sim equipment as a team as well. So you're taking multiple examples of it, often to the Sim Racing Expo. That's not an easy thing to do. They must clearly feel that it's really worth them doing it, and worth the drivers having that familiarity, because that seems like an awful lot of effort to me.
I've heard two kind of trains of thoughts here, because you've got the two types of LAN events. One, the type of that SRO run, right, where they've got an entire room filled with pre-built rigs that everyone shares an identical setup for. But then you had, just like with Sim Racing Expo, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series finale, which saw drivers head down to the NASCAR Hall of Fame and bring their rigs with them, as we see the 992 class leader, Visceral Aztec SimSport, in the 996. In rather early in this class, David, they had built up an advantage. Let's see how the pit stop cycle plays out.
Yeah, a little early, but again, they're in this sort of bizarre little no man's land in their class where I think everyone is going to have to 5-stop. No one's cutting it down to 4 stops, but there is a lot of flexibility to it at the end. Seen Apex Racing Academy already go and claim their short stint, I believe.
52-second stop for the Apex Racing Academy. Of course, that builds on the previous cycle where they had a slightly short stop to account for the penalty that they, of course, served during that trip down pit lane. As Anders,
yeah, so instead of their normal sort of 36 lap stints, they only did 28, and that's their sort of short stint of the race, probably done at this point.
Gotcha. Back on track in 4th net, about 10 seconds clear of the 914, and a further 3 of the Apex Racing Academy car. These are all cars that have already made a cycle of pit stops. I mean, David, we've talked about MagniCore, VIR, new things coming to iRacing, but of course, we mentioned Kuwait as a new track in the real world. It's time to talk about it once again, I think. It's that point of the race where we think about what new tracks would we like to add to this fantastic championship moving forward.
I reckon, I think Dubai Autodrome has been big enough, long enough now that it deserves the iRacing love. I think it doesn't seem like a bad track at all, honestly. And is there any part of the track where you just get a glimpse of the Burj Dubai?
Oh, that's a good point. I don't actually know. We might have to ask Tyler Maxson on that one.
I mean, it's damn flat out there, and that is a pretty tall building. So
yes.
I'm trying to think what would get in the way of you being able to see it from the track.
That's a good point. Again, I think we have to send Tyler Maxson a question on that one after his experience driving there in the 24 earlier this year. I think MagniCore is one that I'm intrigued about for next year. I think with these 4 classes, it will be an interesting little tussle, to put it mildly, but I love myself a good chicken, and I love to see 4 classes challenging themselves around the chickens of MagniCore. Michael Avdoka for Pure Sims agrees with you, David, by the way, on Dubai.
Yeah.
I think Luke Crane would be one to argue for Sugo. He's said that a number of times. Andy, what would you think if you were going to add any track in the world to this fantastic championship? Where does your mind wander off to?
Oh, I think it probably wanders to a land not that far away from David and Mount Panorama in Bathurst. I think there is no greater racetrack for multi-class GT and endurance racing. I really think that'd be quite a spectacle.
Have you experienced multi-class Bathurst and iRacing, Andy?
No, in fairness, it's quite easy for me to say that, having not lived through the madness of it. But it'd be fun, and these are talented drivers. I'm sure they'd manage it.
The only reason I bring that up is we had, I think, 2 years, or 2 years ago rather, when they still had the iRacing Bathurst 12 Hours as a multi-class affair. You had GT3 and the Porsche Cup car, but it got to the point where literally only the top 2 splits had Porsche Cup cars. So since then it has been an all GT3 affair. 2 classes I think would be okay at the mountain, but I flashed my mind back to the first hour of this race, and if we drive like that, I'm a bit scared for how many cars are going to be left standing.
Of course, you're absolutely right, but my answer to that is that the pros can do it in real life, so I'm sure, you know, a little bit of extra care taken, a bit of patience, and it could absolutely work, but I take your point.
Hey, we were able to go side by side through Copse Corner, proving some Formula 1 drivers wrong. So there are some things that we could do, there are some things they could do, and there are things that we both can't do. David Haynes, I think I enjoy this suggestion the most of all, though. Let's go to the Isle of Man time trial and just set them loose there.
There is a proper name for that layout that I don't want to embarrass myself by attempting to pronounce.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, it kind of lacks pit lane facilities, or I think everything would be an off track, but we'd have lots of space for the field to spread out, so it'd be quite a while before the GT3 cars caught the TCRs for the first time.
And to our point on track limits at the Isle of Man, that's not really an issue.
They are relatively self-enforcing in some places.
Yes, it is.
Your first warning is when you end up in someone's living room.
Yes, that puts it mildly as well. We're watching a battle for a third spot in the GT4s. It's very much Aston Martin nowhere to be seen, but not by virtue of a lack of pace, more because first SimRC got tangled up in all sorts of shenanigans down at turn number 1, and the Junkos Racing esports car that started up in second and ran around at the front for quite a majority of the first couple of hours, through pit stop cycles and through, I think, a couple of issues out on track, has unfortunately been dropped down to the 9th position. However, again, when we talked about balance of performance, no matter what class you're in, there is always going to be teams and drivers that end up favouring certain cars, Andy.
Yeah, for sure. It's horses for courses. Certain cars will just work well at certain tracks. Certain drivers will favour certain cars as well. It's not always. It's a very easy thing to point your finger at the balance of performance and say, well, that's why that team's doing well. That's why we're struggling. Well, it's not always quite as simple as that. And as I say, generally, I think they do a pretty good job. But it is hard to tell when the majority of the field all go and choose a Porsche, for example, because you don't really get much of an opportunity to test the balance of performance when one car is overwhelmingly the most popular. But yeah, certainly in GT3 and GT4 and TCR as well, it's a really difficult thing, and I do not envy the people who have to sit down and make those calculations and do the testing to try and land on a correct balanced performance. You know, you can put all of that time and effort into working the BOP out, and then a team just rocks up with an A-star driver lineup, they nail the setup, they drive a perfect race, and they can win by a minute, and the other teams try and put that all down to BOP, when actually it's just that one team got it right on the day.
And this is the thing about BOP, is you're BOPing the car, you're not BOPing a team, unless you're talking success ballast or success penalties, which is a different kettle of fish. And that's where I think the BOP conversations get so heated. 3 wide up into Ascari, but it's 3 different classes all coinciding together. MSI slipping past the ATRS 992 Cup car, and then in front of that battle for third, of course, in your GT4 class. Meanwhile, in 992, pit stops continue to get underway as we now have Felix Luding in the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC entry rolling out after a 53-second stop for him. It is going to mean that Anders Dahl will retake the lead of the class, but you'll note that behind him now, David, is the Urano Esports 911. Again, the strategy is all over the shop.
Yeah, I can't claim to be completely on top of what's going on, but it feels like a lot of these 992 teams have been finding the tyres a little more durable than they expected. We are getting a couple more sort of 2-tyre changes, and I have a feeling like Apex went for sort of a double stint in the stint where they short-fueled it, and that's something I think a few of them are working towards. Is they don't really want to do a complete double stint on a set of tyres, but if they've got, you know, a 20-minute run at the end of the race, they're not going to put a new set of tyres on just for 20 minutes. So there is a big temptation to try to double stint the tyres early, take one of your shorter fuel fills early, you know, break up what was kind of a 4 or 5 car train quite deep into the race at the front, try to get clean air, try to break away from the pack. And so it's created this sort of differences on fuel loads, tyres, whatever.
A little bit of a flash of the lights there from the Urano car to its teammate. I think just saying, hello, how's your race going kind of a deal. Iku Merukala, by the way, one of our VCO content crew as well as a producer here at RaceSpot TV. David, you had said that Valtteri Bottas should come and do Bathurst now that he is officially an Australian. But I think Iku is right that I think what Valtteri is really going to want to come and do is the Bathurst Cycling Classic, because he has really become an avid cyclist as of late.
Yeah, reportedly popping up all kinds of places around the world and around the US.
Sometimes with pants, sometimes without pants.
Yeah, sometimes having porridge. No, always having porridge.
Yep. I still think one of the best moments, the way that people will remember Valtteri is not of him on the track. It's still going to be that clip where he gifts Lewis the picture of him without any clothes on in the lake. It was just such a heartwarming moment, and you could tell that they had a really good relationship. David, you've been to Mount Panorama. Can you imagine cycling up and down that?
Do you know, I did attempt to cycle a whole lap of Mount Panorama on a unicycle.
Wow.
And I got halfway, and I got distracted, and I ended up sitting around a campfire having a couple of beers. But I did set out with that as my intention, and I did wake up the next day with incredibly sore legs.
So basically what you're saying is next year you'll go and complete the second half of the lap.
I'm thinking about it.
There we go.
I'm thinking about it.
I actually really like this idea, Andy. I was at Indianapolis a couple of months ago with Porsche for an event they were doing, and after all the on-track stuff had finished with the cars, they had this thing where it was a 3-hour endurance race, but it was like a relay race. So just like, you know, you swap out drivers in your car, they were swapping out runners, they were going around the Indianapolis road course. It was so cool just watching them, because they were having the time of their lives.
I'm sure they were. I think I would be far happier sat watching them with a beer, probably.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like an awful lot of hard work, even at somewhere relatively flat like Indianapolis. I think, yeah, the idea of riding anything around Mount Panorama is, quite frankly, a little bit insane. But yeah, that's perhaps something I would enjoy watching other people do rather than joining in myself, I have to say.
Any interest in triathlons? Because I spend quite a lot of time thinking about how if you were going to compete against a hippopotamus in a triathlon, they're quicker than humans on land and in the water, so you'd have to really nail the bicycle leg.
Jordan Taylor versus a hippopotamus for a triathlon. I'm just saying this has got to happen.
Yeah.
You could dress him up as Rodney Sandstorm if you would really like to, but boy, does that sound
what,
like
the
fun.
hippopotamus?
Okay, both of them have to be dressed like Rodney Sandstorm. How about that?
I'd pay just to see a hippopotamus with a mullet.
He needs the jacket though as well. Like he's got to get the full look going on. For those who are unfamiliar with Jordan Taylor's exploits as Rodney Sandstorm, head over to social media and get educated, because boy, it might be the best content available in the entirety of the motorsports world. 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. It is very much settled into a rhythm here at the Temple of Speed. 11 seconds at the front as Williams Esports lead 1 and 2 in GT3. 2/10 splits them in 9.92 as Aztec SimSports Visceral is hunted down by Urano Esports Hiking Media. In GT4, it is the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano on course as it stands right now, to make it a perfect 4 in 4 to start the season off, while in your touring cars, it's actually started to open up a little bit more. What once was a 4-car choo-choo train has devolved into single-file stations with Sim RC and Kieran Harrison running away at the front. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, along with David Haynes and Andy McEwen, with 2 hours and 30 minutes still left to go. And it's how endurance racing goes sometimes, Andy. A blockbuster hour to the race, opening hour to the race, and after that it settles down and you wait until the checkered flag comes out to bring out the chaos once more.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure this race still has a sting in the tail, that's for sure. I almost enjoy this period of the race the most, though, because, especially with 4 classes, it is simply impossible to keep up with everything that's happening in the first hour, hour and a half of the race, even the first couple of hours, really. Whereas now, once we get into this middle portion, things, as you say, settle into a rhythm. We've got certain cars now that are emerging as the contenders within each class, and I really enjoy knuckling down and digging into the strategy, the lap times, driver changes, who's looking good on the long run. And we see this in the GT3 class with our top 3 cars all on different strategies right now, and all separated by only a quarter of a minute. So this is what endurance racing is all about for me. Sprint racing is all well and good, but it's a real test of drivers and teams' abilities to be able to do the sprint at the start and at the end of the race, but get this strategy right in the middle, because what they're doing now through these middle hours of the race is ultimately what will win them the race potentially in 2.5 hours' time.
Yeah, absolutely. And conditions, not really something we've been thinking about as well. It's been relatively constant in how these drivers have been able to approach and attack the track. Not much of adaptability really coming to the forefront here. Haven't talked a great deal on MSI in terms of the GT3 Championship leading car, so let's focus our attention back on them once again. Alejandro Rui Sanchez has been in the car since the start, as far as I'm aware, and I was just scrolling through on social media, David, trying to figure out maybe where Danny Elgerbe was, and well, there's a simple answer to that question. A bunch of the MSI Esports teammates had a bit of a meetup earlier today. I saw Alejandro Sanchez there as well, reuniting with his teammates. They hit the track, I think, in some karts and just enjoyed a good day out at the Motorsports Institute in Spain.
Fair enough. Nice. Is it? Did it look good weather?
I think so. It might, I mean, sunny Spain, right? That's what they tell me.
Maybe I'm just too spoilt. Regardless. Yeah, so 10th at the moment for them. Quite old tyres. Still hunting down 9th on the last lap. And you can see the Apex Racing Academy BMW is the next car up the road.
There's a bit of damage, of course, that they got, I think, at the very start of the race. Hasn't really slowed them down, I think, in terms of actual speed. We just saw a lack of speed, unfortunately, in the qualifying itself. Just looking back to last season. Now, last season, David, wasn't the 12-hour race at Spa instead of Barcelona?
Stop making my brain hurt.
Yeah, my brain's hurting as well, unfortunately, this morning for myself. I think it was. Because I was trying to remember, because Barcelona for MSI was not a great race, because that was the one where they and Bila had the falling out that then led to some further contact after the fact.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't recall MSI being that quick at Spa. I remember them being lights out quick at Barcelona, which bodes well for them in the championship picture, of course, with that being the double point season finale. I guess it's hard really to carry the form book forward with so many big changes expected, but I think maybe this is where sometimes you have to balance your driver lineup over the course of the winter, right? Sometimes drivers just need to get away from being behind the wheel in the sim and get out there and, as sometimes people like to throw around as an insult, Andy, people need to go and touch some grass.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, for sure. And yeah, MSI having a really interesting run here, aren't they? I was just doing maths, which is why I probably sound a little bit out of breath. I reckon, as things stand, if we were to throw the checkered flag now, they would have a 3-point championship lead. That is how quickly the situation has changed from a class that looked as though it was all one-way traffic, really, and it looked like they were sort of edging themselves further and further ahead, and all of a sudden it's down provisionally to 3 points, but that is only if Williams Esports BenQ can stay out in front until the end of the race, and only if, of course, MSI stay down in 10th place. But I said at the top of the show that I thought this would be a crucial race in the championship, and that so far is proving to be the case.
I do think it's slipping away from BMW BS Turner right now. Kei Kashube is just struggling with the balance, rhythm, whatever it is in the car that's not suiting him. He is 17.5 seconds now back from your race leader, has lost 5 seconds to Sotomuto, who he emerged from pit lane right behind. Ate Kauppinen, he will have to get out of the car in about 15 minutes time though, David. He'll hand over to Alexander Spets, who is one of the 4 or 5 iRacers in the elusive 10,000 iRating club. It's shaking up quite nicely now for the 55, I think.
I still can't quite get over this fact that both of those Williams cars are still going to need one more stop to the end compared to how it looks for BS Turner.
So we expect, I think, that to come in the next cycle, when Spets will get out. Sotomuto, I'm not sure if they'll swap the drivers back over to the opening driver, but I think there's a lot of unknowns, and that's what we love about endurance racing is we can hypothesize, we can guess as much as we want, we can pick apart the data on Timing 71, but we only know once we get to the checkered flag. 992 lead has seen Urano get back in front of the Visceral Aztec SimSport car, as they still lead by 3 seconds over Team 75's Bernard by SimRC. I'm of the opinion here, Andy, I want to be second, and I want to be saving some fuel being towed behind someone else.
Yeah, that could be the difference, couldn't it, in this class, really? It's just been impossible to break away at the front of the field, so if you can save yourself 5 seconds at your final pit stop by short fueling, thanks to some good fuel saving during the stints, then that could be the winning strategy, couldn't it? So I think I'm with you, certainly in the 992 class. Also, just going back to what David was just saying, he might well be right, you know, these Williams cars, they've not quite been making an hour, have they, each time? They did, I think, on one of their stints just creep over an hour, but the last stint wasn't an hour, it was 58 minutes, and that's not good enough when the BMW is going over an hour every time, so it might just mean that they need that splash at the end, if that is legitimately all they can manage. If they've got a bit more in the tank, so to speak, and they might be able to save a bit more fuel, then they could still maybe stretch it to an hour and 3 minutes or so on the final stint and be okay. But yeah, they're making me a little bit nervous as well now, the more I think about it.
So I'm now going to try and do some math, and I will put the warning out before I even start to never trust the commentator's math. Let's say that the pit lane delta, so from cone to cone, is about 21 seconds. It's a rough estimate, but let's say 21 seconds. So you lose 21 seconds just by coming down onto pit lane. Now, let's say the Williams team needs about 10 minutes of fuel. At an estimate, that's about 7 seconds stationary in the box. I think 30 seconds, David, is the magic number if you're Williams Esports BenQ. If you can find another 12 seconds over Kei Kashube in the next 2 hours and 22 minutes, then you are looking quite good. But again, with your point on the extra fuel stint coming in mind, there's no guarantees that that's how the strategy is going to play out.
Yeah, and I find it tough to work out exactly what that pit delta is here, because, you know, it's 22 seconds or whatever is a lane transit time. That's 22 seconds that you're at 80 kilometers an hour. But then we've seen it's such a long run from the pit exit to the first turn, more than it is at a lot of other tracks. So the time cone to cone, you actually lose a little less than you think, because pit exit is further down the track than pit entry is. But then I think from pit exit to turn 1, you easily lose a couple of seconds, because as you try to, accelerate back up the speed, comparatively at that pit exit point, you're about to see here, you release the limiter at 80 k's an hour, and the cars on the racetrack are doing 250, and that difference kind of carries all the way down to the braking zone at turn 1, like half a kilometre later.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's why when I put the math together, I did say it's just a very rough estimate of how I would calculate it. I know a lot of the teams have a lot more detail into how they pick things apart. Urano's starting to build up a bit more of a buffer at the front, albeit not breaking away in this 992 class. We're checking in with a battle for 4th. Just outside the podium positions, it's the second of the ATRS esports cars that's hunting down the Apex Racing Academy car. That is the meat of the sandwich with ATRS bread. If Lewis McLeod is listening, he'll be glad that I made sure I got that correct. You made the pun about sandwiches earlier, Andy. Do you know how pedantic Lewis is about making sure that you get the bread and the filling right?
Oh, I don't think I've had that conversation with him, but that doesn't surprise me to hear it, no.
Yeah, I've made the mistake of calling this an ATRS sandwich before, and boy, we didn't hear the end of it for the next 10 minutes.
In fairness, I think I'm on Lewis's side on that one.
Oh, no, he's 100% right. He's 100% right. But now he knows every time I'm about to say sandwich, I pause and I have to hold myself back so that I don't get called out by Sir Lewis McLeod.
Indeed so. The most famous of sim racing commentators, Lewis. He's been doing an awfully good job with his GB3 and GB4 coverage. Spent quite a lot of time with him this year, and it's great to see him. Great to see him doing so well for himself. A really talented guy. Don't tell him I said that.
Yeah, no, poor you having to spend all that time with him as well, and then having to say nice things about him. I mean,
I know he did bribe me. In fairness, I probably shouldn't say that.
Fair enough. Clearly, I'm not paying him enough to say nice things about me. These two ATRS cars, by the way, as well, we'll come back to that, because any battle involving Sotomuto might now be a moot point out of the Parabolica. I'm going to assume that was likely by himself. No, never mind. Was he given a whack from behind? Because he's down on pit lane, David.
That's been backwards into the wall as well, and the whole rear is dented in. Yeah, it gets out wide.
So there was assistance, but not in the spin itself. It's one of your 992 cars. I'll be honest, I can't pick the livery apart just that easily, but trying to push the limits of the track.
Rincon?
And it is Oris Rincon, you're right, yeah. Trying to push the limits of the track, yeah.
Elimination here, but so the GT3 looks to outbrake. He gets in hot. We know the tyres have been on a while there. Car goes out wide, and there's just nothing you can do as Oris there.
Painful. Painful on all sides as well, because for Sotomuto, I have a sneaky suspicion that if we asked him about that one, Andy, he'll say, I've done that a million times. The car's never done that to me before.
Yeah, 100%, and that's tyre wear for you. It will suddenly change on one particular lap to the point that it won't do the things it has been for the previous hour or so, and that's such a shame. It's the tiniest of mistakes, and unfortunately had the biggest of consequences, and he managed to find the only lapped car anywhere near him to tangle with. Actually, if that car hadn't been there, it was a completely empty track, and he'd have been absolutely fine, but that's just the way it works sometimes. And yeah, that does change the dynamic slightly for Williams Esports, in that they now only really have one horse in the race, so to speak, but it looks at the moment like they've got a pace advantage, at least over the car on your screen right now. So in a way, losing that second car hopefully won't make a huge difference.
I wonder if that's going to be day done for Sotomuto as well, because that was a not insignificant whack into the right rear. Suspension likely took a big old whack and out of line. At best, you're looking at maybe 10 minutes of repairs, and who knows if the car's even going to be properly up to scratch when you roll onto track and expect the steering to point you where you need it to go. So, an unfortunate end to the day maybe for the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, but now the attention will shift and focus will shift to Ate Kauppinen and making sure that when Alexander Spets jumps in what we expect to be 7 minutes time, that he has 2 hours and 10 minutes of trouble-free running to hopefully bring home the victory. Still tracking lap times for Keiko Shube, though, by the way, David, as he's right behind Spencer Kostowicz and using the Pearson's esports car to tow his way forward. Maybe it's the fact that, you know, he's on the first stint on his tyres rather than the second. Maybe a little bit more fuel than Kauppinen as well. But after the BMW, you know, we've been going back and forth on which car is faster. It does seem as though Porsche's coming on strong as we head into the final 2 hours.
And what can our friends in the Lamborghini do late on? They sort of appeared on the scene in hour number 3. And they've then had to stop. And I have a feeling like in this sort of ebb and flow of this, you know, triple stinted tyres, etc., this is a car we might start seeing and hearing a little more of in the final hour of the race again.
For one thing, you definitely won't miss the Lamborghini if you're listening at the track. Now, having had the privilege of actually getting to listen to some GT3 engines, a lot of the turbo cars basically sound the same, Andy, but then you get a Lamborghini along and it's like, boy, where did that come from?
Yeah, it looks the part and it sounds the part, doesn't it, the Huracan, and it does sound particularly good. Personal preference, actually, I prefer some of the sort of lower rumbling engine notes of the Mercedes-AMG or the Aston Martin or the big Bentley, which was a particular favourite of mine, but yeah, the Lambo does sound really good. And that's the great thing about GT3 racing. If you stand trackside and close your eyes, you certainly could, and to an extent these days you still can, identify every car that goes past you, even without seeing it, because they all do have that unique engine note, almost all of them anyway. And yeah, good to see this Lamborghini sort of slowly creeping itself back into contention. But yeah, one car that perhaps is slipping further out of contention. I know David just spotted another new penalty for the 96 car.
Yeah, I don't think it's something we saw, and it's not a kind of penalty that we've very commonly see come across the penalty sheet. There's drama in front of them on the live pictures, and it's the undercut GT4 that ends up in the wall at Ascari.
Yeah, nervy moments out on track, that's for sure. We'll try and get a look at what happened with the penalty that Phil Denez has now been handed down for something on pit lane entry, but the nervy moment was in the live pictures into Ascari with the Carbon SimSport touring car machine, and there is contact between the two of them there. It's a little bit clumsy, and let's look from up above, but I mean, once the GT4 is alongside, surely the touring car should try and make that a little bit more comfortable, Andy.
Well, to be fair, I actually think that the Mercedes started to lose control over the curb anyway. This will tell us more, so we're riding on board with the car behind. So the Mercedes, you can see, goes up the inside. He's made the pass, but hits the curb, and that is what gets him sideways. I don't actually think that was the fault of the Hyundai at all there. It was just unfortunate that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But yeah, another example of how quickly these things can change around, and we're seeing that again with BS Turner, who are being shown as having made 4 pit stops as well, which is slightly confusing me. I don't know whether they've been in to serve this latest one already, but they have made 1 more than Williams Esports, at least on my timing screen, who are out in front, having pitted 3 times.
So this is why they've got a penalty.
Oh,
I think they hit the wall by themselves there. I will say, knowing that they had to serve a penalty, I'm not sure what the logic was to dive to the left side of the car. But yeah, right on board, and you can see there's a barrier that's protruding, and there is definite contact there.
yeah.
Turn across the GT4 car there, which is what the penalty is for.
One more look from up above. I think this is probably a justified penalty, David.
It's honestly quite rare I disagree with any of them. They, yeah, that's our friends at the Juncos.
Uh-oh.
Isn't it?
Uh-oh, Anders Dahl has just blown through turn 1, and now is going to have the slowdowns of all slowdowns to serve. He'll drop well and truly out of the fight for the lead, and as Urano will pick up the point once again, it's Alexander Spets that will take over in the Williams Esports BenQ car after the 4-hour monster stint comes to an end in the 55, Andy.
And that is again around about, well, actually, that's about 56 minutes, that stint length. So they're getting shorter as the race goes on, not longer. I guess, again, they were in desperate need of some tyres, but they are now almost solidifying the fact that they will need an extra pit stop compared to the other teams around them. The good news is that they're building a bigger advantage now with the Williams Esports, with the BS Turner BMW finding its penalty. There is the Porsche Cup car outbraking itself down in turn 1. No ABS, of course, in these 992 Cup cars, which means that when you realise you've outbraked yourself, the worst thing you can do is stamp even harder on the brake pedal, and actually he did exactly the right thing in going down the escape road.
Actually, funny that you bring up the ABS. I forget which... there are certain Porsche Carrera Cups that allow you to run ABS and traction control in these cars. There are certain series that do not, and so there was a driver whose name is now slipped from my mind, but to prepare for Porsche Super Cup races where they were getting an opportunity, they traveled across the world to go to a Carrera Cup series where ABS and traction control was not allowed, so that they'd have race experience of what it was like competing in the car in a race environment. And like you say, when you're used to having ABS or not used to having ABS, those reactions that you have to experiencing trouble, got to make sure that you've drilled them in properly, that you don't make any sort of mistakes. Not just Alexander Spetz, by the way, that's gotten into the car. Lucas Prada takes back over from Spencer Kostowicz in the Pure Sims number 16, David.
Yeah, so we'd seen that Pure Sims car running up pretty high. And I think they had gone almost as far as they had without changing tyres.
I think we had Lucas Prada. We may have had one tyre change just when Lucas Prada got out and Spencer took over, but I think another 4-tyre swap for them. They've very much been working their way forward. 5 positions gained so far, and in podium contention, you would likely think, with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes until we'd expect Keiko Shube to come in as well. Andy, you're maybe a bit surprised that Williams is now maybe taking these stints a little bit shorter, but I put to you that if you know that you're anyway going to spend a fixed amount of time in pit lane, why not even out the stints a little bit more so you're even on the tyres as well over the course of all the stints?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Although you'll gain and lose far more time in the pit lane than I think you ever will on track. You can fight over a 20 or 30 lap period to gain 2 or 3 seconds on the track, and then you'll easily lose 6 or 7 because you burnt more fuel and you have to put more in at the pit stop. So I don't know. I think really it perhaps is just a sign that they realise this race is kind of coming to them now. You know, their big rivals are falling by the wayside or encountering more trouble, penalties for BS Turner, and perhaps they don't have to push it too far. If they know they're going to have to do that extra pit stop, at least now they're a bit more confident that they will have the margin to do so.
Still want to know why there's no paint scheme on the number 16, but that's maybe a question that I'll send over to Daniel Ferguson and bug him at the conclusion of this race. Over to the touring cars, where we've kind of lost focus of them as of recently, David, but it is still Sim RC that have continued to pull away the margin at the front, which is now up to 7 seconds over Victor Lobato in the MSI Esports car, and then almost a further 10 seconds back to Full Send Racing. What once was a fun 4-car fight is split up into a 4-car train.
Yep, you are looking at second place. Victor Lobato now in the asymmetrically doored car.
Oh, you asked how the day was for MSI, by the way, with their outing. Iku Merakala said apparently quite cold.
I read that.
Yes. I'm not going to say exactly what he said, but quite cold is what was inferred.
He had some biological evidence to back it up.
Pointed things to point out.
Yes.
Battle for second in... Welcome, Andy, to RaceSpot TV. The battle for second in your GT4 is still quite close. It's not close for the lead, where Mercedes AMG Urano are on course to make it 4 wins in 4 races. But Impulse, Pure Sims, and Sabelt all split by about 1.5 seconds right now. And I think this was the class about 2 hours ago, Andy. I would have thought you'd be crazy to be talking about a fight anywhere near the podium.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you're right about Team Urano. They're just unstoppable, aren't they, this season, and look set to dominate again today. But yeah, this second place scrap is getting nice and tight, actually. Here you can see the gaps on the screen, and it's less than a second between each of these three Mercedes-AMG GT4s. So again, all identical cars, and so you'd expect the racing to be pretty close. And the Pure Sims car looks as though it's the one that's on the move at the moment. They were, well, actually a tenth or half a tenth maybe slower than Impulse Racing on the previous lap. They're all running at more or less the same pace at this stage, as they perhaps look forward to their next round of pit stops as well. But yes, as some of the other classes like TCR, for example, spread out a bit into the final third of the race, GT4 seems to be tightening up, at least for second.
And Daniel Ferguson will want you to know that is what the Pure Sims car is meant to look like. Just imagine that on a BMW. You got the black BMW for Pure Sims coming, just transplant one onto the other. Of course, we just have the two GT4s in this series, but Andy mentioned one of the other options, the McLaren 570S. We have a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 as well. It's a class that is fairly built out, and I think one that... Supra. Well, Supra's not the only one that I think we're thinking about, as it's three wide for a moment, past some lap traffic in the form of Hardpoint by Delta Sport, which has Giancarlo Schuler at the wheel after taking over from Sean Campbell. But I think the one manufacturer, David, that we want more than anything, we want some Fords in GT3 and GT4.
I want the KTM crossbow. I love the KTM crossbow. Give me the GT4 and the GT2.
I just want to commentate on Team Fordzilla and actually talk about them in a Ford. I don't think it's too much to ask for.
Too much to ask Ford.
Speaking of which, here's the Team Fordzilla Mercedes. I've commentated on the Team Fordzilla BMW, a Team Fordzilla Mazda, a Team Fordzilla LMP2 car. I don't think I've ever commentated on a Team Fordzilla Ford, other than the Ford Fiesta and some of the community events that we do with them, but just asking, please and thank you, Ford, as you work on your Mustang GT3 and GT4, if you could think about us...
They clearly just need to get more into the supercars.
Oh, I see. So what we need is the next generation of Ford GT.
No. No, the new Mustang Down Under.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, especially pointed, given that an era of supercars racing has just come to a close for you.
Yeah.
A fun weekend to close it off as well, with Shane Van Gisbergen not having it all his own way.
I don't think he cares.
No.
I'm not sure he's that bothered.
He's already won like 60% of the races anyway. What difference does he make in the final two? It was good to be back in Adelaide. Scott McLaughlin, I was saying to some of my friends, it was great to have Scott McLaughlin part of the broadcast, but it was a missed opportunity to throw him in a car since he was there.
You know, this is the thing about, I think, particularly Chevrolet in North America, is once you're a, Chevrolet driving Penske IndyCar driver,
yes,
it seems like they won't sign off on you appearing in any race car that doesn't have a golden bow tie on it.
You say that, however, I'm almost 100% sure that both McLaughlin and Newgarden will get opportunities in the Porsche Penske cars, maybe not this year, at some point. I know what you mean, don't get me wrong, but maybe it's just because I'm a Scott McLaughlin fan and I want to see that. I'm hoping that his LMP2 outing with Newgarden at Daytona in January of next year is just a precursor of a spot in that Porsche Penske stable. Did add a lot to the broadcast as well, so it was good to have him there and to close out the season in that way. Coming to the end of 4 hours of racing, 2 hours to go, and for some, 2 more pit stops still yet to come. We're waiting for the BS Turner number 96 with Keiko Shube behind the wheel to work their way down onto pit lane, Andy. Of course, they are on to lap 30 of the stint, have a handful more laps to get through, but we have seen them pretty consistently basically come in as soon as the clock hits the hour.
Yeah, now they've got a 15-second penalty to serve, when they next come in, but we don't think that's well, I'm almost certain they won't take on tyres, so their actual pit stop could be a little bit shorter, quite a lot shorter than the Williams Esports BenQ car was, and that car is over a minute behind them, so even with the 15-second penalty, I actually think this gap's going to be quite a bit smaller than it was earlier on. I don't know if it was just a slow pit stop or whether there's been an issue for the 55 car, but they're not lapping terribly quickly. The last lap was a 48.8, so 1.3 seconds slower than the BS Turner car. And yeah, they're over a minute behind, and we know the next pit stop itself for BS Turner should be quite short, obviously with the penalty tagged on too. So yeah, this race is not quite over yet, is it?
So two things to remember. One, Alexander Spetz has just dumped into that car and is probably having to get up to speed. He, as you can see, has lost on that 129.7 just with traffic on that lap alone. But much like we were talking about with Fraser Williamson, Alexander Spetz is someone that we're maybe more accustomed to seeing in a downforce machine. Very, very quick in an LMP2 car. That's where he's built up the majority of his 10,000 I rating that he has managed to accumulate. David, what's your I rating?
You know, one time it was 4,000.
Okay, we'll count it as 4,000. We'll count it as 4,000. Yeah. Andy, what's your I rating?
My I rating is, I think, about 2,500.
Okay, so 2,500 plus 4,000 plus mine of 4,500. Combined, we have more I rating than Alexander Spetz. Let's put that into context.
Okay,
but, yes.
So that's, and with our relative I ratings, I think when you squeeze the three of us into the driver's seat, Andy should do the gears, I will steer, and Arjuna, you can brake and accelerate.
Fair enough. So we're combining our relative skill sets to try and beat Alexander Spetz.
And I'll be nice, Andy, you can even flash the headlights.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. That's the one thing I want to do, really.
Again, it just puts it into context of how incredibly quick some of these drivers are. But even within the top level, David, there will be drivers that prefer LMP2, drivers that prefer GT3, and that's where the late-minute call-up for Alexander Spetz probably is forcing him to adapt in a way that someone else at Williams Esports, for example, Carl Janssen, who is someone we see plenty in the GT3 cars, if he could have filled in, it would have been a very different learning curve.
Janssen was also always a pretty big fan of the prototypes, though, as well. So maybe that's in that's the kind of drivers they've ended up with lately.
I'm just trying to think of how many people have joined Williams this year. Carl Janssen, Vasilius Belitsiotis are the two most recent recruits that I can recall off the top of my head, but it is a driver lineup that has stacked up, and I mentioned the Apex Racing Team facility is now open for the public to go and visit. It's not just the Apex Racing Team facility which is open. I saw on social media yesterday the Williams Esports facility inside the Formula One factory is now open for booking. You can go and have a fun evening with some of your friends doing some racing, or you can go and experience a Formula One weekend with the hospitality of the Williams team. Either option sounds rather fun to me, so you can head on over to their social media to learn more about that. And right on cue, Carl Janssen hears his name and decides to say hello in the YouTube chat. Carl, I hope you're doing well, no matter where you're watching from in your truck around your native country. With an hour and 58 to go, though, we still have not seen Kei Kashube come in, Andy. We have seen the Apex Racing Academy come in.
Yes, I missed that. They've just come in, haven't they, on that most recent lap. So Williams Esports BenQ back up into second place at the moment then. But yeah, BS Turner going long. I mean, they last pitted just after the 3-hour marks. They've done about an hour. We know they can do easy an hour. Oh, there we go. They're in to serve the penalty. So right on cue, almost exactly an hour since they were last in.
Mississippi. 3 Mississippi.
Well,
I've got to get up to 15.
You joke, but we've seen cases. I've seen a case of a penalty where it's similar system to this, where the team on their side claimed they served the penalty. It was a 5-second penalty. Race Control timed it, and on Race Control's end, it was timed at 4.8 seconds. 0.2 of a second cost that team the chance of victory. You don't want to faff around and put yourself in any sort of a trouble. Keita Schubert comes in for what will be his penultimate pit stop, and while we wait for Alexander Spetz to wind up into the Parabolica, I do think Schubert will hold on to the race lead, albeit momentarily, David.
And I'm with you about how serious that is. That I'm timing it at 15.5 seconds that they were there.
Plenty of buffer.
Yeah, so just about right. And now, of course, fueling it up, Keita Schubert not expected to take any tyres. And there goes the 55.
It's not even going to be close, is it? It's going to be a good 10 seconds, 15 seconds maybe. Get the time up once they cross the timing lines at the end of the first sector, but off of pit lane, it's already up above 13 seconds, and of course, Schubert still got to build up speed on that run down into the opening corner. There's Pure Sims, actually, with their full service. They've come out basically right back alongside with BS Turner. Alexander Spetz and Williams Esports BenQ might not just be worried about BS Turner, Andy. I think they got to worry about Pure Sims in this battle to the checkered flag.
Yeah, dark horses, aren't they, Pure Sims? They've really crept into this. It'd be interesting to see what their pace is like now compared to Keita Schubert on this stint. But look at that. Schubert has come out of the pit lane just under 15 seconds behind the leader, having just served a 15-second penalty. So again, it's things like that that will cost you races, and there, in real terms, you can see what that cost them. Without that penalty, they would likely have come out with the race lead, a slender one, but they would likely have come out with the lead nonetheless, and perhaps a pace advantage. So really important stint this now for Keita Schubert. He has got to try and shrink that gap.
Oh, and that's Pure Sims. Pure Sims in the TCR class will be out to the fight for the podium. Tommaso Carla in the SRC Movano Mercedes trying to find an opportunity to slither down in towards pit lane entry. Drama through the Parabolica once more, and it involves the GT4s.
Oh,
and it's a stricken hard point by Delta Sport entry that I then think causes those two cars to try and shovel off the line, and a chain reaction takes the both of them out, David.
Yeah, Pure Sims TCR are obviously one of the most competitive, so here in front of them, it's already happened, and the avoiding action... Gosh, I don't know.
I think Pure Sims just had a bit too much speed relative to the Movano GT4 car and didn't really anticipate how much they would have needed to check up. Here's the look at the spin initially by himself, and then we jump on board with the Pure Sims machine, and you'll just, I think, see here on the brakes, and it's the lightest bit of contact, and I call that very much a racing incident, Andy, but it's one with drastic consequences.
Well, championship leaders, Pure Sims Esport, they were 8 points clear of SimRC, who are leading the class by nearly 11 seconds. So again, a big swing there. That would put SimRC provisionally into the championship lead. There is Kieran Harrison in the 176 car, all on his own now, 10.5 seconds or so the gap. And that is big for the TCR category. And for Pure Sims, it will be the first time all season that they've not finished on the podium. In fact, they've yet to finish worse than second in class. That's certainly going to happen today.
Yeah, even with the old damage model, that's one beaten up front end of a Honda Civic Type R. I don't get the sense they are going to roll back out onto track, albeit at least rather anytime soon. Significant damage repair required for them. Another moment of chaos. It seems like when it rains, it pours. This time it involves Florian Kruger in the SCK Racing entry off of the pit lane exit. He comes out alongside, unfortunately, the Apex Racing Academy car. Cold tires and then loops it on the inside curve, David.
Yeah, and I remember, you know, a couple builds back where the cold GT4 tyres were even more lethal than this. They were horrible. So he comes out of pit lane here, and he just... Nope. Those tyres were not ready. Not ready for that.
Ready for something, yeah, not ready for that. And I don't think he lost too much time, fortunately. Was able to spin it back around with a net loss of 12 seconds, and still running in the 7th position, albeit now has lost a spot to Fraser Williamson in the SRC Movano GT4 entry. As we watch a bit of 3-wide action, it's two Team 75 cars, one in the GT3 class, one in the 992 class. Can the teammates work together to bully out the Lamborghini? German Sim Racing and Impulse in their collaboration will be on the outside on the run down into the braking zone. A shove to the GT3 car, trying to give it a bit of assistance. the Lamborghini will have to concede for the time being. It's Team 75 that holds on to 4th.
Oh, that was perfect, wasn't it? Using both cars' strengths to their advantage there. The quicker Cup car down the straight, lending a hand to the slightly more draggy GT3 Porsche, which then outbraked the Lamborghini into the first corner. So great racing this, and an interesting way there in which your teammates can help you out even if they're in different classes. You can see on the left there that the GT4 class leading Urano car has just pitted as well. There it is, having its latest service. So it's all happening all of a sudden, and you know what else is happening is that lead gap is coming down. It was briefly under 13 seconds between Williams Esports and BS Turner. We've got a real race on our hands.
Yeah, it's last lap 3/10. I think the lap before similar. And with 2 hours to go, you chip away at the gap, you put the pressure on, and as soon as you can see the car in front, it's like you've got a whole new breath of fresh air and new motivation to go forward to attack. David, to your point on Pure Sims, by the way, we saw the crash, but you've made a comment that they maybe didn't have fuel as well with regards to the GT3 car. Yeah.
I mean, you guys were... I love a good storyline. Don't let me, unravel your scripts, but the Pure Sims car here is going to need one more stop than the BS
He's on the same strategy as the Williams car.
Yeah, in fuel terms at least. So I still think they're going to come up a little short on that.
Yes. Now that you pointed that out, you're right.
I mean, I think still a podium potentially for this car.
Yes.
But,
I was just trying to think.
Not really competing against the BS Turner car.
Yes. No, I was trying to think of the situation we had last year, right, where it was Ronan Simsport, who it wasn't just on the fuel which they gambled on strategy. It was on the tires as well, which gave them the track position. There really isn't a gamble that Pure Sims could throw the way of Williams that would see them get in front in track position. It's only BS Turner that's going to have that possibility, as we have about an hour and 50 minutes left to go, and the gaps in 3 of our classes are above 10 seconds. In the 992 class, of course, it's up to 5 seconds, as Luca Kita has handed over to Sam Coitert, who has done a great job since taking over. Last lap alone, he gained half a second on those trying to chase him down, and even though I think this is the class, Andy, where there is the most confusion around strategy, at least in terms of pace, it's looking good in the red and black.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I've got half a chance of following the strategy in certainly GT3 because I've been making notes and I'm sort of on top of TCR, but there's not a chance that I'm keeping up with everything that's happening strategy-wise in the 992 Cup class, because it has been all over the place, hasn't it? But yeah, Urano Esports looking good out in front. 4.6 second lead. It just crept down a little bit over the second half of this lap. I also did just spot, back to TCR for a second, that the Pure Sims car is back out on track. So they surely had a meatball for that. They've got rid of the meatball and it's sort of limping around, but this is championship defining stuff because it's not the biggest of entries anymore in TCR with all of the cars that went out earlier on. So if they can complete the minimum amount of laps to be classified, which they should, then they can still pick up some points.
So just watch as we work down Curva Grande for a second here. That wheel, yeah, no. the wheel is not pointed in the right direction, unfortunately. These are the situations, unfortunately, where, just like with Bila in the early stages where we were talking about their endurance spirit, Pure Sims are just going to have to endure here, David, because they are not expecting to get any positions. They're expecting to finish down in 7th.
He's got to turn the wheel left to go straight, hold the wheel center to turn right. How on earth does the thing get through left-handers? And he couldn't get it out of 4th gear. It's missing 10 seconds a lap. Okay, we're trying to turn right. All right, okay. I want to stick with this till Ascari if we can. That is, yeah, I think you'll find that the wheel is a little 5 minutes before the top of the hour, if you know what I mean.
Well, you can just see as well visually how the impulse machine is pulling away. And that's an impulse machine that is 5 laps down on this Pure Sims car. I'm not sure if there are any regulations around minimum speed that Pure Sims might have to be worried about, but yeah, the old damage model, at the very least, has allowed them to go back out onto track. It's not going to allow them to do very much out on the track itself. David, TCR, quickly, let's talk about them as well now, because we're about 15 minutes away at most from getting into the final pit stop window for these front-wheel drive machines.
Yeah, less, if I'm honest with you. Longest stint I've seen from anyone in TCR here is about 46 laps, and that's 46 TCR laps at about 2 minutes, a bit over 2 minutes. So realistically, 95 minutes or so is possible for the TCR cars.
They do also have to account for the fact that depending on where they are relative to the overall leader, they may have a lap longer or a lap shorter. So they'll keep that in mind. That Marshall seems relatively unprotected. So does that one. Hashtag safety for our virtual marshals. I think that's the next campaign. Fortunately, we haven't seen too much cone murdering today, which we always do tend to see when we come into Monza.
At more recently released Sandown, there's some interesting sort of bits of virtual crowd and flag marshals and etc. etc. But what I noticed recently is there's the virtual photographers around the circuit, and depending on how close they are to the racing line, they got different size lenses.
Ooh, that's actually quite a small but impressive detail to have made sure it was there.
You know, the kind of people who collect the information for building up the art for these tracks do seem like the kind of people who would be into the minutiae of, you know, different telephoto and wide-angle lenses, don't they?
I feel like, yes, that's definitely... I mean, when you've got Aussie Greg Hill behind the scenes working his magic on all sorts of art direction things, I think people criticize iRacing a lot for quote-unquote not looking great. It's the best looking in motion to me, and
I was about to say it moves the best.
Exactly. Like, there's nothing that looks as good, especially like over the curbs here. These BMWs look absolutely fantastic, but it also doesn't look like a game that has its roots, set over 2 decades ago. I think there are things that I'd love. The sunsets and the sunrises are the main thing. The level of orange that we get. That's the main thing that drives me a bit crazy with iRacing, but there's a reason, unfortunately, that I can't peel myself away from these, and I don't know how, Andy, I've managed to get myself into this. I enjoy waking up at 4 in the morning now to commentate on these things.
Do you know what? I think I get that, actually. I competed in a 24-hour race last year, and the first one I'd ever done, and I sort of felt like crying when I realised I'd been given the 3 o'clock in the morning stint. But actually, I enjoyed that stint the most because the track conditions were quite nice, which helped, but it looked good, and it really, it's that immersion, isn't it? You really feel like you're doing a proper 24-hour race, and I'm sure it's the same from the commentary box. So, yeah, iRacing looks spectacular. I work on broadcasts for a couple of different sims, and nothing comes close to this as far as the cars on the track, the way they react to certain situations. You could be fooled, and indeed I know people who have at a glance been fooled into thinking you're watching the real thing. So yeah, no complaints from that. I want to know though, how slowly was David driving past these photographers at Sandown to notice the size of their lenses? I can't say I've ever taken in that particular detail before.
I was commentating.
So
I was incredibly focused on everything on TV. So the start time for the Bathurst 12-hour this coming year has been moved to its traditional time slot of 5:45 a.m. instead of 5:15.
Yes.
Where it was that I woke up for this year. That's certainly an experience to, you know, set your alarm for 4:45 a.m. Manidi TCR, just pin the throttle, keep your nose in front of the tail, easy. Yeah, and everyone is, you know, stumbling out of their caravans and tents and whatever, and getting down to the side of the racetrack at 5 in the flippin' morning before sunrise.
To be fair, though, I can appreciate that, because I think probably Bathurst, is similar to what it was like in the Indy 500 for me. My first experience this year, we woke up at like 5 in the morning. The race is not like until 12, but we wake up at 5, we drive an hour to go park in a grass lot where we sit around and we hang out and tailgate for like 3 hours or 4 hours. Then we walk over to the track. It's just a good time. We basically, for a 4-hour race, we spent 16 hours outside of the house. But it's just, you're there with 300,000 other people who all share your same singular passion and focus, and especially after 2 years of motorsports not having packed grandstands and spectators around, I think so many people were just relishing being around other people once again. And what was it like for you, Andy, during 2020, 2021? British GT, for example, in 2020, you didn't even get underway until halfway through the year, and after that there wasn't anyone at the track, so it must have been very peculiar for you.
It was a really strange feeling, actually, because the atmosphere at a racetrack is a huge thing for me. I think, going to watch a race, certainly one of the big races, like the ones you two have just been discussing, it's an event. It's not, you don't just go to watch a race, you go to experience the whole event. And without crowds there, it's a very strange feeling. But, even at the level of something like British GT, we're used to that certain level of fan engagement. We have a pit walk, which is free for all of the fans to come and get their autographs, get their pictures, have a chat with the drivers. We couldn't do any of that. Just seeing the cars driving past empty spectator areas was just a bit of a strange thing. So, it wasn't the most enjoyable season of motorsport I've been involved in, that's for sure. But, nice to see that we're sort of getting out the other side of that now. And one day, I hope to be able to come over and experience one of those big American races. Not necessarily Indianapolis. I'm thinking of that high-banked oval over in Florida.
So as someone who grew up as a road racing fan, Andy, I was Formula One and rallying were the two things that I grew up with as a young kid. Now, I've been to Indianapolis 3 times this year, once for the 500 and twice to commentate on some esports things. I've not been to many tracks, but I'm struggling to see any track being more special than Indianapolis. There's just something about it that's... You feel the history when you're there. I want to go to the Nordschleife because people that know me in the iRacing community will know that I love myself a bit of the Nordschleife. But yeah, Indianapolis is great. I want to go to Daytona for the 24 next year, mainly because I want to be there with all the GTP cars for the very first time as they fire up and get underway.
Yeah, that sounds good actually. For me, it's the 500 at Daytona. I'm a huge NASCAR fan, and that's top of my bucket list, to be honest. And the Bathurst 12-hour probably inside the top 3 as well. So I'll get round to it all at some point.
I've also got about 10 events inside my top 3.
There's too many things to go to. I mean, I had a friend who went to the Bathurst 1000 last year, lives in America, works in the IndyCar paddock, but had some time off, so flew down to Australia, and he said, well, since I'm here, I'll spend the couple of days after Bathurst exploring the Outback, and then went to Phillip Island for the MotoGP Grand Prix there, and it's like, there's all these bucket list tracks and bucket list races that I'd love to go and see and do, but there's too many of them, David. It's too many.
I've still not been to Phillip Island. They've lost maybe a couple of their better car racing events. Supercars doesn't go there anymore, but still, I mean, a great track, and it's so good for motorcycle racing. It really is.
Some of my friends want me to go and are thinking we're going to Chile for the WRC next year. It's like so many cool motorsports events. Dakar, Isle of Man, add them all to the bucket list. We're watching a battle for second in GT4. Pure Sims have slightly skipped away as Sable have gone from second to fourth in about 2 laps time, but again, not really expecting this to be final. It's going to be drama all the way to the very end. We do have 992 pit stops, by the way, working their way through. Not the final stops, these will be the penultimate stops, but it's the 913, Andy, that sees Alexander Laritzin that put that car in 4th position in qualifying, back behind the wheel.
Yeah, is he carrying damage to that right front corner? It looked as if he might have been, and coming out of the pit lane. We'll get a better look at that in a moment. He's come out behind a car that's definitely carrying some damage, the Pure Sims TCR Honda, which will be pretty easy victim for the ATRS Esports car to come past. But yeah, I wonder whether there is damage, isn't there? It looks like he's had a tooth out on the right front corner of the 992 Cup car, so he's made contact with someone or something. That's certainly not going to help front downforce. But yeah, these cars, the two of them, were dominating the first hour of the race. I made the comment, I think, that they had control of the race. They've subsequently given that control away through pit strategy. I wonder whether it will cycle back through in their favour by the end.
It was that... I don't even think it was expected that they thought, I think, quite rightly, that everyone was going to maybe take a slightly longer stop at the beginning of the race, given how the traffic was playing itself out. But once they got mired back in the pack after tandeming 1 and 2 in the closing stages of the opening hour, it has slipped away from them. You can see the chunk that has been eaten away on the right side of the car. Very off topic, by the way, but David Haynes, maybe this will be curious to you as someone who is as part of a team at Huge Ass. iRacing today have announced a major update to paint schemes, which is going to result in every single spec map that has ever been created having to be recreated, and it's making me feel very sad for the guys like iLiveries who have designed this ATRS car, who probably have about 500 cars to now update in about 3 days' time.
Yeah, so the way that the, you know, chrome, gloss, matte, etc. is calculated all changing. So that'll be interesting.
Lots of fun things to shift with, that's for sure, and the opportunity to make your cars look better. We had a graphical overhaul for the Lotus 79 earlier this year, which saw teams and drivers have to redo their paint schemes for that. And we touched on it before, but I think the fact that VIR is getting a brand new update, a new scan, a graphical update, David, is something that you and I are both very excited about, because I love VIR. I'm pretty sure you love VIR as well. I think the only thing I'm sad about, like I said earlier, is that now we lose the oak tree from all of history, because unfortunately the old version of VIR is not going to be preserved on iRacing.
Yeah, there's a couple of sort of the more recent updates to circuits like Phoenix and others where I don't understand. I just genuinely don't know what goes into these decisions, and that's why I'm, you know, confused why there are layouts of Phoenix Oval that you can't race anymore, and other things like that.
That's the other one.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm sure there's good reasons for it, but I know there are a handful who are a little bit frustrated that they can't go back and relive some of their memories now that the updates have wiped away, basically, the history books as they were. 992 pit stops continue. 75, Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, funnel their way in their Spider-Man liveried car. Leaves just the Urano Esports Hiking Media car yet to come down onto the pit lane after everyone else has already basically funneled their way through this cycle. And you mentioned that you were taking notes on strategy earlier, Andy. Do you have any notes on what has happened between the 913 and the 914 ATRS Esports cars and why they are so off-kilter on strategy?
I took one look at the 992 Cup class and thought, yeah, my little brain isn't going to be able to keep up with that, I'm afraid. So I'm sort of just, my tactic with following strategy there is seeing what happens with about half an hour to go, because I think that's when it's all going to play out. Yeah, I'm afraid that's not a particular driver or car pairing I've been following. I think you're right there. It was that first round of pit stops. They just lost track position, and I've said it all race long, because that field of cars are identical, their pace is so evenly matched, you just can't regain that lost track position unless, of course, they've played the long game and their final pit stop will be significantly shorter. That could get them back into it.
We'll have to wait and see for that one, and we're not far away from getting the answers. 93 minutes left to go. Back up towards the front with Keiko Shube, and the charge from BS Turner to stay on the back of the Pure Sims Esports number 16. It's Porsche, BMW, Porsche, Lamborghini inside of the top 5. So at the very least, David, we have all three of the manufacturers represented.
Yeah.
BOP always going to be that hot button topic. It was something that I think was most curious last time out, which is a race that I missed, David, but of course that you were on the broadcast for, where the BOP came out a couple of days before, 55 kilos on the Porsche, which was like a lot of weight added to the Porsche, but then the morning of, based on some more data, the BOP team, the great guys at TFR Lab, were able to adjust it slightly and get the Porsche down to 45 kilos, still with a good balance. And this is the never-ending loop of trying to get it perfect that makes these private leagues great, right? Because both the team at 24 Hour Series and at TFR Lab are working together, working with the drivers, using a data-based approach to try and get these cars as close as we can.
By and large, you know, it's... Oh, what a thankless job balance of performance is. I mean, I'd say they do a pretty damn good job, and you know that because every round someone complains. So that's how you know they are hitting the nail on the head. And there's Urano Esports back out after their stop and still going to hold on to the lead in class. I think you can see second in the background there. Indeed you can.
Yeah, and the gap has then grown to Visceral Esports. Anders Dahl out, Vince Peters back in. In a 6-hour race, I always find it interesting how teams and drivers elect to break things up. We've seen a handful, of course, try to split it down the middle, 3 hours to one driver, and then 3 hours to another. Some have gone 4 hours for one driver, and then just the final 2 to their second driver. There's been a handful, Andy, though, that have had one driver start, do 2 hours, second driver does another 2 hours, and then they get the first driver back in to close out the race. I always find that in a 6-hour race, it's on the cusp of being a quote-unquote endurance race, because 6 hours still feels like it flies by pretty quickly.
Yeah, I can't quite believe we're only 90 minutes away from the checkered flag flying. It really has gone by quickly, but yeah, 6 hours it's a long enough race, I think, certainly. If it's just the two of you doing it, 6 hours can seem like quite an ordeal, and the way that you split those driver strategies really boils down to what you're doing on tyres. We sort of touched on this earlier on with the BS Turner strategy of one driver doing the first 3 hours and the other driver doing the next 3 hours. If you're triple stinting tyres and your stints are about an hour each, then you're sort of locked into doing that because you don't want to throw a driver in when the tyres have done one stint, for example, and you're leaving them on for another couple of hours. Likewise, though, if you're going to be changing tyres every 2 hours, then you can perhaps give drivers slightly shorter stints. And I think that's the way I would rather do it. If it works out nicely with the tyre strategy, I think 2 hours is a nice stint length for a driver to do. We kind of saw, didn't we, the BS Turner car really fall off in that third and final stint. Part of that down to tyres, and part of it, I'm sure, just down to a little element of driver fatigue, because by the time you're 2.5 hours in, the concentration levels are through the roof. If you're the faster car going through the traffic, you're making 1,000 decisions every lap as you try and keep it on the track, run a quick lap time, negotiate the traffic, manage the tyres, save a bit of fuel, and by the time you're 2.5 hours in, your brain is pretty fried.
David, you were complaining earlier that we hadn't had enough warnings about track limits. Race Control has heard you, and we're up to 46 warnings for track limits so far. That does include a penalty that did come down to the Sabled Esports 992 car, 25 seconds for the 50 off-track limit, so after getting their first warning, but they have retired from the race. So I hope you're happy, and the team should come and blame you for this.
What?
Hashtag blame David.
Man, really? No. I just wanted to know the truth, man. The people deserve to know who's used 25 off tracks. I just was looking for transparency.
had 57 that took to the green, and then we had about 5 that instantly basically retired in that first stint. Would not be shocked if we had 50 of the 57 end up with warnings by the time we get to the checkered flag in under 90 minutes time.
We've well established that if you don't use at least some of them, you're leaving time on the table.
Yes, of course.
So I fully expect everyone to use at least 25.
Well, David had said that the pit stop window should open, and indeed it has. We see MSI Esports in from second. Victor Lobato finds his box. I do think, by the way, Pure Sims may officially be retiring from this race because Konstantin Stolzenberg has been stationary now for about 2 minutes in the box. And to be completely honest, Andy, I mean, they have tried to persevere as much as possible. They were already losing time to those in front. They were being caught by those behind. Unfortunately, it's a no-win situation if you're in that 116.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a couple of laps in hand. I think they had about 4 or 5 laps in hand over Impulse Racing, who were behind them in 8th place. So maybe it's worth spending 4 or 5 minutes repairing the car a bit further, so that then when you go back out, you're a little bit more competitive, because it is actually quite important for them to hold on to that 7th place. They're going to lose the championship lead, it seems, to Sim RC, but if they finish second, it will only be by about 3 or 4 points. So that's a lot more manageable than if you suddenly start giving 20 points away to your big championship rivals. So I'd be very surprised if they threw in the towel completely, perhaps just trying to get the car to a point where it's a little bit more competitive, so that they can guarantee they hang on to 7th as a bare minimum. The
old, okay, we've done the 5 minutes of required repairs and it's still a handful. Yes. Let's just see what the 30 minutes of optional repairs does.
Uh-oh.
And so
that's Pure Sims in the 416 that's gone around. Ian Gagnon, Renault. And they're going to drop outside of the top 5 potentially as a result of this, although no damage on their car. Sorry to chop you off there, David.
I think you can see a line in the gravel where that car might have gone. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised then with their sister car in TCR.
Oh. Well. That's my quarter, I think, is what both drivers were trying to say right there. We'll look from up above, and it's the 2 slowest classes that come together here, Andy.
Yeah, so up the inside goes the Pure Sims car. I mean, the second Lesmo is a dodgy place to try and make an overtake. He hits the curb, he runs out to the edge of the track as if the Hyundai isn't there, and unfortunately came out rather the worse of the 2. I don't know what else the TCR car could really have done there, short of driving into the gravel trap.
Be invisible is sometimes what slower cars are expected to do here in the sim world. Kieran Harrison down on pit lane for what should be the final time in this race. Also in Full Send Racing, Alex Torres parked just in front of the 176, and it's going to be a rather lengthy stop for Harrison. Going to make sure he's topped off on fuel, and at about 52 seconds goes up on the jacks to, I think, get some tires on the car as well, David.
Shouldn't that have gone up on the jacks straight away?
That's what I was a little bit confused about. Because you can do tires and fuel at the same time in these touring car machines.
They didn't get 40 seconds for speeding on pit entry, did they?
That is a good question. 1:17 the total time. Now, it would be longer if they were speeding, I'm pretty sure, on pit lane, because you do...
They'd get held for 40 seconds in their box and then take service.
Right, which would then be at least 40 seconds. 50 seconds, actually, based on what the other cars are doing. So, yeah, I don't think there was a speeding penalty there. I just wonder if, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they forgot to enable tires initially, and, well, they've emerged on pit exit right alongside a healthy dose of traffic, so that was going to cost them just a little bit more as they get back up to racing speed. But SimRC are now actually 17 seconds back from MSI, who have got the lead of this race after a 53-second pit stop here. I wonder if there was a mistake in configuring the stop for SimRC, Andy.
Well, if there was, that's very costly. I don't see how they're going to gain that sort of time in an hour and 23 minutes, but It's a strange one, isn't it? Because in my experience, the tyres default to changing. You have to untick the boxes, and I don't understand why they would have ever done that, because they're doing 90-minute stints. You're always going to need to change tyres, so unless they had 2 tyres ticked maybe and not the other 2.
So what may have happened here is that you can actually, that's a setting that, Andy, you can configure. So you can configure it to default to tyres on or off. A lot of people change it to default to tyres off because when they do the shorter races in the official iRacing series, where they're 40 minutes and you have to do a pit stop but you're not trying to change tyres, they don't want to have to click the button themselves. So maybe that's what's happened. I have dropped a message to Corentin Gunes to see if he can fill us in, but 19 seconds is basically the margin that Victor Lobato has now over Kieran Harrison in the class, David.
Yeah, you hope you can hold on to that. It has been a class where it's been very difficult to make gains on circuit and very possible to make gains on strategy or fuel timing.
Oh boy. Well, I'll tell you what I won't tell you what the first message that Corentin Gunes sent to me was. But needless to say, this was an unplanned scheduled of events.
I see. Okay.
Yes, I'm not allowed to repeat what I was sent, Andy, because I would get in a lot of trouble.
I see. Okay. Does he give any clues as to exactly what went wrong, or was it?
Yes, it was related to the tyres and the thing that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So, unplanned, but now 19.5 seconds. I think the good news, at least in this situation, Andy, is even though SimRC maybe are on the back foot when it comes to the win, it's Pure Sims, the championship picture that they'll really be looking at, and it swings towards them there.
Well, Pure Sims are back out on track, so what I now need to work out, if SimRC end up finishing second, they will score 18 points, whilst for 7th place, Pure Sims would score 9. So all of a sudden, they would only be a point behind SimRC in the championship. So yeah, that has some pretty big championship ramifications.
Oh, they fixed the car.
Steering angle check.
Well, they got it to 5th gear as well, David.
Yeah, oh, they get to 5th. It's 6th that I'm...
There we go.
Oh, they got 6th gear. The steering is straight, and they got 6th gear. So everyone else in class has been doing sort of 2-minute ones-ish. In the previous damaged form, this car was doing 2-minute 11. So if they can do 2-minute 4s or 5s, I guess that's a win. And if they are going to not hate themselves driving it for the next 80 minutes as well, is a very key consideration.
I do wonder if they had to decide which driver was going to have to suffer for the next 80 minutes, or if the drive time regulation made that a little bit easier of a decision to make. Beaten up and battered, but by no means down and out of this true endurance racing spirit. SimRC now not net second, they're net third. They've dropped behind Full Send Racing. Alex Torres has inherited what will be net second on the podium after Team Hoisingveld dive their way down to pit lane. How quickly things can unravel, I think, Andy.
Yeah, well, this is important. They need to try and get back ahead of that Hyundai, because now, as it stands, they wouldn't even move ahead of Pure Sims in the points. So, you need to capitalise on your title rivals' bad days by having a good day yourself. And costly mistake for SimRC is not ideal, but they've had a much better run out of the Retifilio chicane, and will drag alongside that Hyundai as they head towards the Curva Grande. And SimRC's Kieran Harrison back ahead of Alex Torres into 3rd place in the class, which, as we've said, should become 2nd place once this round of pit stops is done, and that was an important move.
Yeah, Team Hoisingveld will have a short stop, do remember. Shorter stop, given that they've already been out on track for about 40 laps time. Let's talk about your GT4 leaders once again, because even though we haven't had to talk about them much, with a 16-second advantage, David Haynes, the 490, has been given its first warning for 25 incidents.
Oh no, I mean, that's great. I'm sure they'll be fine.
What are they going to do with 70 minutes still left to go?
Yeah. So what do we've got for them? About 35 laps or so still to go. So if they can only, extend track limits every 2nd lap, they'll be A-OK. they can manage the lead that they've got of 16 seconds. There's still one more stop for everyone in class, but the good news for them is that the car behind pitted the same lap as them last time, and Seatbelts in third are not that far off the strategy as well. So they've got everyone covered off on strategy at the moment. They've got a nice little amount of lead. They've done well to put themselves into this situation.
Sven Groot at the wheel of that Impulse 457, as he has behind him, it's a 4.5 second gap to Roberto Ferrari. That Sable Esports car that put it on pole position has been slowly getting quicker and quicker. Now, that is a BMW that is not meant to be down on pit lane. That's the Riley Sim Racing car that was up inside the top 5 that suddenly finds itself out of the race.
Scheduled pit stop time.
No, it was not. Let's take a look at this, yeah. Because they took a tow. I think they forgot to come down to pit lane.
Oh. I think you're right. They'd run 30 laps on the
You could hear it. You can hear it in the car. You could see as well, it's struggling to find a gear as it enters into turn 1. Oh, I've made this mistake before, Andy, and I know how bad it feels like to be the driver at the wheel.
Yeah, that's not great, is it? And that's where, in all honesty, though, I put some of the blame on the other drivers and the other team members, because it's very easy for the driver to get in the zone and you know, miss the fact that they're about to run out of fuel. Really, someone should have been on the radio telling him, box in 5 laps, box in 4 laps, box this lap, because then that mistake can't really happen. So either someone got their sums wrong or the lines of communication were lacking.
Thank you for clarifying that it was not my fault that I missed pit lane. It was my teammate's fault, Andy. I'll make sure...
Naturally.
Yes, I'll make sure to go and send that over to them. We did see Williams Esports, BenQ, and Pure Sims both down on pit lane, which again I think adds fuel to the fire that it was just running out of fuel. Alexander Spetz, though, I think has done the smartest thing that he could. He's going to emerge just alongside some traffic, but David, he is splitting the last 75 minutes up into equal pit stops as much as possible. Only 30 seconds stationary this time in the lane.
Yeah, so 3/4 of a fuel fill or so. The Porsche does seem to react to the fuel weight more than some others do. So to run it a little bit lighter should be kinder to the tyres across the stint, should make it easier to work your way through traffic, all of those little things. You know, rather than take, you know, 100 litres at one stop and 20 at the next, just take 60 at each, you know?
So that's Pure Sims also down onto the lane, but they did a full service. They're not electing to split things in two like we have seen out of the number 55 Williams Esports bright purple car at the front of it. Prada has come out just in front of Nathan Lewis, who took over from Ruben Bonga in the BS competition number 89 that started up on the front row of the grid, but of course after a handful of penalties in the opening stages has well and truly been pegged back here. And I say consistency wins championships quite often, Andy, but at the same time, just staying out of trouble with the stewards comes in handy as well, because you look at BS Turner, and without the penalties that they've got, this is a much more comfortable race than what it is right now.
Yeah, certainly. Staying out of trouble with the stewards is crucial, really, to winning a race like this and a championship of any kind. You'll always find, really, that the cleanest teams are the ones generally who are contesting the championship at the end of the season. So, yeah. Despite, though, having said that, despite 2 penalties for this car, 20 seconds in total they've spent in the penalty box during this race, they still find themselves with a 27-second cushion over the Williams Esports BenQ car, and that is now a genuine gap, because we now believe both of those cars owe us 1 pit stop, so that's the real gap, although, of course, the final pit stop for the Porsche, as we've just said, could be a little bit shorter, so looking good for BS Turner, but what they can't afford is another penalty or another slip-up. They've had 2 already, so they're clearly pushing hard in traffic. They can't afford to fall foul of the regulations again and find themselves back in that penalty box. Yeah,
we'll keep abreast of any new penalties to come down. I saw MSI in their 14. The championship leader is going to get a 5-second time penalty. The 416 as well, which is the Pure Sims car, which had a bit of a moment with the Team Oisingveld TCR leader They will also get
the
a
second Lesmo. That's the one we saw, and that's entirely consistent with the penalty that BS got for diving in and then not leaving room around the outside for the car.
Yeah, and for those wondering how these investigations work, it's not like we got just one person who we've taped his eyes wide open and forced him to stay at the computer for 6 hours. We've got a rotating crew of stewards that will work through the course of the 6 hours, and Casper de Court, the head organizer, I do believe was at Kuwait for the 12-hour race on site as part of his duties with Preventic. We've had members of the organizing team also at Sim Racing Expo, and then they've had to make sure they were ready for today. It has been a extremely busy week, and it's going to head into that time of the year where sim racers can finally take a bit of a break as we head into the holiday period. 2 months between this race and the next round of the championship as we head to Germany at the start of February. 72.5 odd minutes left to go then, and across of our classes, we are getting those pictures starting to play itself out. Hoisting belts down on pit lane, and so MSI will become leaders in touring cars. David, the gap behind has grown to 24 seconds. Victor Lobato is doing exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a drama costing time in the pit stop for Sim RC, but they are not appearing to lap particularly quick out on track either at the moment. So all of it is coming up gravy for Victor Lobato at the moment. Saw, for example, Sim RC and Full Send had been going back and forth, so I don't think... yeah, I mean, I don't think third is a guarantee for Sim RC either at the minute.
I think we are potentially looking at that Full Send racing car having a bit more speed at the end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. Although, hard to doubt Kieran Harrison is all I will say when we talk about him and his teammate Corentin Gunes. Back up towards the front as Pure Sims and BS Competition are now swapped around, and this will help out the BS Turner car. If BS Turner is not thinking about the fight for the win against Williams Esports BenQ, if for whatever reason they are more concerned about Pure Sims and what might happen if they have another penalty or more drama, Nathan Lewis will hold up Lucas Prada just that little bit to give Kei Kashube a little bit more breathing room, especially because even at this level of sim racing, Andy, you've got two top-level drivers. Even if it's a tenth of a second between two drivers, there is always going to be a faster one, and you've got to make sure your ego doesn't get in the way.
Yeah, it's really tough that, isn't it, for professional racing drivers to sort of take a step back and say, no, my teammate's the man for the job. You know, he's quicker in qualifying, he's better at the start of a race, but that's all part of what makes you a pro, is the ability to analyse your own performance and spot where your strengths and weaknesses might lie. So, yeah, no place for ego in an endurance racing team, that's for sure, but impressive to see this BS competition car. I haven't really mentioned it. I don't think I've even seen it for a couple of hours or so, and it's suddenly crept up into third place. It's made 5 pit stops, so depending on what strategy it's on, that's a genuine third place. And yeah, it's looking like one of the quicker cars outside of those top 2 who continue to run at near identical pace as well. So that lead gap is staying there at around about 29 seconds.
Yeah, that's the BS competition entry that, of course, has had, I think, a total penalty count of 30 seconds. The 96 has had the total penalty count of about 20 seconds, so both the Zebras have been restrained slightly here today. David Haynes is quite disappointed because I think he's just pointed out that you're going to miss the next round of this championship, David, because you'll be too busy at Bathurst.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Another Parabolica spin. Honestly, doesn't feel like the most challenging of corners, but it's been the scene of a bit of drama.
I wonder if there's a wind component that's maybe playing a part here, although through all the incidents that we've seen, they've all lost it at a different part of the corner. This one was quite early relative to some of the others we've seen, Andy.
I'm going to just go quiet here and listen, but I bet you hear some wheel spin when he tries to get onto the throttle. I think the lack of traction control had something to do with this. Oh yeah, just loses 3. You can see it starts to step out and then you can't save it because once those rear wheels start spinning, no traction control to bring them back into under control, and you just go around, and actually did a good job not to rotate fully. So you lean on the car quite a lot there through Parabolica. It's one of the faster corners of the track, actually, and you really want to feed that power on as soon as you can to carry that momentum down the pit straight. But of course, you've got a lot of steering lock-in at that point, and if you're on older tyres and in a car that's as unforgiving as the 992 Cup car, that's easy to do.
Back to a battle for fourth, where the Apex Racing Academy is in front of the ATRS duo. It's Kane Halliburton and Alexander Laritzen back behind the wheels of their respective entries, but slightly on the back foot relative to the last time we saw them together after the end of the first hour. It's still Luca Kita that leads by now 7 full seconds, and this was something that I kind of wanted to mention when I was looking through the grid, David, but Urano in this championship have not really had the most speed in qualifying. What they have had, though, is consistent and relentless race pace, along with some quite clever strategy at times.
If I'm honest with you, qualifying seems like a bit of a damn lottery today. What do we have, 3 or 4 tenths top to bottom in the field, and a lot of it came down to just being positioned right in the right time in the slipstream. So I don't think even, you know, a standout superstar was guaranteed pole in this category the way it was. But you do have a lot more things in your own control and not in chance in the race. A lot more sort of time to average out the ups and the downs, and the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh away.
In terms of traffic giving and the traffic taking, right now Keita Shube is doing a pretty good job of ensuring his lap times are below that of what Alexander Spets are doing. Last time was about 2 tenths in the favor of the yellow, blue and white machine that funnels its way through Ascari with about 6 minutes to go before we expect it to head its way down on towards the safety of the pit lane. Got plenty of traffic to try and work its way through as well. Just taking a gander at the practice charts and who was doing lap times. To go back to my point, Andy, on, you know, having Phil Denez, the man who's waking up early in the morning, do the start and the qualifying duties. He didn't do any laps in the practice session. He basically rocked up for qualifying and was right on form.
Yeah, that's annoying, isn't it, when drivers come and do that? I take an instant dislike to anyone with that much ability behind the wheel. Of course, he'll have been doing his own practicing away from the official practice session, but I always find it's helpful to get at least a few laps under your belt just to get your eye in before you jump into qualifying and get used to the track conditions, get used to driving around other cars that you'll be later racing with. But yeah, clearly he didn't need to do that, and he came in and was rapid right from the get-go, wasn't he? As we said, a couple of incidents, but really, from a performance perspective, that lack of practice today didn't hurt him one bit.
Sometimes drivers like to get some practice in the official race conditions as well, just because there can be these small, minute changes compared to the feeling that you get in your offline testing, and at this level, those small margins can be the difference between a victory and a 10th place when the margins are so close in qualifying, but ultra impressive and always going to be something that we will look to talk about. Now, Keita Shube's already done 2 hours, if I'm correct, so if they really wanted to, they could throw Phil Denez back in there, but they would be gambling on the issue that SimRC have had with the tires, where they've been forced to take an additional stop and replace the tires as well. So I don't think you are going to see any sort of a gamble thrown there, David. It's purely, I think, going to come down to the pace between Kashube and Spets and how short Williams can fill that car in the final pit stop cycle.
Yeah, and then also what the pace is like on the tyres on the third stint again. That's where BS are going to still hope to hold on. The track is almost as hot as it's ever been, 29 Celsius, not like it was 28 when we talked about it 2 hours ago. So, yeah, not really looking like there's going to be any surprises in the tyre wear.
Has doesn't mean too much cloud cover, although you have noticed that the color of the sky has changed on a couple of occasions here and there, but fairly constant track conditions have not forced drivers to have to adapt too much. We really haven't looked at this track map so much since that first hour of the race, but now with 5 hours in and the field well and truly cycled around the entirety of the track, it's like we've been saying, Andy, you can look anywhere and there's going to be cars at that point on track.
Yeah, it's easy for us to think that, you know, BS Turner, they've got nearly a 30-second lead. They know that they don't have to pit again, or that they have to pit one more time, but they should still have an advantage. It would be easy to think that they're just cruising to the finish, but when you look at the amount of traffic that they've got around them, yes, they're leading the race, but they still have to overtake probably another 100 or so cars before we get to the checkered flag, because in an hour they will lap the entire TCR GT4 and 992 Cup field, probably twice, and each and every one of those overtakes has the potential to go wrong, as we've seen for BS Turner when they've had contact before. So yeah, that really does graphically demonstrate just how busy this track is and just how difficult it is to negotiate all of that traffic, especially towards the end of the race. Drivers get tired, they lose concentration. Not necessarily Kei Kashube, but what if he comes up against a driver in a TCR car who is, you know, getting towards the end of his stint, he's well and truly fed up, he just wants the race to be over, isn't watching his mirrors, and suddenly you've got a problem on your hands. So this next hour and 2 minutes and a bit will seem to last an age for this BMW Team BS Turner squad.
I think they'll be hoping have no more memories of traffic issues, and hoping that we won't have to bring that up for the next 62 odd minutes, because I suspect if not in this coming lap, the next lap, we will see Kashube in for the final time in this race. He's on to the 30th lap of his stint, his teammate's on to the 31st lap of his stint, so maybe that's the expectation, to see him in once again past the end of the hour. And David, this call on strategy, to do the extra stop or not, it's not a decision that you can make on the fly. It's a decision that you would have made coming into the race, saying, okay, if we're in this, you would have various scenarios, and there may be a few where you think about alternate strategies, but for the most part, I think teams are committed in these races without safety cars to whatever they think is the best idea.
I think sort of by the end of lap 2, you know whether it's realistic or not to do 5 stops. Obviously you can do lots of practice and try to work out what the fuel consumption numbers look like. A lot of that does change when you're in a 18 car pack barreling around and cutting through traffic in the first hour. But if it's something you are going to do, like BS decided they were going to do, you're obviously committed to it very early on.
It's why when we talk about sometimes strategy during these races, it's not the dynamic element of strategy that we're more thinking about. It's that bigger, longer-term picture of how things will equalize. Nice and easy for Kashube to slide past the Altus Esports machine of Carlos Fenalosa that, as we mentioned, did miss the start, unfortunately, due to a technical issue. No fault of their own. They've done a good job to fight their way back, and after starting down in pit lane and remembering how slowly they had to work their way through the traffic, Andy, to have been on the lead lap until the final hour of the race shows that that car definitely had some potential.
Yeah, that's impressive, actually. I just assumed they were laps down, but no, you're right. They've only just slipped off the lead lap. So, yeah, impressive stuff there, because that's not the ideal preparation for a 6-hour race, is it? The stress, the panic, the confusion, all of that pre-event preparation sort of goes out of the window when you do run into a tech issue like that, and it is sort of panic stations to try and get the problem resolved. So they did well just to level their heads really before the race started, and yeah, as far as I know, they're kept out of trouble. I don't think we've mentioned them once since, and that is often a good thing, isn't it? The more we mention you, the more on-track incidents you seem to be involved in. But yeah, clean race for them so far. This, meanwhile, I think is Team Huysingveld, isn't there? And their shorter final pit stop has really brought them into the battle in TCR. And am I right in thinking here that they're actually slightly quicker at the moment than the leaders?
Yes. However, I don't think it's a large enough delta to think that they're going to close. But we'll track it. Fabian Siegmann is the one behind the wheel, one of the core lineup in that Huysingveld TCR camp. And to give an update on TCR, by the way, I do think we can officially say that maybe Pure Sims has retired. They had come back in to try and work on the car a little bit more, but as soon as Konstantin Stolzenberg had rolled off a pit lane, I think he realized that there was still too much damage with which to try and roll that car around, and unfortunately I think from 7th to 9th is going to be the slip that Pure Sims has as a result of that little issue. So here comes BS Turner, still working their way onto lap 32 of the stint. Meanwhile, David, their sister car has just come out of pit lane for the final time today.
Yeah, that's right. The BS Comp car, probably the first to be fueled to the end. So first to make their last stop, if you want to look at it like that. Everyone ahead of them still needs one more. Probably the in-lap. In fact, I'd say definitely the in-lap from the overall leader and their teammates as well.
Hopefully. Otherwise, they've got some magic fuel-saving tree in their fuel tank that is definitely not FIA certified. 57 minutes, though, and I think straight from the top, David, we were talking about the difficulty of trying to go an entire hour, and there's been no team better at the fuel saving than BS Turner. Outside of the pace, I mean, outside of the incidents as well, but maybe the strongest car on track today.
Yeah, qualified at pole as well. Really strong qualifying performance from both of their cars too, with the front row start. And yep.
Here he comes. Nice and tidy for Phil Denez, who did get back behind the wheel of a real race car earlier this year in the form of some GT4 racing in the DTM trophy. But a driver with GT3 experience, Road to Indy experience, and now a top-level professional sim racer. Sees his teammate slide into the box. Kei Kashube, not someone we've seen too much of here in 2022, to be honest, for BS competition. But good to see him back behind the wheel as the Apex Racing Academy car will drop and roll and hold its spot on the leading lap. Alexander Spets already up to speed, still owes us a pit stop though. Andy regains the race lead.
Yes, he does. It'll be interesting to see what that gap is, because we don't know how long their final stop will be. But this now needs to be a really, really big next sort of 15-20 minutes or so for Alexander, but right on cue, as you said, the BS Turner car in. Every single stint that they've done this race has been an hour and 1 minute, with one exception, that being their third stint when they were on those really old tyres. They came in a couple of minutes early that time, about 3 minutes early, but they have been metronomic in their strategy, and they come out 30 seconds behind the race leader. Now, I think you were saying it was something like 21 seconds or so to transit the pit lane plus any stationary time. So this all will hinge on how much fuel Williams Esports BenQ have to put in. It's going to be a reasonable amount, isn't it? So it should be the BMW that cycles back to the front, but by how much?
Looking at that pit stop time, though, David, I'm a bit perplexed for Kei Kashube, because that is basically a full pit stop, and
I'd say they've overfueled by a lap.
Yeah.
Is that what you're thinking?
I feel like they've gone a little too conservative.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be, you know, 30 laps of fuel, not 33-ish. Yeah, I think we can mark them safe from running out.
Question is, will they have too much fuel? Is that going to potentially bring Williams Esports slightly closer into the mix? 32 seconds the margin, and now we'll track lap times until we get the answer. Remember, it was a 30-second stop for Alexander Spet, so did cut out, what, a good quarter of the fill time, so expect the 30 lap stint to be reduced to maybe 22 laps, so...
And as we all know, BS Turner had about 3 hours of fill time.
Yeah, I think expect Williams Esports BenQ in 10 laps time, maybe, David? Or is that maybe too soon? Okay.
No, I was looking at that. So if the 55 had been doing 30 lap stints and they took 3/4 of a tank of fuel, we would expect them to do 21 or 22 on this run, and they're 12 in now. So I would say 9 or 10 more for the Williams Esports BenQ 55. That takes them to 20 laps to go in this race. So they would need about 2/3.
So it's another 30 seconds.
A drop of fuel there. 28, but they'll probably again want to be careful.
So let's say 30 just for the sake of simplicity. Let's say they have split it in half basically. We're looking at another 51 seconds from cone to cone. The gap back to Koshube is 32 seconds. I say never trust a commentator's math, Andy, but I think that does the math for itself.
Well, worryingly, I agree with you. So either you're right or we're both wrong. I'm not sure.
And we'll both have lots of egg on our face.
Exactly.
It's when we show our working, and that people can disagree with our numbers, but hopefully they see the reasoning behind what we're trying to achieve with it.
I mean, we're commentators, so again, clearly everything we say is wrong, but we appreciate the healthy constructive feedback as opposed to the less constructive feedback that sometimes that we do, unfortunately, tend to get. I'm sure for you, Andy, you must have had your fair share of that coming up on social media, especially, given how prevalent that's gotten in the motorsports world now.
Almost certainly. I do my very best to stay away from it, but yeah, I know there was a viral video probably 7 year ago or so, a championship that I cover in the UK called the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, which is this, well, endurance championship, funnily enough, for VW Beetle silhouettes. And during one of the races at Brands Hatch, some lunatic stole his girlfriend's road-going car and drove onto the track. You may have seen it.
Yes.
So I was commentating that day, and bear in mind, this was about 3.5 hours into a 4-hour race. At the end of a 8.5-hour day of commentary in the middle of summer, I was past my best. And I did misidentify the car as a VW Golf, not a VW Polo, and that has haunted me ever since. And since then, I learnt not to look at what people think of me online.
I'll be honest, I've watched that clip so many times and I never put 2 and 2 together and realised that was your voice.
I'm afraid so. That will be the defining moment of my career, no matter what happens from now on.
Everyone has moments like that. I think for Luke Crane, who was a sim racing colleague of mine who's done some real world things with DTM and stuff, his clip like that is going to be a moment where there was a BMW driver that used his indicators, and so Luke made a comment about that, and I swear every time I'm on Instagram right now, it seems to come, it pops itself back up. My moment is not actually something I said, it's something that someone else said, trying to pronounce my name, which I feel very bad for anyone who has to do that. Yeah, I've butchered my fair few names in my day, David. I mean, you've seen some of the names that we get sometimes.
Some more challenging than others, yes.
Yes. That is true. So 50 minutes to go. We're into the closing stages here. It's been a fun day so far here on RaceSpot TV, and it's going to be a quiet week coming up with week 13, at least in terms of broadcast. But like many of you watching, I think there's lots of excitement about trying out some new bits of content, some new tracks, and some new cars. I think final pit stops in GT4 are going to be getting underway, as that's hot into the box from Impulse Racing, and Sven Groot is not hanging around there, Andy.
Not at all, no, but strangely, that despite the angle that he's parked at, that's still fine. He's registered as within the box, and so the pit stop has begun. So, yeah, I suppose he kind of has to park at that angle to get out around the pace car, doesn't he? So we'll let him off.
It's not the most ideal of pit box locations, that's for sure. He's also sharing, I think, the store location with Phil Denez because of how many cars we've got in the field. It's one thing that I like, David, you know, changing from 2021-22 to this new season of the championship, is that we've gone from a cap of, I think it was 55 at most cars, to anything more than that now, which is a welcome change, because with 4 classes of competition, the more cars, the better.
Yeah, there are times it still does even feel a little thin on the ground, maybe with TCR or others. If we could have and reliably have more, it'd probably be good. especially when you get to places like the Nurburgring, for example. It's a real shame that the iRacing special event can't have 150 cars and a foxtail Manta.
Yes.
Maybe we don't need 70 or 80 cars in this championship at this circuit, but occasionally there are definitely times where, yeah, you'd love to have more at Le Mans if you could.
Traffic management changes as well. I'm not saying no to 70 cars in this championship, by the way. I'm just saying we need to consider some of the moves that we've seen today and how that would play out with even more cars and chaos out on the track. We might have a fight for the lead here, you know, because, well, 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago, we were talking about MSI Esports being 6 seconds clear of Team Hoisingveld. It's down to 3 seconds, Andy, and it's closing lap by lap.
I just had a feeling, you know, that this car was going to get into contention. They've kept under the radar. They've had a different strategy from everybody else. But when the chips are down, they've got the pace. That previous lap, they were half a second quicker than MSI Esports. They've been consistently a good 4 to 5 tenths of a second a lap quicker, and they are bringing that gap down. If they keep on doing this, then there's no doubt about it, they will catch them. The question is, how much are they taking out of their tyres to do so? Remember, these TCR cars are going about 90 minutes between pit stops, so those front tyres, the front left tyre in particular, has to last 90 minutes. So you do all of this chasing, and that's all well and good, but do you then have the grip underneath you to A, make a move, B, get away? Well, certainly 10 out of 10 for commitment. That was rallycross style through the second chicane there.
Don't forget as well, we talk about the long stints, but it's the fact as well that the front wheels are doing the turning and trying to get the power down that really puts the load up on them. And this is one thing that we saw with the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, David. People think these touring cars are slow because they're front-wheel drive, which is just not true. They are very fast. They're just fast in a different way than a GT3 car, and it's why we did see in that IMSA Esports series a little bit of confusion from some of the GT3 drivers who were not used to trying to work past some touring car machines, because they didn't appreciate just how quick through a corner a touring car could truly be.
Well, the mid-corner speeds are pretty decent for these. You see this occasionally through some of the corners, that they're quicker than the GT4s for an apex speed. So that's always challenging. It goes along with our 992s are quicker than GT3s in a straight line sometimes for certain lengths of straight and certain types of slipstream and blah blah. So yeah, they don't quite launch off the corners like others do. They don't hit quite the same end of straight speed, but they can brake pretty well and carry some reasonable mid-corner speed through your sort of third gear corners at times.
And a fast TCR car is a loose TCR car. You are very much on the ragged edge when it comes to wheeling these around. The last lap, it was half a second that Siegmann ate into the lead that Lobato currently enjoys, but through turn one with some traffic, he's already lost 4 tenths on this lap alone, so he'll have to build up the momentum and do it again and hope that Lobato feels the pain in a similar way as he works his way in towards the Roja. Swap around for second in GT3, Andy, as Lucas Prada and Pure Sims have regained second on the track right now. But of course, we still have to wait for Pure Sims and the Williams Esports cars to make their final stops for the race.
Yeah, but I've been watching the lap times since the pit stop for Keika Shube. He's been off the pace, regularly in the mid to high 48s, whereas both Williams Esports and Pure Sims are capable of doing low to mid 47s. So obviously that last lap was a little bit slower for Kashube with him losing a place on that lap. But this lead gap is now just starting to creep out to, what, 35, 36 seconds now between Williams Esports in the lead and BS Turner in third. So we still need that gap to go out by probably another 15 seconds or so in order for Williams Esports to retain the lead after the pit stop. But remember, they, even after that pit stop, will have half an hour or so to chase down the BMW. If they can keep this consistent pace up after that stop, then you never know, they might well be able to get there. But of course, they'll take on fuel that will make the car heavier, might slow it down a little bit as well. There are still plenty of questions, but I'm not giving this race win to BS Turner just yet.
Yeah, still 5 laps or so before we expect this Porsche with Alexander Spetz behind the wheel to head down towards the pit lane as he will wind up for yet another lap. I mentioned, of course, the partnership that the series has built with the IVRA competitions for 2022 and 2023, but one of the other fun things that I appreciate that both IVRA and this championship are doing, David, is if you finish on the podium in any one of the classes, you win some tickets to go watch any of the 24-hour series powered by Hankook races in the real world, which I can already tell you, Urano have collected about 12 of those tickets and are already planning for a team meetup at one of the races.
I wish one of them was a little closer to me, but actually, probably Dubai is closest to me. It's only one flight away. Only one 15-hour flight away.
Yes, you are tucked away, but you get Bathurst. So, I mean, are you going to really complain?
Nope. I'm happy with Bathurst.
Although, having said that, have you ever been to Bathurst when it was torrentially wet? Because I mentioned my teammate went for the 1000, and boy, did it look interesting, his experience with basically torrential rain for 4 days.
So, the most recent 12-hour, there was a chunk of rain about, but it was the sort of winter rain where it sprinkles a tiny bit for an hour, goes away, and then 3 hours later it comes and sprinkles another little bit, and there wasn't a great total amount of rain. It was just around. 2020 was just savagely hot. It was, I think 40 Celsius just all 4 days, just Thursday, wow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It was ridiculous.
And there's no respite for you there, because there's very limited shade, at least from what I could see watching on TV. So that does sound toasty. It's getting toasty at the front of TCR as well, with the gap down to 1.2, and Team Huizinga well and truly in drafting range with 40 minutes to figure out a way to get past and to break away. I don't really think this is going to be too much of a fight. We'll have to wait and see. But meanwhile, Andy, 992 pit stops sees the leader dive on in.
Okay, so final pit stop then for the Urano Esports Heineken Media car. Luca Kita at the wheel, I would imagine, would stay there as well for this final stint. There is the Apex Racing Academy car in second place. So that Apex car has made 4 pit stops according to my timing screen, so still owes us 1 as well. So it is looking good for Urano here, isn't it? Depending on exactly where they pop out of the pit lane this time. We might, at least temporarily, see another lead change here. Yes, we do. Apex go through, and the ATRS car, which again is creeping back towards the front.
That owes us a pit stop as well. I think the question is for Luca Kita, where does he emerge relative to Jürgen Frank in the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC entry, as Kita's off of the lane and out of the pit exit? There is the Spider-Man livery Team 75 car that's now across the line, but the margin is upwards of 6.5 seconds. The 911 in control of the race right now, David.
Yeah, plainly they're not very far at all on track behind the 2 cars that still need 1 more stop. And they're clear of everyone who has made their final stop. That's the position it looked like a little while ago.
A couple of warnings I've just seen have come down for those track limits. The 96 having its first warning, so no major drama for them in terms of the track limits so far, as we officially managed to hit 14 minutes to go. A chaotic opening hour has given way to a much more sedate and, I don't want to say pedestrian, but calm middle phase of the race, and it might get close through some of the battle packs as we get set to round this one off. GT4 pit stops are coming to a close as well. Sabled Esports, of course, put it on the pole, will emerge in second, and after a 10-second shorter pit stop than the Impulse Racing 457, they're going to be well and truly clear, about 6 seconds the margin between second and third spots. So really, I think the only fight that we've got to watch right now, Andy, is this one for the TCR lead.
Yeah, looks the way, because as far as we know, this is a straight fight to the flag now. 39.25 minutes to go. And MSI Esports with this most slender of margins over Team Hoising Veld in second position. Mads Johansson leading the way. It is Victor Lobato leading the way. Fabian Siegmann in second position. Helps if I'm looking at the right page of my timing screen. Down to Ascari they go. And, well, having caught the leading car, now Fabian has to just take a lap or so to figure out where to make this move. They're both Hyundai Velostas, of course, so in theory they generate their lap time in the same kind of parts of the track. And it will come down, I think, to using this slipstream. He's got to run towards the final corner. But any idea he has about going to the inside might be hampered by that approaching Porsche. He's got the inside run, though. And I think in the end, that's going to be a pretty easy move on the brakes.
There is a bit of questioning coming from the Hoising Veld camp with regards to a penalty that the 114 had to serve earlier. They are not sure if it was served correctly, and so they are trying to clarify with race control. But Fabian Siegmann will have that in the back of his mind as he battles with Victor Lobato, this time on the run into turn number 1. And it's the MSI Esports car that controls the inside as a BMW makes it 3 wide into the braking zone, David.
Yeah, Relay Sim Racing just clear enough, but a very, very brave thing to do when you know they're battling for the lead of their category in this final stint. And it'll go back and forth again. Powerful slipstream, but equal cars should see, them leapfrog once or twice.
When it comes to this class, though, as much fun as it is seeing them go back and forth, and will be Siegmann back to the inside, in towards the Roja, and I don't really think Lobato wants to fight this one back, and indeed will tuck into line for the time being. But story of this class may very well be the technical gremlin that has prevented SimRC from being up towards the front, Andy, and being in the fight.
Yeah, they should have been there, shouldn't they? They've been every bit as quick as MSI Esports. They were very close to them for most of the first sort of 2/3 or so of the race. And yeah, that slow final pit stop absolutely costing them, and they're now left really just to hang on to this third position. Their lap times are sort of matching the lead pair as well, which is adding to the frustration, I'm sure. Hoising Veld back in front then as they head towards Ascari, as we've got more action in the pit lane, and this is the overall leader.
And now we'll get a sense for how it's going to shake up, because Keika Shube's working his way out of Ascari as Alexander Spets hits the box, and I think the target that we're thinking here, David, is around 27 seconds.
Yeah, it's still going to take a fair sip of fuel to get to 36.5 minutes plus, however long to then complete that next lap. But the gap was out to almost 40 seconds right before this stop. The BS Turner car had dropped a whole chunk of pace. It is going to go back through into the lead, but it's not going to be damn near as comfortable as they would have liked. So they go through, but there is going to be less than 10 seconds of lead and a lot of race still to need to defend it.
I think the gap is going to work out being just over 7 seconds by the time Spets is back up to speed. Porsches look good on the shorter runs at times, even though the BMW may be a little bit heavier on the tires and therefore logically worse on the long run, but 7.3 is the gap as they power out of that first corner, and now it is all about just pushing until the very end of this race. There is the net race leader now. All he's got to do is hit his marks and hope to stay out of trouble. And again, championship picture is what both these cars will be thinking about, Andy. And your point about the 55 being second in the championship, with the 14 struggles, is it really the most important thing for Williams Esports BenQ to win this race versus getting the points on the board?
I think it is, to be honest, because there aren't going to be that many off days for MSI Esports, you have to presume. When they're down, when your opponent's down, you need to kick them all the harder, I think, and they have the potential to win this race, Williams Esports. They know it, they've shown it in that previous stint when the gap went out by about 10 seconds. Well, that's more or less what they need to gain now to close in and challenge for the lead in the final stages. So I think with a sniff of the win, they're going to throw absolutely everything at this, and I really do think they can do it. Remember, that BMW, the BS Turner car, really ran out of pace in the final half an hour or so of its first triple stint on tyres. Well, it's now about to go into its final half an hour stint on this triple stint as well, so that perhaps explains why Keika Shube is running out of speed a little bit now, and that is going to further fuel the desire for Williams Esports to take the challenge turn.
Yeah, BMW has just ticked over to lap 178, so we're not getting all the most recent lap times, but you get a decent picture on both sides of the pit stop as to the pace fall-off for Keiko Shube. It's not the worst situation in the world just yet, 148.309 last time at the line. But we will have to wait and see how it fares out come the checkered flag. It goes back to the point I was making where even in a lineup with Denez and Kashube, one of the strongest GT3 lineups you could put together, there's always going to be one driver that is always a little faster than the other. The other lesson that I've learned, David, is to make sure that you show no weakness near Andy.
No, keep your feet, keep your balance, center of gravity low, be nimble.
It's been a lot of fun. I mean, David, for you, as we head into the second half of the season, 30 minutes left in this race, what has been the big surprise to you? I know it's not a new year, but in some ways, I always feel like when you start the back half of a campaign, it's the start of a new picture, a new chapter for some of the teams.
Was there a question in there somewhere?
Yeah, what's happened differently in the first 3 races compared to this one?
I mean, obviously, MSI have been an incredibly formed team that haven't been able to deliver here. Urano have been very strong in 992 and GT4, and that continues here at Monza, so that's not a drastic change there. TCR is always going to be a bit of a surprise packet, isn't it? Because we've seen that just lap after lap after lap, their fate is in other people's hands, and they get knocked about and bullied, and they can be perfect. They can make no mistakes and still get very easily taken out or lose time through the traffic in this style of racing. So, yeah, I think, when you think about 12 hours at Barcelona, some of the fiddlier little bits around there, so long as you're within, enough points, it absolutely comes down to the final round in TCR more than any of the others, because I think GT3 completely in control of their own destiny for the most part, and then as you go down the categories, it becomes a lot harder for TCR to be consistent.
I have been just following along with some of the chatter with the drivers in the virtual paddock, and especially down in some of the slower classes. I think the frustration has now reached a point where you get one bad race with the faster class cars, Andy, you can chalk it up to, one-offs. But if you keep having the same issues with the same cars and the same drivers, to be more specific, it gets to a point where, as a slower class driver, you start thinking that there's nothing that you can really do to avoid any sort of trouble. And so that's where the next logical step that the drivers ask for is they want very harsh punishments to be handed down to the drivers. I don't know how much harsher, though, that we can get than the 2-minute penalty that we handed down earlier today.
It's a fair point, though. I mean, I said earlier on, the joy of the reason I quite like seeing really big penalties is that it should sort of get the message across that we're not going to tolerate this. But some drivers will always be aggressive, mistakes are always going to happen, and unfortunately it is often those TCR cars, certainly on the evidence of what I've seen today, it's often them who come off the worst. And yeah, what can you do? The organisers can't very well do much, because the next stage, I suppose, is to start giving people 1-lap penalties, 1-minute penalties, or points penalties, something like that. And then it starts really getting a little bit over the top. So it's a tricky situation. There are definitely things that you can do as the slower class of car to keep yourself out of trouble. Not every time. Sometimes it is just down to the quicker car not leaving you space, but sometimes you can read the situation and just, it might not be nice, it might not be right, but if you accept that, the quicker cars are going to bully you out of the way, you can at least anticipate that and live to fight another day, because it really has been survival of the fittest in TCR, hasn't it, above all of the other classes.
And survival of the fittest and survival of the luckiest, I think, is the other way sometimes to look at it. David, you and me, we commentated on the SCO Championship last year, where I think I reached a boiling point with those prototype drivers, because I don't think I've ever ranted as much about poor driving standards as I have then. But the reason I bring that up is I think a lot of the time it's just a lack of self-responsibility that comes up. No one wants to ever, admit they're wrong. They always want to think that they've done the best thing possible. Sometimes we make mistakes in a racing car. I've been penalized many a time as a driver. I've done my fair share of arguing, don't get me wrong, but I've also had to realize sometimes, okay, I did this wrong. Let me make sure I don't make the same mistake again.
Yeah, I think I've previously been penalised by some of the same of today's stewards.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's good for them. Yeah, I guess in real-world racing, everyone who's racing prototypes had to work their way up there. Everyone who's racing GT3 cars had to work their way up there. A lot of the atrocious multi-class driver standards that we get is you can jump straight into driving an LMP1. You can, there are, official racing and whatever where it's the same license requirement to drive the faster cars as the slower cars in any of those championships, where in a lot of real-world championships that's not quite the case. The licensing for a, GTE Am versus, hypercar can be different. There are drivers that qualify for racing GTE Am that are never going to get a look in a prototype.
And this is a championship for the top level of sim racing, but going to the IVRA competitions, for an example, or even in the real world, British GT, motorsport doesn't always have to be about the best of the best. Sometimes other people need their chance to go and race as well, and that's where the Pro-Am categories become so important as well. And making sure, Andy, that there is somewhere for anyone of any ability to go and find some good competition and some good racing.
Absolutely, and that is the great thing about iRacing. There is something for everyone out there, and it wouldn't work if that wasn't the case, because everyone starts off as an iRacing newbie, and you have to have somewhere that you can not just drive around and be overtaken by quick drivers, but you have to have somewhere that you can have a race, learn about racecraft, learn about the way that a car handles in a wheel-to-wheel battle, and how you should handle yourself in that situation. And I think David perhaps touches on a valid point there, that in multi-class official racing I'm talking about anyway, perhaps it would make sense if you required a higher safety rating maybe, or a higher I rating to run in the faster class, because the onus is on those faster cars ultimately. They're the ones doing the overtaking. There's only so much that those slower cars can do, and perhaps if all of the drivers who were in an LMP2 car or a GT3 car had lived a day in the shoes of those in the slower classes, they might perhaps understand the situation, because that often is what it is. The faster car just expects the slower car to disappear. It's not until you find yourself in the situation that some of our TCR drivers have today that you can sort of learn, oh, that's not possible, you have to leave them some room.
I think one thing, I made the joke about forcing teams and drivers to pay for their tires earlier today, but one thing that I like that VCO Flex Stream has incorporated for their championship that's just started is that every time you get a penalty, you lose prize money at the end of the season, because in the real world, if you're a driver and you crash a car, you're going to get the team owner coming to you and saying, you just cost me X amount of dollars, the team's going to have to work X amount of hours to rebuild the car, and there are some consequences. And I don't want to say, David, there are no consequences for crashing in sim racing, because ultimately, if you put that effort in, you're letting yourself down, you'll feel bad for letting your team down, and I'm sure at this level of competition, there is some pressure to deliver as well. However, it's not the same level of consequences that sometimes does mean that in the real world you're a little bit wiser and you think, okay, you know what, I'm not going to force it 3 wide on the opening lap of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I've put pen to paper on enough agreements that say I'm on the hook for whatever I break on the car, up to like putting together a brand new one. So that definitely has an impact on how eager you are to go 3 wide. Yep.
Have you ever crashed in your racing adventures, David?
No, I think I've been close twice.
Okay.
But no, I'm still a clean slate.
I don't know if technically I have a clean slate. I didn't crash. My front left wheel decided to just depart the car, so I had to pull over. Yeah, I don't know if that counts as crashing, but I didn't finish the stint successfully, so I don't feel so great about that. 23 minutes to go. Most of the final pit stops are done. We're still just waiting for a handful of the drivers, and we've whittled down the little battle packs that are now going to fight to the end of this race. David, we start off with this battle for third. The 996 that's led a large part of this race now runs with the Apex Racing Academy car right behind them and putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Apex Racing Academy have been one of the last cars to stop here 7 laps ago. Visceral were one of the first. So Mads Johansson for Apex Racing Academy closing this up for a podium.
3-man driver lineup in the Apex Racing Academy car, by the way. Started off with Matthias Stokeback, then we had the stint from Michael Yanni, the American, and now Mads Johansson finishes that car up, and I think that might be the only 3-man lineup that we have seen in today's race. Again, Andy, I think we had this conversation a little earlier. 6 hours is like that awkward race length where it's an endurance race, but it's an endurance race that flies by.
Yeah, it is, and I still think that 2 drivers is the way to do it. You get a good amount of driver time, and certainly if you're triple stinting your tyres, it's the way to go. But equally, by having that 3rd driver, you all just stay that little bit fresher. You've got an extra person to be there and sort of feed back some data to the driver that's at the wheel. You can have a bit of a rota system where one of you is off having a break, the other one's there spotting for the driver, and then obviously you've got the team member who's actually doing that stint behind the wheel. So yeah, there are 2 ways of going about it, definitely, but these 6-hour races, a few years ago we would have absolutely called them endurance races, but certainly in the world of sim racing, where mechanical failures and punctures and things like that are far less likely to happen, it is very much a 6-hour sprint. What we're facing here, though, I think, Arjuna, is a 20-minute sprint for the victory in GT3, because have you seen that gap between BS Turner and Williams Esports? It is coming down and down and down.
And it's coming down because Keika Shube just doesn't have any pace in the car. I've kind of felt like that since he took over from Phil Denez, but it's being borne out most right now, David, as he heads into the 3rd and final stint on the tyres.
Yeah, it did seem under control until this most recent fuel stop and the 3rd stint for the tyres, just really struggling for pace with BS Turner and Keika Shube. So 1st and 2nd stints felt fine there, but it's in the last 40 minutes that they just seem to be a second a lap away from where we might have expected them, and on trend, sort of like half a second a lap away from what Alexander Spets is doing lap after lap after lap here. They're in with a solid chance.
What drama it would have been for the late replacement to have played itself out, and for Alexander Spets to join Ate Kauppinen as winners at the end of this one. Still 20 minutes to go. Haven't seen Hoisingveld and MSI really battle, despite still being locked in step. Haven't seen any updates coming down from the race control side of things as well regarding the potential penalty that the 114 has served incorrectly, but that might be something that we have to wait until the end of the race to have figured out. Final pit stop then for MSI Esports as the championship leaders slow themselves down in pit lane, Andy.
Yeah, so where will they come back out? What's their points haul going to be from the day? They've been sort of around 10th place all day, haven't they? They moved inside the top 10 before this latest stop, but I suspect they might fall back down to 10th again by the time they're out. That was an 18.4 second pit stop, and that's because these are just splash and dashes. In fact, that's exactly what's happening just behind them. So the car that was leading, the Pure Sims Esports number 16 BMW, is in, and that now relinquishes the lead to the BMW Team BS Turner car. And their MSI coming out actually a full lap behind the leader and right in front of the Williams Esports BenQ car. That was not ideal.
Suboptimal, to quote Lewis McLeod on that one, and it has actually cost about 3/10 to Alexander Spets as he tries to now work past MSI's Christian Lamella. Luca Prada Lucas Prada, excuse me, is going to emerge about 2.5 seconds back from Team 75 Bernard, who do also owe us a pit stop. So Pure Sims have climbed their way up 7 positions over the course of the day here, David, to find themselves in a podium spot.
Yep, they're shaping for 3rd at the moment. They're 4th, just a couple seconds behind that car that we said still needs to pit, and it's probably the in-lap for that car as well. So shortly to go up into 3rd for the all-black Pure Sims.
Yeah, disappointed that there's no livery on that car, because it's definitely not all-black usually. Now, what's happening here? Team 75 very slow out of the Roja, to the point where the Maniti TCR machine almost got past them. Was there a slowdown penalty, David, that maybe we missed?
Well, again, if you launch too far across the curbs there, you can get one. You can get slowed for cutting the course through that section, and there does seem to be a lot of time to launching across the curbs at the Della Roggia chicane. They're very well up to speed now, obviously.
Yeah. Not sure exactly what happened there, but Nathan Amet, like we said, does owe us a pit stop. Maybe this lap, but definitely within the next 18 or so minutes, as the TCR gap had actually shrunken down a little bit as they work through turn 1. Victor Lobato right back onto the back of Team Hoysingsfeld's Fabian Siegmann. And Siegmann was the one that Andy committed to the alternate strategy very early in this race. I remember you and I kind of wondering, not sure if that was going to work. It's worked a treat.
Yeah, I mean, I was mainly getting annoyed because it confused me. Everyone else in TCR was running about the same sort of strategy, and they were doing something different, and I don't like that because I have to think then to figure out what they're doing. But it's all worked out really well for them, hasn't it? They had that good pace, and they caught the leader, but they just can't escape, and that's the effect of the slipstream in these TCR cars. It's worth over a second a lap around here, so you know, even if you're 0.8 of a second a lap quicker than the car you're catching and you get past them, you're not going to just pull away from them, and that's the real frustration here. So it's giving us a good battle, and I think it will run right down to the wire, even to the point that the drivers might be thinking about where they want to be on that last lap. Do you want to be in the lead when it's this close and the slipstream's this powerful? Sometimes biding your time and waiting for that last run into the final corner is the way to go. So yeah, that one's going to keep us guessing right down to the checkered flag, I think.
I've commentated on some photo finishes here at Monza out of that final corner. I don't even think you're thinking just about the final lap. Think about the final corner and where you want to place yourself. 16 minutes to go to figure that all out, as this is the only class battle which is close, because Andy was hoping that Keiko Shube's speed would continue to bring in Alexander Spetz, but it's stabilized in the last handful of laps here, David. It's holding steady at 4.3 odd seconds at the line.
Ever since that moment where we saw MSI leave pit lane in front of Spetz, he hasn't quite lapped how he was before. So
still trying to get past.
Yeah, yeah, and if Spetz is close enough to have a look, he'll get it relatively easily, because he is putting a lap on here, but he just hasn't been quite close enough to be in position to look. So obviously, as they're first and second, you will be able to follow it very easily on the timing. But it's sat at this margin for a little too long.
Well, and do remember as well that this effectively is some championship games being played here. The championship leader is a lap down, second in the championship's trying to push for the lead, and I'm not saying Christian Lamel is doing anything wrong here, Andy, because it doesn't seem as though he is slower than Alexander Spetz by any means, but he's being frustrating right now, which is exactly what he needs to do.
I am almost certain that if Williams were leading and BS Turner was second, and they were the car behind the MSI car, they'd have pulled over and let them through by now. I think they know exactly what they're doing here, because, yeah, there is no rule saying, as far as I know, that they have to get out of the way. They're not actively defending, but they are clearly holding up the Williams Esports car corner by corner, because as David quite rightly said, that gap isn't coming down anymore. They're sort of matching the BS Turner car. Yeah, that will not be lost on the MSI team. They will know exactly what this means, and it really puts the onus now on Alexander Spets to make an overtake. He's got the slipstream now. He shouldn't be having to work this hard to get past a lapped car. Look, he's going to the outside, but I think he will now clear them, and that was fair enough, really, because the Christian Lamella car, the MSI Esports car, as soon as the overtake was on, he lifted off the throttle and let him go, but he wasn't going to make it any easier than he had to.
Yeah, no, I think that was playing to the letter and the spirit of the law in both senses. 4 seconds the gap now, with 14 minutes for the Williams Esports BenQ car to try and close up to Kei Kashube, who last lap did a 1:48.460. Alexander Spets a 48.390. It was a couple of hundredths, but a couple of hundredths that might prove to be the difference maker. Back to the TCR leaders as Labato and Siegmund continue to be locked right in step with one another, but still no move forthcoming from MSI Esports, who, I think, going to Andy's point, David, are probably just waiting until the very end of this race to look forward.
See how much of the first apex they took through there. The TCRs seem to be most at risk of taking too much curb and getting a slowdown. We saw SimRC do it at the first corner, so they do got to be careful of that. But the way it plays at the moment, it does sort of come down to that last lap. Neither of them are getting away from the other. So you think about, what am I going to do coming to that final lap? Where do I want to be? Do I want to be leading at the start of the final lap or not? And with all the other cars still circulating, still having their own races, every chance that in the last lap or two, it's about where the traffic falls for them as well.
And maybe draft plays a factor in giving the leader a little bit of a helping hand. A little bit more bunched up back in the pack as we check in with some GT3 fighting. It's the fight for 6th position that sees BS Competition running at the front, with Nathan Lewis leading the Apex Racing Academy BMW and the Charging Lamborghini of German Sim Racing in their collaboration with the Impulse Racing teams. It's Nick Schulte-Wisserman trying to hunt down the 2 BMWs in front of him, and that's a Lamborghini that I think, Andy, we're still pretty sure was the fastest car on old tyres at the end of its triple stint. It's in a similar spot right now, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this car is really light on its tyres, isn't it? Mid-engined, of course, so really nice weight balance between front and back. You're not putting a huge amount of weight over any one axle. The way that it generates its lap time as well is through the sort of mid-corner, but not really by leaning on the tyres too hard. And look, he's got the run, but a very, very big defensive move is made going into the final corner. So that forces him to have a look around the outside. Now that wide line in should give him the switch back on the exit, and then it's a horsepower race down past the pits towards the first corner. Again, the door is slammed in his face by the BMW. This is a terrific battle, but you can sense a bit of frustration creeping in here now. One of these cars is clearly quicker than the other, but just can't quite find a way through on the inside.
Still got enough overlap though, and if he can commit, he could have held the inside for the second part of the chicane, but Caruana covers him off, and for now this battle settles into line again. Front of the field, this lap has been a good one for Alexander Spets. The traffic has worked with him. Last time was a 47.467, and the gap is now down to 2.6 seconds and closing. Kei Kashube must surely be feeling the pressure here, David.
You can see there's some own GT3 class traffic there with Havu. There's a bunch of 992s around here, so this is the most difficult type of traffic to work through if you're a GT3 car. Because against another GT3, they're strong where you're strong. Against the 992s, well, where you're strong through the corners, it's tough to pass. Where they're strong in the straight line, you can't get past them because they're quicker than you are. So if they're not incredibly cooperative, it can be really, really difficult to work through this kind of traffic. And Kashube's done it now. Spets is potentially going to lose us that second and a half right back when he tries to get through these 992 cars.
I think it's going to work out okay for him, but it's out of the second Lesmo that he's going to have to make sure that he gets a great run to tow behind the Visceral Acetec 996 and hopefully grab it on the run down into the Parabolica. Gap down to 2.1 with 10 minutes left to go. Once again, the strategies converge at the very end, and we've got a duel to the checkered flag, and not just at the front of this class, but in touring cars as well, as for 6th position in this GT3. And it's the beauty of endurance racing, Andy. We started with 57 just 5 and a bit hours ago, and now they're still somehow locked in step as we get ready to finish off.
Oh, one car very wide on the exit of Ascari, but yeah, we've got a real sprint to the finish. There is no doubt about it that Alexander Spets is the faster of these two. In Sector 2, he was 3.5 tenths quicker than Keiko Shube. He's taken another quarter of a second or more out of him in the 3rd sector of the lap. And yeah, I wonder whether we'd have to break the split screen out here, because as close as it's getting in GT3, it remains even closer in the TCR battle. So the fastest and slowest classes in the field look set to give us the 2 closest finishes, and I couldn't call either of them yet.
MSI still not really forcing the issue just yet, though, which I think is an important point in that touring car category. Of course, MSI 3rd in the championship, hoisting belt 2 points further back, 4th in the championship, but crucially with Pure Sims, the championship leader, in all sorts of pain today. They are going to finish down in 9th spot, at least classified down in 9th spot, may not even be classified for the points. Big shake-up heading into the Nurburgring in a couple of months' time. 1.1 though now the gap between Spets and Koshube. Williams continue to go on the hunt here, David.
It's a classic sort of 2 ways to skin a cat situation. You've got the 5 stopping BS Turner, the 6 stopping Williams Esports BenQ, and they converge in the final 10 minutes of the race. You do your sums on sort of one strategy and you do your sums on the other, and you say, they both look like they're about the same speed, or one team goes one way, one goes the other, and then they do arrive at the same location at the end of the race.
Side by side out of the Parabolica, maybe a preview of a bit of a drag race to the line, but finally I think German Sim Racing will fend off BS Competition and Nathan Lewis and hold on to now 7 spots. As
I think Apex Racing Academy came through on both of these in the last couple of laps as well.
Yeah, no, BS Competition's gone backwards, not just since the start of this race, but even in the closing stages. Nathan Lewis on the triple stint of his tyres, and very similar to what we see with Koshube, there is drama. 3 wide for a moment between the leaders as they funnel down the main straightaway and running into turn number 1 with more traffic to play its part. Williams has the nose in front and tries to slam the door shut. Koshube will give them the lead of the race. It happened in traffic, and Andy, it's Williams that after 5 hours and 54 minutes are finally in control of this race.
Yeah, they caught some TCR and GT4 traffic through that final sector, and I was watching that delta between the two of them just disappearing, and I think they went side by side through the final corner, actually. Wouldn't be at all surprised to see that there was some traffic involved in that, and in fact we're going to see the replay here, so you can see they did have that 992 Cup car between them as they headed out of Ascari. There is Alexander Spets closing in. They all sort of go to the left-hand side of the road, and yes, look, the Cup car with that extra straight line speed starts to interfere. Defensive line is taken by Keiko Shube, and right around the outside goes the Williams Esports BenQ car. They were side by side through the final corner, almost leaning on each other, but the momentum was with the Porsche, and within another few hundred metres, so was the race lead.
Great shot, and you've made the mistake that Andy, I think everyone is going to make next year. You confused a Porsche GT3 car for a Porsche GT3 Cup car.
I nearly made it 6 hours.
You nearly did. I tell you what, I feel so sorry for everyone in the real world next year, because boy, we get a lot of data here in the sim. I have no idea how you're going to be able to pick those two apart. Already, the gap up to 1.5, and I think this is what we realized was going to happen, David. Once the pass had been done, there wasn't much Koshube could do to hold the gap to the leaders.
Yeah, Spets has looked super quick at times through these stints, and Koshube occasionally struggling and probably a little demoralized now. Very easily able to hold on to that 2nd place in the final couple of laps, though.
Still 5 minutes to hold on, and in a race where
Apex are going to get Altus.
Are they?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah, no,
that Apex Racing Academy is one of the quickest cars towards the end of this race as well. They've picked off a whole heap. They had that really late final stop. Sorry, No, sorry. Oh, man.
No,
Oh, dude.
they had an
dear.
early final stop. The timing,
right.
my timing got a little bit confused as well with their pit stop, so I don't know what your timing is saying, but yes, 7/10 quicker than Altus and Carlos Fenalosa last time around. Although, again, I will just point out that Altus Esports car will be very, very happy to be on the leading lap after having to start from the pit lane, got a penalty for making the wrong pit lane start or making a mistake in that process.
GSR. Oh no, huge incident in the Parabolica there.
Oh, and it takes out the Lamborghini. Now, I think they got away without too much damage, though, so the only thing that they've lost is 7th spot and maybe a bit of pride as well.
3 wide with the traffic on the way in there. I only caught some of it, but yeah, only real loser that it looks like was the GSR with IPR by ACV Lamborghini.
IPA.
You know, yeah, you know, yep.
Just add as many letters on and you'll come up with something intelligent. Here's a look at the replay, and to be fair, Team Hoisingfeld didn't do much wrong there, and then they got a shove from behind as well, and that was right in front of your touring car leaders. Is there damage with 3.5 minutes to go, Andy?
Well, they kept the lead somehow, Hoisingfeld. I think MSI had to go off the track to avoid, but yeah, they found themselves on the inside, and the Lamborghini, for me, there cuts to the inside line when it was not clear. So again, a little bit self-inflicted, but let's hope it's not damaged the Hoisingfeld car. It would be the left front corner, wouldn't it? The two cars about to meet again now as they come through the Lesmos. Let's hope they give each other some space. Yes, they do. That left front corner, to me, looks okay, so I think Hoisingfeld have just dodged a major bullet.
Again, I think old damage bottle might have been the saving grace for Team Hoisingfeld in this one, but nervy moments all the way to the very end. I believe that with Alexander Spets currently working his way down through the Lesmos, we have, for these touring car leaders, 3 more laps for them to duke it out.
It's going to be touch and go as well with that overall leader. If we've got 2 or 3 more laps in this one, because it's been doing, you know, a minute 47s. And when he gets around to the line, it's going to be pretty close to that much time left on the clock. Whether, I don't think the white flag will get thrown. I think they'll get 1 more after that.
Change for the lead, and now maybe with 3 minutes to go, they've decided the gloves come off and they'll battle all the way. Great look inside of the Team Hoisingfeld machines as it tries to work its way to the outside on the run to turn number 1, Andy.
Side by side then, they've got one of the Porsche Cup cars, I think that is, coming up the inside, and they will go door handle to door handle, proper touring car fashion. Who's latest on the brakes? Hoisingfeld moving across in the braking zone. That's so dangerous, and thankfully MSI Esports saw that was happening. That could easily have ended in contact, but you do get the feeling that this is a real grudge match now. They both know that that race win is there for the taking, and well, both of them really want to get MSI Esports to try and get their championship back on track. Hoisingfeld as well. In fact, these two are only separated by 2 points in the championship, and with Pure Sims and SimRC having dramas today, the race win equally important for both of these teams.
Both of them have 2 podiums this season. MSI with a 2nd and a 3rd, Hoisingfeld with 2 third-place finishes. They'd like to get to that top step of the podium, and they've got the opportunity to do so. David, to your point on Alexander Spets, he's working his way down into the Lesmos. He might actually get in front of the touring car leaders and put them an extra lap down, but I still think we're going to get the 1 final lap after this.
Yeah, we didn't see whether Barney had the white flag out or not. It was super close, and I think we might just get 1 more.
You don't always get the white flag initially when the leader crosses the line if it's not cross 0. It unfortunately is the case. And the other thing is the determination on white flag doesn't come down to how much time was left and how he's been lapping in the recent past. It's the averages over the course of the race. And so sometimes it does lead to some confusion, like it did at Le Mans in the World Championship a handful of years ago. For these drivers, though, they know at least 1 more lap to go. It's MSI versus Team Hoisingfeld at the very front of the touring car field, and now a little bit of draft might actually help out Team Hoisingfeld here, David.
Barney's got nothing in his hands there, so I think your overall leader gets 1 more. And it's pure gamesmanship time between them.
One more lap confirmed, because there is the Williams Esports BenQ car as the touring car leaders funnel through the Reto Filio. Not the greatest of exits for Siegmund there. Compromise as Lobato works on the rear end of him. It will be maybe down into the Roger where the first of the lunges will come, Andy.
Yeah, there goes the Williams Esports car, so it's the final lap for both of these class leaders now. Bit of bump drafting, bit of pushing and shoving there. MSI to the outside into La Roggia. That's a low percentage move really for Victor Lobato, and he knows it, and I don't think he needs to make the move yet. Wait until the run at least into Ascari, and maybe even down towards the Parabolica. There goes the race leader, Williams Esports BenQ, but it's all about the fight in TCR behind. They could not be closer.
What more do you need other than a wheel-to-wheel fight all the way to the checkered flag from two cars that for part of this race maybe were not the favoured ones. Huysingveld wide and now will struggle with momentum on the run to Ascari, David.
Yeah, better run, better traction from MSI Esports, but nowhere to go, and a mirror full of cars. They can't be too aggressive as they come across the circuit, and side by side through Ascari doesn't seem like it'll work. I think this comes down to the Parabolica. It's all about traction off the Parabolica to the checkered flag.
One final lunge and maybe a photo finish. Break out the super slow-mos. Front of the field you can see Williams Esports BenQ ready to dive into the Parabolica, but for now the focus remains on the two that tango in touring cars. MSI not looking to lunge into the final corner. They'll try and sweep out and get the run as we watch the race leaders Williams Esports BenQ grab the victory in the 6 hours of Monza with a dazzling display of relentless pace. It's a photo finish at the line, not as close as maybe we wanted. It's Team Huysingveld that bests MSI in the battle to the checkered flag. A fascinating race all the way to the very end, and with still two winners yet to come across the line and grab themselves the victory in the forms of the two Urano cars in the 992 and the GT4 classes. Andy, a thrilling race with a thrilling conclusion.
What a race, what a finish that was, and what a drive by Fabian Siegmund to hang on there in that Huysingveld car, which none of us really thought would be a factor at the start of the day, and it came through and held on brilliantly. Didn't over-defend on that final lap, just stuck to his line, hit all of his marks, and didn't put a foot wrong. Fantastic stuff.
And meanwhile, in the class that we talked about maybe the least today after what was the most curious of qualifying sessions initially, Dylan Becky-Shrivens and Konstantin Scharf will make it a perfect 4 of 4 to start off this 2022-2023 24-hour Series Esports Championship. Not much more you can do other than sweep the victory so far, and with double points still left to play, the Mercedes-AMG Team Urano are trying to make sure they take that out of the equation. They wait for their sister car to come across the line as well. A double victory for Urano after qualifying outside of the top 10. Luca Kita, a man on a mission, will bring the Urano Esports Hiking Media 911 across the line victorious after 3 consecutive podium finishes, bubble up to a victory in round number 4. David, another dazzling display for the team at Urano.
Yeah, and never straightforward on the strategy for that class today as well. You know, about the fuel consumption, about the tyre life. It was sort of, I wouldn't have been confident at all with any strategy direction I could have chosen early on in the race, but they did oh so well.
And the strategy calls only going to get more important out of here, of course. One final 6-hour race and then a 12-hour race still left to play. Although forward in 2023. Let's run you down through your race results, unofficial race results. I'm sure there's still some little dramas that Race Control will work through, but no dramas for Williams Esports BenQ. Alexander Spett steps in at the very last minute to partner up with Ate Kauppinen. It's Williams Esports BenQ across the line, 6 seconds in front of the BMW BS Turner team. They will rue the 20 seconds of combined penalties that they had, but ultimately, after a great display of pace from Phil Denez, Keita Shube struggling more with the balance of the car, get the points on the board in second. Lucas Prada for Pure Sims Esports, one of the strongest drives that we had all day long. He's up 7 spots into third, Team 75 plus 8 into fourth, while starting at the back of the grid after missing the start. Altus Esports able to hold off the German Sim Racing and Impulse Racing crews at the very closing stages, while Apex Racing Academy dropped to 7th, in front though of the BS competition number 89, the final car left on the leading lap. Matthias Wittkanen for Havu the first car one lap down in their Porsche, with Christian Lamella, the championship leader, salvaging a top 10 finish from the day in front of the Riley Sim Racing team. Quickest in practice, quick in the race, missing and forgetting to come down pit lane proved to be so vital for them. ASR Able Esports in 12th. The final of our finishers before we get to the graveyard. Williams Esports Chill Blast, one of your Beeler Racing Team Euronics machines, while Arturo Melgar was the shining light in the first 30 minutes before things came unstuck for him out of Lesmo 2. Sabled Esports and Arnage Competition round out the 18 that got the green flag about 6 odd hours ago. Then over to the 992s, where Luca Kita scored as one lap clear from the field, but the reality is it was a much closer and much more confusing race than this will show. He does finish, though, in front of Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, who were quietly working their way forward along with the Urano team after leading parts of the race. The Acetec SimSports Visceral 996 comes across the line in third, in front of the Apex Racing Academy and the duo for ATRS Esports, the 914 in front of the 913 at the end of the race. Wave Italy Racing, Oris Rincon and IRX in front of Havu and Pure Sims, who round out the top 10, many of those cars having plenty of struggles here today. SRC Movano, the final finisher, in front of Sabled Esports and Maniti's 978. 4 for 4 for Dylan Trivens and Konstantin Shah from the Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, despite not qualifying at the front of the field. 23 seconds belays the ease at which they controlled the tempo of the race, but Roberto Ferrari, after putting it on pole for Sabled Esports, across the line in second. Sven Groot in the Impulse Racing car grabs a podium for the 457 with the CSRA by Entropit car, the final car in the lead lap, in front of the sole surviving Pure Sims Esports entry, who finishes in 5th, in front of SCK Racing, and then the best of the Aston Martins, Hunkos Racing, in 7th. SRC Movano, Alpine Stars Geodesic, and Torque Creek, the rest of the top 10, with just a handful more in this class. Delta Sport, the final finisher, while Fordzilla, Undercut, Fiercely Forward, SimRC, and Pure Sims all claimed in one incident or another. SimRC and Pure Sims involved in the turn 1 shenanigans that saw Pure Sims up and on their side. Last but not least, it's the touring cars, and it was the battle to the end and the battle that kept us captivated. Fabian Siegman holds off Victor Lobato with no shortage of drama, 3/10 the margin at the line. Kieran Harrison with a technical gremlin, dropping him back through the final cycle of pit stops to finish in third, in front though of Alex Torres, 4th in the Full Send Racing 185. Maniti, Zenith, Impulse, the final finishers, while Carbon, Pure Sims, and Aspar round out the 10 cars in this class. It was a fascinating start, but it got decimated quite quickly. I think that was the word that David Haynes elected to use. It's time for some post-race coverage here, though, on RaceSpot TV, and speaking of David Haynes, I'm going to let him loose with the duo from Urano that are standing by, Konstantin Shah and Dylan Shrivens, 4 in a row here in the 24-hour Series Esports Championship.
Well, congratulations to you guys. It's a real Urano fest for GT4.
Perhaps.
Yeah, it was a good race for us, I would say.
High speeds at Monza seemed to narrow some of the strategy options. I remember at COTA you guys almost got caught out when some of the competitors tried a force stop. Didn't seem like that was going to happen today.
No, definitely wasn't going to happen today. Track just doesn't allow for it. Definitely I think the type of track did closen up the bunch a bit. I don't think we enjoyed the same pace advantage that we did in the first 3 rounds, but we just managed to keep it cleaner on track and just lose less time on track. I think pace-wise, everyone was very, very similar today.
I know it was a lot of hours ago, but qualifying was certainly more interesting than at some other circuits. That's always the case here at Monza.
Yeah, qualifying was definitely a tricky one, I would say. It was all about the slipstream and getting the timing right, really. But unfortunately, in the second run, I somehow had race fuel, so I kind of had to abort that lap. And but in the end, it turned out to be P4, which wasn't too bad in the second row, I guess, for a track like this, where it's all about fuel saving in the first laps of the race. So, yeah.
I would sooner start qualifying with race fuel than start the race with quali fuel.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, that's good that it was that way around, not the other one.
Massive congratulations to you guys. There's still 18 hours of racing left in this season and left in this championship. How are you going to approach it?
I think the same way we've approached every race so far. I spoke a couple of races about perfect season. That would be lovely, but you know, anything can happen in this series. It would be lovely to win everything, but we'll see.
Yeah, certainly looking forward, especially to the next round at Nords. I think it's going to be awesome. Best track in the world, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, very much looking forward to the rest of the season, and we hope to continue, of course, if we have the past rounds.
Big congratulations to you guys. Another big old race win. Thanks for joining us.
We'll move on over to the next of the Urano cars, and yes, you didn't hear wrong, by the way. The next round of this championship, not at the Nurburgring, it's at the Nordschleife. I should have corrected myself when we were talking during the course of the race. Over, though, to Sam Koitert in the other victorious Urano car. Sam, qualifying outside of the top 10, maybe not where we expected you and Luca to start this race off, but it came good, and it came good in a race that was full of strategy surprises.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, was not really where we expected to be. It was a bit of hectic with qualify, where we're just looking for a draft all the time. I think at the end we said that maybe it was just better to drive, and I think you can have 4 laps in instead of 3 only with all that waiting. But yeah, it paid off by just keeping on to our tactic on the race, and yeah. Have a flawless drive. Small penalty because of a small tap. I think it wasn't the first hint, but it didn't matter on the end, and we came back strong in the race.
I want to ask from your perspective what it's like as a 992 Cup driver to be faster than the GT3 cars in a straight line, because it must be quite intriguing when you close on the back of them and you have to release off the throttle and cost yourself time to avoid costing everyone more time.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to plan it out, because one time the one GT3 is really close and is just focused to dive you in T1 or whatever corner, and the other one is just basing himself and saving the fuel till he wants to get his overtaking opportunity, most likely in T1. So every GT3 is a bit different in how they drive. But yeah, for us, or at least how I see it, it's really a fuel-saving opportunity. I mean, if you see a GT3 coming, having the same top speed, and especially in the draft, I mean, those GT3s can just brake so much later than us. I think it was around 50 meter in turn 1, so yeah, we just saved the fuel there, and yeah, that really helped us at the end of the race.
Of course, you have a lot of experience now in this car after your season in the Porsche Tag Car Esports Super Cup. How does it work differently, setting it up and driving mentality-wise, between those sprint races and the endurance races here? How different is the mindset that you approach these with?
It's driving-wise really different, I have to say. Maybe not how you approach the week, well, a bit as well. I mean, for PASC, you always practicing. If you have your practice partners, you practice really on racecraft and where can you pass the best, how where can you outbrake someone, etc., etc. While racing in endurance, it's really where can I save the fuel and where can I lift that bit more as anyone else. That's really a different approach. We are not really practicing much on racecraft because it's not really a thing here. As you have seen today, especially the first 2 stints was all about fuel saving for everyone. So that was not. That's quite different how you approach your week. But in terms of setup and stuff, it's all the same. It's really the racecraft which you separate for an endurance, either a 23-minute sprint race in PASC.
Appreciate the insight. Thanks for joining us, Sam. Congratulations, not just your victory, but the double victory for Urano, and we'll see you in 2023 to continue with the championship.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys, and I'll see you in 2023.
Sam Koitert joining us in the RaceSpot TV commentary booth. Not sure how many more interviews we've got left. I'll let David Haynes loose with Team Hoisingveld, who, well, had to fight all the way to grab the victory at the line.
Yeah, what an exciting last lap for you guys, and I mean, surely a little bit of a nervous moment. You want to get that win, but you know, it's 6 hours of racing. You don't want to throw anything away either.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a thrilling end. I'm definitely sweating right now. we were not sure. We felt like maybe we could even drive away from MSI because we thought that they had to save some fuel. But then, of course, with the draft, they could save a little bit of fuel and then again attack us in the end. But luckily, we managed to stay ahead. But yeah, very, very thrilling.
Tough to be a bit of a punching bag in the TCR class. That's always the case. So to just survive to be able to fight till the end means you pick up some good points.
Definitely, yes. Obviously, also we didn't want to crash and lose let's say a safe podium or even a safe P2. But obviously, when you have the chance to win, then you want to win. That's for sure. So yeah, we are super lucky that it worked out for us.
Well, congratulations. It narrows up a little bit of the championship fight, and it means with the 2 remaining rounds, you guys could still absolutely be in it. We look forward to seeing you for those.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the points, but I think the next track is eventually Nordschleife, and Nordschleife is usually a quite good track for us, so we're very much looking forward to that.
We'll see Fabian Siegmann and Team Heusing-Welt at the Nordschleife at the start of February. One final interview with Alexander Spets, winners in the GT3 class. And Alexander, I'm sure a rather interesting day for you. You get the call up that your teammate's not going to be able to compete and you're now on deck to do 2 hours at the end of this race. What was the day like for you trying to prepare to get into the car?
I mean, it was quite stressful to say the least. Woke up pretty late and was actually gonna do some LMP2 officials with Arthur today, but Vasilios called on Telegram that he was sick, so I jumped in last minute and managed to get like 2 hours of preparation before, and in the end it went well.
What was it like during your stint? I mentioned to the viewers that you are usually someone that, like you said, is in the LMP2 car, but with limited experience and knowing that you were in the fight for the lead, what was going through your mind?
I mean, it was really hectic. I had 1x or 2x left for the last 20 or 30 laps, so I was pushing the limits quite a lot. And the car was really difficult to drive. I'm not used to it. Haven't been touching the GT3 for a really long while. But yeah, I think BS competition discalculated the laps that the race was going, because Kai had to fuel save really much at the end, and that helped us get a win for sure.
Ah, well, thanks for giving us some more insight. Even we missed some things. Thanks for joining us, Alexander. Congratulations on a good short notice appearance, and well, hopefully maybe not the last time we see you in the championship.
Thank you.
Alexander Spets goes from getting ready to drive an LMP2 car to having to fill in this 24-hour Series Esports Championship. But of course, as mentioned, it's over now to Germany, to the Eifel Mountains. But Andy, it's not to the Grand Prix layout of the Nurburgring that so many will be familiar with. No, instead, we take 4 classes of competition out to the Nordschleife.
Yeah, that's one you're going to want to tune in for, isn't it? The Nordschleife is one of the best places to go racing. Plenty of space, in theory, for everyone to spread out around, but I'm sure we'll see quite a bit of drama out at the Green Hell, and that's a race not to be missed for sure.
I'm very curious how this is going to play out, David, because I have seen some weird combinations at the Nordschleife. I mean, let's be real. The Nürburgring Endurance Series is all about weird combinations, but this is going to be a very treacherous race, and given the way that this race started and a lot of the complaints from the slower class cars, it's going to be an interesting test for GT3s to stay out of trouble.
Strategically, it'll be a really, really interesting race as well, won't it? Such a massive, massive layout means if you can save a little bit of fuel and go 1 lap longer, you go way, way longer, just based on the size of the lap. So how that plays out with the different classes, their different tyre wears, and we saw all of that in scale at Monza. How it plays out on the Nordschleife for the multi-class and for the strategy will be real fascinating.
I cannot wait for that one. It's a 2-month wait, though, as we turn the page over to 2023 and then focus in on the final 18 hours. Of course, double points to close things out will mean that no one can be assured of a championship other than maybe the Urano team at this current rate, heading out of the Nürburgring. But of course, with such a long wait, so many changes expected to come forward to the GT3 class in particular, Andy, there's going to be a lot of experimentation and data gathering that the teams have to do over the course of the winter.
Yeah, this would drive me mad if I were a team entered into any GT3 competition on iRacing, because you build your setups and your driving style and your strategies around a certain tyre model, a certain way that the cars are handling, and then that all changes, and it sounds like a pretty fundamental change. We're not expecting any double stinting of tyres to be going on. We're expecting tyre management to become a real factor. So yeah, that's going to change the game, and don't be surprised to see some teams who have excelled so far perhaps run into a bit of a stumbling block going into those final 2 rounds.
Before we wrap up, we wanted to circle back to one of our main topics of the day, which is being able to differentiate the upcoming GT3, a new Porsche GT3R versus the current generation 992 Cup car. David Haynes has been doing some sleuthing behind the scenes. David, what are your findings?
It's important to be prepared, and so while they look incredibly similar, the road car-based 911 GT3 Cup doesn't quite have as aggressive a rear wing, vents, flicks, little aerodynamic features. Somehow they've crammed even more onto the new GT3, and hopefully, depending on how they're painted, you'll be able to spot the larger radiator vents, the larger vents in other places, and rear wing and dive planes.
It sounds like a challenge where some teams are going to make our life as difficult as possible to spot the two and to differentiate them. However, unfortunately, a lot of fun here with David Haynes and alongside with Andy McEwen, but it's time to say goodbye for 2022. We've had 4 races already, but 18 hours in 2023 will decide the champions of the 2022-2023 24-hour Series Esports Championship. The Rumble at Monza has come to a close, and 4 deserving winners have found their way to the top step of the podium. Next time we go racing, it's live from the Green Hell, so make sure you join us on February the 5th of 2023 to rumble at the Nordschleife. For now, though, for the team at RaceSpot TV, alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, joined by David Haynes and Andy McEwen, thank you so much for your company here at the Autodromo Monza for what was a thrilling 6 hours. We'll see you next year for more chaos, for more carnage, and more fantastic multi-class action. For now, it's so long and goodbye. Enjoy your holidays.